The first book of Moses, commonly called Genesis. 6 days of creation and the Sabbath. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, one day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and separated the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And there was evening, and there was morning, a second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit, in which is their seed, each according to its kind upon the earth." And it was so. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed according to their own kinds, and trees bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and over the night, and to separate the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the firmament of the heavens." So God created the great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swarm according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters and the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth." And there was evening, and there was morning, a fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth according to their kinds." And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth according to their kinds, and the cattle according to their kinds, and everything that creeps upon the ground according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. And God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the ground, everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food." And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a sixth day. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God finished his work which he had done. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. So God blessed the seventh day and hallowed it, because on it God rested from all his work which he had done in creation. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden, in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and there it divided and became 4 rivers. The name of the first is Pishon. It is the one which flows around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. Bdellium and onyx stone are there. The name of the second river is Gihon. It is the one which flows around the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Tigris, which flows east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden, to till it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, You may freely eat of every tree in the garden, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. Then the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper, fit for him. So out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was his name. The man gave names to all cattle, and to the birds of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a helper fit for him. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and while he slept, took one of his ribs, and closed up his place with flesh. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman, and brought her to the man. Then the man said, This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore a man leaves his father and mother, and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked, and were not ashamed. Yo, quick shout out. Yo, shout out Benjamin Sheldon for donating $100.
Insane.
That's so legendary. We gotta get the wheel here.
I know, the wheel's coming.
Soon, this afternoon, we're gonna have the wheel of punishment and reward for the reader.
Zealot's Den, let's go.
Yes, that once you donate. Zealot's Den, let's go. He's here. All right. Chapter 3, the fall of man. Now the serpent was more subtle than any other wild creature that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, Did God say, You shall not eat of any tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But God said, You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden. Neither shall you touch it, lest you die. But the serpent said to the woman, You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband, and he ate. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man and said to him, Where are you? And he said, I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. He said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree of which I commanded you not to eat? The man said, The woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me fruit of the tree, and I ate. Then the Lord God said to the woman, What is this that you have done? The woman said, This serpent beguiled me, and I ate it. The Lord God said to the serpent, Because you have done this, cursed are you above all cattle, and above all wild animals. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. To the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your pain in childbearing. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desires shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. And to Adam he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree, of which I commanded you, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat all of it. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth to you. And you shall eat the plants of the field, in the sweat of your face. You shall eat bread till you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. The man called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And the Lord God made for Adam and for his wife garments of skins and clothed them. Then the Lord God said, behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to guard the way to the tree of life.
Nice. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We got 16 viewers of us reading.
10 minutes into the Bible and enemy fell already.
Yeah. Rip.
Cain and Abel. Now Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, I've gotten a man with the help of the Lord. And again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. In the course of time Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought some of the firstlings of his flock, and of their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering. But for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. The Lord said to Cain, why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is lurking at the door, its desire is for you, but you must master it. Cain said to Abel his brother, let us go out to the field. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? He said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield to you its strength. You shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth. Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me this day away from the ground, and from your face I shall be hidden, and I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will slay me. Then the Lord said to him, not so. If anyone slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord put a mark on Cain, lest any who came upon him should kill him. Then Cain went away from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael the father of Methujael, and Methujael the father of Lamech. And Lamech took two wives. The name of the one was Adah, and the name of the other Zillah. Adah bore Jabal. He was the father of those who dwell in tents and have cattle. His brother's name was Jubal, and he was the father of all those who play the lyre and the pipe. Zillah bore Tubal-Cain, and he was the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. The sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Lamech said to his two wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, hearken to what I say. I have slain a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. If Cain is avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 77-fold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and called his name Seth. For she said, God has appointed for me another child instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. To Seth also a son was born, and he called his name Enosh. At that time, men began to call upon the name of the Lord.
How's it going, Dave?
Good.
We have $265 donated. Let's go.
What? Who else donated?
I don't know. I'm trying to see.
Whoever just donated. Thank you. Dude, I'm hyped. I was just meeting with my principal yesterday and said I'm hoping to give all my students Bibles.
Dude, that'd be
So-
sick if we could do this.
It's looking good. All right, we'll give that person a shout out in the next chapter.
Yeah.
5. Adam's descendants to Noah. Oh man, this is gonna be good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Logan. It was Logan.
Logan!
And Johnny Van Remen.
What a man. John, let's go. Johnny. This is the book of the generations of Adam. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. Male and female he created them. And he blessed them and named them man when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son in his own likeness, after his image, and named him Seth. The days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. Seth lived after the birth of Enosh 807 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Canaan. Enosh lived after the birth of Canaan 815 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. When Canaan, what do you think? Canaan?
Canaan.
Canaan.
How is it spelled?
Kenan.
Oh,
When Canaan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. Canaan lived after the birth of Mahalalel 840 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. Mahalalel lived after the birth of Jared 830 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. Jared lived after the birth of Enoch 800 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God after the birth of Methuselah 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Enoch were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. When Methuselah lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. Methuselah lived after the birth of Lamech 782 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he became the father of a son, and called his name Noah, saying, Out of the ground which the Lord had cursed, this one shall bring us relief from our work, and from the toil of our hands. Lamech lived after the birth of Noah 595 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. After Noah was 500 years old, Noah became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
nice.
Six, the wickedness of mankind. When men began to multiply on the face of the ground, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they took to wife such of them as they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh, but his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. The Lord saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the ground, man and beast, creeping things and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God, and Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. And God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you are to make it. The length of the ark is 300 cubits, and its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a roof for the ark, and finish it to a cubit above, and set the door of the ark in its side. Make it with lower, second, and third decks. For behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life from under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds according to their kinds, and of the animals according to their kinds, of every creeping thing of the ground according to its kind, 2 of every sort shall come into you, to keep them alive. Also take with you every sort of food that is eaten, and store it up, and it shall serve as food for you and for them. Noah did this; he did all that God commanded him. Seven, the great flood. Then the Lord said to Noah, Go into the ark, you and all your household, for I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and his mate, and a pair of the animals that are not clean, the male and his mate, and 7 pairs of the birds of the air also, male and female, to keep their kind alive upon the earth, upon the face of all the earth. For in 7 days I will send rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living thing that I have made I will blot out from the face of the ground. And Noah did all that the Lord had commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters came upon the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him went into the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Of clean animals and of animals that are not clean, and of birds and of everything that creeps upon the ground, 2 and 2, male and female, went into the ark with Noah, as God had commanded Noah. And after 7 days the waters of the flood came upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the foundations of the great deep burst. All of the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened, and rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day, Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered the ark. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the cattle according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every bird of every sort. They went into the ark with Noah, 2 and 2, of all flesh, in which there was the breath of life. And they that entered, male and female of all flesh, went in as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. The flood continued 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth, the waters pressing. The waters prevailed and increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark floated on the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed so mightily upon the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The waters prevailed above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, birds, cattle, beasts, all swarming creatures that swarm upon the earth, and every man, everything on the dry land, in whose nostrils was the breath of life, died. He blotted out every living thing that was upon the face of the ground, man and animals, and creeping things, and birds of the air. They were blotted out from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. The flood subsides. But God remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind blow over the earth, and the waters subsided. The fountains of the deep and the windows of the heaven were closed. The rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters receded from the earth continually. At the end of 150 days, the water had abated. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat, and the waters continued to abate until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. At the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and set forth a raven, and it went to and fro until the waters were dried up from the earth. Then he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters had subsided from the face of the ground. But the dove found no place to set her foot, and she returned to him to the ark, for the waters were still on the face of the whole earth. So he put forth his hand and took her, and brought her into the ark with him. He waited another 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came back to him in the evening, and behold, in her mouth a freshly plucked olive leaf. So Noah knew that the waters had subsided from the earth. Then he waited another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, and she did not return to him any more. In the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried from the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked. And behold, the face of the ground was dry. In the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. Then God said to Noah, Go forth from the ark, you and your wife, and your sons wives with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, birds and animals, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, that they may breed abundantly on the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. So Noah went forth, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him, and every beast, every creeping thing, and every bird, everything that moves upon the earth, went forth by families out of the ark. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took every clean animal and every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And when the Lord smelled the pleasing odor, the Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I ever again destroy every living creature as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, shall not cease. (9) The covenant with Noah. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every bird of the air, upon everything that creeps on the ground, and all the fish of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you, and as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. Only you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. For your lifeblood I will surely require a reckoning. Of every beast I will require it, and of man. Of every man's brother I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For God made man in his own image, and you, be fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly on the earth, and multiply in it. Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you. As many as came out of the ark, I establish my covenant with you. Then never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood, and never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. I set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the clouds, I will look upon it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. The sons of Noah who went forth from the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was peopled. Noah was the first tiller of the soil. He planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and he became drunk, and lay uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers outside. Then Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it upon their shoulders, and walked backwards, and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers. He also said, Blessed be the Lord my God be Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. God, enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. All the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Nations descended from Noah. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Repath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. From these, the coastland peoples spread. These are the sons of Japheth in their lands, each with his own language, by their families in their nations. The sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabteka. The sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Adam. Cush became the father of Nimrod. He was the first on earth to be a mighty man. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. because it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, and Akkad, all of them in the land of Shinar. From that land he went into Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehobothir, Calah, and Rezin, between Nineveh and Calah. That is the great city. Egypt became the father of Ludim, Anamim, Lahabim, Naphthalim, Pashtuzim, Kazlahim, whence became Philistines, and Caphtorim. Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth. And the Jebusites and Amorites, the Girgashites and Hivites, the Arkites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathites. Afterward, the families of the Canaanites spread abroad, and the territory of the Canaanites extended from Sidon in the direction of Gerar as far as Gaza, and in the direction of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their families, their languages, their lands, and their nations. To Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the elder of Japheth, children were born, the sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Arpachshad became the father of Shelah, and Shelah became the father of Eber. To Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. Joktan became the father of Elmodad, Shaleph, Hazaramaveth, Jerah, Hadoram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimel, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. The territory in which they lived extended from Mesha in the direction of Sephar to the hill country of the east. These are the sons of Shem by their families, their languages, their lands, and their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, according to their genealogies, in their nations, and from these the nations spread abroad on the earth after the flood.
How's it going?
Very good.
Got some big names.
Yeah. I'm going to get fact-checked in the comments.
Yo, David's doing this on his birthday. He's just sitting here reading the Bible on his birthday. Let's go. You got 17 viewers right now, which is pretty good, Dave.
All right.
There's
8 a.m.
a debate in the comments about Mary because it's the feast day of her Assumption, so that's been interesting to watch. But
Well, go Mary. I guess we'll get there. Give us 2 days.
yeah, maybe 3 days.
Mm-hmm. 11. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole earth had one language and few words. And as men migrated from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. And they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly." And they had brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered upon the face of the whole earth." And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the sons of men had built. And the Lord said, "Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. Come, let us go down, and there confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech." So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. Therefore its name was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. And from there the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of all the earth. These are the descendants of Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after the birth of Arpachshad 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arpachshad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And Arpachshad lived after the birth of Shelah 403 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And Shelah lived after the birth of Eber 403 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And Eber lived after the birth of Peleg 430 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And Peleg lived after the birth of Reu 209 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And Reu lived after the birth of Serug 207 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And Serug lived after the birth of Nahor 200 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And Nahor lived after the birth of Terah 119 years, and had other sons and daughters. When Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the descendants of Terah. Terah was the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran was the father of Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldeans. And Abram and Nahor took wives, and the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, and the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and Iscah, and Sarai was barren; she had no child. Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his grandson, and Sarai, and his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth together from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. The days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. The call of Abram. Now the Lord said to Abram, "Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and him who curses you I will curse. And by you all the families of the earth shall bless themselves." So Abram went, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran, and Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions which they had gathered, and the persons that they had gotten in Haran, and they set forth to go to the land of Canaan. When they had come to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land to the place at Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your descendants I will give this land." So he built there an altar to the Lord, who had appeared to him. Thence he removed to the mountain of the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed on, still going toward the Negeb. Now there was a famine in the land, so Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was severe in the land. When he was about to enter Egypt, he said to Sarai his wife, "I know that you are a woman beautiful to behold, and when the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but they will let you live. Say you are my sister, that it may go well with me because of you, and that my life may be spared on your account." When Abram entered Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very beautiful. And when the princes of Pharaoh saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house, and for her sake he dealt well with Abram. And he had sheep, oxen, he-donkeys, men-servants, maidservants, she-donkeys, and camels. But the Lord afflicted Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. So Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say to me, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her for my wife? Now then, here is your wife, take her and be gone." And Pharaoh gave men orders concerning him, and they set him on the way, with his wife and all that he had. Abram and Lot separate. So Abram went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negeb. Now Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold, and he journeyed on from the Negeb as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place where he made an altar at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord, and Lot, who went with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, so that the land could not support both of the dwelling together. For their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together, and there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And at that time the Canaanites and the Perizzites dwelt in the land. Then Abram said to Lot, "Let there be no strife between you and me, and between your herdsmen and my herdsmen, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself from me. If you take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you take the right hand, then I will go to the left." And Lot lifted up his eyes and saw that the Jordan valley was well watered everywhere, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, in the direction of Zoar. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself all the Jordan valley, and Lot journeyed east. Thus they separated from each other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, while Lot dwelt among the cities of the valley and moved his tent as far as Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were wicked, great sinners against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had separated from him, "Lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, I will give to you and your descendants forever. I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, your descendants can also be counted. Arise, walk through the length and the breadth of the land, for I will give it to you." So Abram moved his tent and came and dwelt by the oaks of Mamre, which are at Hebron, and there he built an altar to the Lord. 14. Lot's captivity and rescue. In the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elishar, Shedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, these kings made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemaber, king of Zobeim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor. And all these joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they had served Sherolamer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Sedorlaomer and the kings who were with him came and subdued the Rehaim and Ashter Karnihim and Zuzim in Ham, the Emim in Shavakir Irthaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, as far as Elpardan in the border of the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to Emishpat, that is Kadesh, and subdued all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, who dwelt in Hazan's Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor, went out, and they joined battle in the valley of Siddim with Shedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits, and as the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some fell into them, and the rest fled to the mountain. So the enemy took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their provisions, and went their way. They also took Lot, the son of Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Then one who had escaped came, and told Abram the Hebrew, who was living by the oaks of Mamre, the Amorite brother of Eshcol and of Aner. These were allies of Abram. When Abram heard that the kinsman had been taken captive, he led forth his trained men, born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. And he divided his forces against them by night, he and his servants, and routed them, and pursued them to Hobah, north of Damascus. Then he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his kinsman Lot with his goods, and the women and the people. After his return from defeat of Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him, the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was a priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram by God Most High, maker of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. And the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons, but take the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have sworn to the Lord God Most High, maker of heaven and earth, that I would not take a thread, or a sandal thong, or anything that is yours, lest you say, I have made Abram rich. I will take nothing but what the young men have eaten, and the share of the men who went with me. Let Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre take their share. God's covenant with Abram. After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Fear not, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great. But Abram said, O Lord God, what will you give me? For I continue childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, you have given me no offspring, and a slave born in my house will be my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him. This man shall not be your heir. Your own son shall be your heir. And he brought him outside and said, Look toward the heaven, and number the stars, if you are able to number them. Then he said to him, So shall your descendants be. And he believed the Lord, and he reckoned it to him as righteousness. And he said to him, I am the Lord who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to possess. But he said, O Lord God, how am I to know that I shall possess it? He said to him, Bring me a heifer 3 years old, a she-goat 3 years old, a ram 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he brought him all these, cut them in two, and laid each half over against the other. But he did not cut the birds into two. And when birds of prey came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. As the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram, and behold, a dread and great darkness fell upon him. Then the Lord said to Abram, Know of a surety that your descendants will be sojourners in the land that is not theirs, and will be slaves there, and they will be oppressed for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation in which they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. As for yourself, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. And they shall come back here in the 4th generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. When the sun had gone down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking firepot and a flaming torch passed between those pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
All right, Dave. Day 57.
All right. can keep going if you want. 16.
Oh, nice. You can take some time to interact with the comments.
All right. I'll do one more and then I'll hang.
All right, one more chapter and then hang.
16. The birth of Ishmael. Dude, am I saying Sarai wrong? It's Sarai, right?
Yeah, and then
it becomes Sarah. I'm just waiting for it to become Sarah so I can pronounce it easily.
Exactly.
Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children. She had an Egyptian maid whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said to Abram, "Behold now, the Lord has prevented me from bearing children. Go into my maid. It may be that I shall obtain children by her." And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. So after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar the Egyptian her maid, and gave her to Abram her husband as a wife. And he went into Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, she looked with contempt on her mistress. And Sarai said to Abram, "May the wrong done to me be on you. I gave my maid to your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, she looked on me with contempt. May the Lord judge between you and me." But Abram said to Sarai, "Behold, your maid is in your power. Do to her as you please." Then Sarai dealt harshly with her, and she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, the spring on the way to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, maid of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going?" She said, "I am fleeing from my mistress Sarai." The angel of the Lord said to her, "Return to your mistress and submit to her." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "I will so greatly multiply your descendants that they cannot be numbered for multitude." And the angel of the Lord said to her, "Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has given heed to your affliction. He shall be a wild donkey of a man, and his hand against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell over all his kinsmen." So he called the name of the Lord, who spoke to her, "You are a God of seeing." For she said, "Have I really seen God and remained alive after seeing him?" Therefore the well was called Bir Laharai. It lies between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called the name of his son, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Whew. Nice.
Let's go.
All right, what's our pace? Someone calculate our pace.
Yeah,
it took 1 hour to read 16 chapters of Genesis.
Oh man, how long is this gonna take? Everybody wish David a happy birthday. He's reading on his birthday.
Yo, Mr. C, Coaster people, I'm reading so that you can have a free Bible in the school year.
Yeah, we almost have 10 Bibles donated.
Let's
10
go.
Ignatius Catholic Study Bibles.
I just need like 30 for my class.
That'd be sick if we could give your whole class.
That'd be legendary.
Alright, Dave, you hang out with the chat for a bit. I'm taking the next shift. I gotta just go get something to eat quick.
Yeah, I might hit a few more.
Alright.
Because we got the first 3 hours, so I can push a little bit. Alright, I'm going to read another chapter, but if you guys have pressing interactions, this is the time. 17. The sign of the covenant. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you exceedingly." Then Abram fell on his face, and God said to him, "Behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of a multitude of nations. No longer shall your name be Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For I have made you the father of a multitude of nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come forth from you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you throughout their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and to your descendants after you. And I will give to you and to your descendants after you the land of your sojournings, and the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And God said to Abraham, As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep, between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you. He that is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised, every male throughout your generations, whether born in your house or bought with your money from any foreigner who is not your offspring. Both he that is born in your house and he that is bought with your money shall be circumcised. So shall my covenant be in your flesh, an everlasting covenant. Any circumcised male who is not circumcised is the flesh of his foreskin. In the flesh of his foreskin shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And God said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. I will bless her, and moreover, I will give you a son by her. I will bless her, and she will be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples shall come from her. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and said to himself, Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? Shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? And Abraham said to God, Oh, that Ishmael might live in your sight. God said, No, but Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son, and you shall call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I will bless him and make him fruitful and multiply him exceedingly. He shall be a father of 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But I will establish my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this season next year. When he had finished talking with him, God went up from Abraham. Then Abraham took Ishmael, his son, and all the slaves born in his house, or bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very day, as God had said to him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very day Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised, and all the men of his house, those born in the house and those bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Happy birthday from Quebec, Canada. Let's go. Quebec's legendary. Have you ever been to the Oratory of St. Joseph? That place is very cool. My confirmation saint is St. Andre Bisset, who commissioned that place. Very legendary. (18) A son promised to Abraham and Sarah. And the Lord appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre, and he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day. He lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men stood in front of him. When he saw them, he ran to the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the earth, and said, My Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, while I fetch a morsel of bread, that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant. So they said, Do as you have said. And Abraham hastened into the tent to Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd, and took the calf, tender and good, and gave it to the servant, who hastened to prepare it. And he took curds and milk, and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree while they ate. They said to him, Where is Sarah, your wife? And he said, "She is in the tent." The Lord said, "I will surely return to you in the spring, and Sarah your wife shall have a son." And Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in age. It had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. So Sarah laughed to herself, saying, "After I have grown old, and my husband is old, shall I have pleasure?" The Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you in the spring, and Sarah shall have a son." But Sarah denied, saying, "I did not laugh," for she was afraid. He said, "No, but you did laugh." Then the men set out from there, and they looked towards Sodom, and Abraham sent with them and set them on their way. The Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Seeing that Abraham shall become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall bless themselves by him. No, for I have chosen him, and he may charge with his children and his household after him, to keep the way of the Lord by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has promised him." Then the Lord said, "Because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and their sin is very grave, I will go down to see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry which has come to me, and if not, I will know." So the men turned from there and went towards Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord. Then Abraham drew near and said, "Will you indeed destroy the righteous with the wicked? Suppose that there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then destroy the place, not spare it, for the 50 righteous who are within it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be that from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?" And the Lord said, "If I find at Sodom 50 righteous in the city, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Abraham answered, "Behold, I have taken upon myself to speak to the Lord, I who am but dust and ashes. Suppose 5 of the 50 righteous are lacking. Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5? And he said, "I will not destroy it if I can find 45 there." Again he spoke to him and said, "Suppose 40 are found there." He answered, "For the sake of the 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 are found there." He answered, "I will not do it, if I find 30 there." He said, "Behold, I have taken upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 are found there." He answered, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then he said, "Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak again, but this once. Suppose 10 are found there." He answered, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." And the Lord went his way, and when he had finished speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. "19. The immorality of Sodom. The 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them, and bowed himself with his face to the earth, and said, 'My lords, turn aside, I pray to you, to your servant's house, and spend the night, and wash your feet. Then you may rise up early and go on your way.' They said, 'No, we will spend the night in the street.' But he urged them strongly, so they turned aside to him and entered his house. And he made them a feast, and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people of the last man, surrounded the house. And they called to Lot, 'Where are the men who came to you tonight?' Bring them out to us, that we may know them. Lot went out of the door to the men, shut the door after him, and said, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Behold, I have 2 daughters who have not known man. Let me bring them out to you, and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof. But they said, Stand back. And they said, This fellow came to sojourn, and he would play the judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. Then they pressed hard against the man Lot, and drew near to break the door. But the men put forth their hands, and brought Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they struck with blindness the men who were at the door of the house, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves groping from the door. Then the men said to Lot, Have you any one else here, sons-in-laws, sons, daughters, or any one you have in the city? Bring them out of the place, for we are about to destroy this place, because the outcry against the Lord has become great before the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and said to his sons-in-law, who were to marry his daughters, Up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city. But he seemed to his sons-in-laws to be jesting. When morning dawned, the angels urged Lot, saying, Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city. But he lingered. So the man seized him and his wife and his 2 daughters by the hand, the Lord being merciful to him. And they brought him forth and set him outside the city. And when they had brought them forth, they said, Flee for your life. Do not look back or stop anywhere in the valley. Flee to the hills, lest you be consumed. And Lot said to them, Oh no, my lords, behold, your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have shown me great kindness in saving my life. But I cannot flee to the hills, lest the disaster overtake me and I die. Behold, yonder city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my life will be saved. He said to him, Behold, I grant you this favor also, that I will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken. Make haste, escape there, for I can do nothing till you arrive there. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. The sun had risen on the earth when Lot came to Zor. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of the heaven, and he overthrew those cities, and all the valley, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But Lot's wife behind him looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward the land of the valley. And behold, and beheld, and behold, the smoke of the land went up like smoke of a furnace. So it was that, when God destroyed the cities of the valley, God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. Now Lot went up out of Zor, and dwelt in the hills with his 2 daughters, for he was afraid to dwell in Zor. So he dwelt in a cave with his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man on earth to come in to us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, so that we may preserve offspring through our father. So they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. He did not know she lay it down or when she rose. And on the next day the firstborn said to the younger, Behold, I lay last night with my father. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, that you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve offspring through our father. So they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. The firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. The younger also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites to this day. The Zealot's Den with a super chat. St. Michael defend us. From GAGAG. I don't know what that means, but St. Michael defend us in battle. 20. Abraham and Sarah at Gerar. From there Abraham journeyed towards the territory of the Negeb, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and he sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife. Now Abimelech had not approached her, so he said, Lord, will you slay an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, She is my sister? And she herself said, He is my brother. In the integrity of the heart and the innocence of my hands I have done this. Then God said to him in the dream, Yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart, and it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not let you touch her. Now then, restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet. And he shall pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours. So Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told them all these things. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said to him, What have you done to us, and how have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me things that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, What were you thinking of, that you did this thing? Abraham said, I did it because I thought there is no fear of God at all in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, This is the kindness you must do to me at every place to which we come. Say of me, He is my brother. Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham, and restored Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. To Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is your vindication in the eyes of all who are with you, and before everyone you are righted. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, and also healed his wife, and female slaves, so that they bore children. For the Lord had closed all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. I'm gassed.
All right, good job, David. The birthday morning read.
I'll be back later.
I'm gonna be taking.
Hey,
over.
8:15.
Oh, dude, it's the day.
8:15 on 8:15.
Yeah, let's go. Happy David's birthday. Happy Feast of the Assumption.
I'll give you 5 cents if you restart for every mispronounced Hebrew name. Well, I don't know how to pronounce it, so I don't know how to pronounce it right.
Good point.
So.
All right, I'll be taking over from here.
Ugh. All right.
What are we on? Genesis 21?
21. Yep.
Chapter 21. All right, I got my coffee and water. And we will be sending this.
All right.
You're just putting that right there.
I'm gonna, because if I want to change it, check the donations. But
All right, go.
all right, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We are on Genesis chapter 21. I'll be taking over from here. I'll probably pronounce the words even worse, but we'll see. All right, chapter 21, the birth of Isaac. The Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had promised. And Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the time of which God had spoken to him. Abraham called the name of his son, who was born to him, whom Sarah bore him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, God has made laughter for me. Everyone who hears will laugh over me. And she said, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would suckle children? Yes, I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. But Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, playing with her son Isaac. So she said to Abraham, cast out this slave woman with her son, for the son of this slave woman shall not be heir with my son Isaac. And the thing was very displeasing to Abraham on account of his son. But God said to Abraham on account of his son, be not displeased because of the lad and because of your slave woman. Whoever Sarah says to you, do as she tells you. For through Isaac shall your descendants be named. And I will make a nation of the son of the slave woman also, because he is your offering. So Abraham rose early in the morning, and took bread and a skin of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, along with the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she cast the child under one of the bushes. Then she went and sat down over against him, a good way off, about the distance of a bow shot. For she said, let me not look upon the death of my child. And as she sat over against him, the child lifted up his voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven, and said to her, what troubles you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him fast with your hand, for I will make him a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water, and gave the lad a drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew up. He lived in the wilderness, and became an expert with the bow. He lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, God is with you in all that you do. Now therefore, swear to me here, by God, that you will not deal falsely with me, or with my offspring, or with my posterity, but as I have dealt loyally with you, and will deal with me, and with the land where you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. When Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water which Abimelech's servants had seized, Abimelech said, I do not know who has done this thing. You did not tell me, and I have not heard of it until today. So Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a covenant. Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock apart. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs which you have set apart? He said, these 7 ewe lambs you will take from my hand, that you may be a witness for me that I dug this well. Therefore that place was called Beersheba, because there both of them swore an oath. So they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, rose up and returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned many days in the land of the Philistines. After these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham. And he said,
Here am I. He said, Take your son, your only begotten son, Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him as a burnt offering upon one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. So Abraham rose early in the morning, saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and his son Isaac, and he cut the wood for the burnt offering, and arose and went to the place of which God had told him. On the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. Then Abraham said to his young men, Stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and set it on Isaac his son, and he took his hand the fire of the knife. So they went both of them together. And Isaac said to his father Abraham, My father. He said, Here am I, my son. He said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham said, God will provide himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. So they went both of them together. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. Then Abraham put forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, saying, Abraham, Abraham! And he said, Here am I. He said, Do not lay your hand on the lad, or do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only begotten son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, behind him was a ram, caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went, and took the ram, and offered it up as a burnt offering, instead of his son. So Abraham called the name of that place, The Lord will provide. As it is said to this day, On the mountain of the Lord it shall be provided. And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven. And he said, By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this, and have not withheld your son, your only begotten son, I will indeed bless you, and I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore, and your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies, and by your descendants shall all nations of the earth bless themselves, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they arose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt in Beersheba. Now, after these things it was told, Abraham, Behold, Milcah also has borne children to your brother Nahor. Uz, the firstborn of Buz, his brother, Kemuel, the father of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Fildash, Dilaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. These 8 Milcah, born to Nahor, Abraham's brother. Moreover, his concubine, whose name was Reumah, bore Teba, Gaham, Tasha, and Miakah. On 23. Sarah lived 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died at Kiriath-arba, that is, Hebron, on the land of Canaan. And Abraham went in the morn of Sarah to weep for her. And Abraham rose up from before his dead, and said to the Hittites, I am a stranger and a sojourner among you. Give me property among you for a burying place, that I may bury my dead out of sight. The Hittites answered Abraham, Hear us, my lord, you are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our sepulchres. None of us will withhold from you his sepulchre, or hinder you from burying your dead. Abraham rose and bowed to the Hittites and the people of the land. And he said to them, If you are willing that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat from me Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he owns. It is at the end of his field. For the full price let him give it to me in your presence as a possession for a burying place. Now Ephron was sitting among the Hittites, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites, of all who went in at the gate of his city, No, my lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the presence of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in the hearing of the people, But if you will hear me, I will give the price of the field, accept it from me, that I may bury my dead here. Ephron answered Abraham, My lord, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed with Ephron, and Abraham weighed out for Ephron the silver which he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weights current among the merchants. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was the east of Mamre, the field with the cave which was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, throughout its whole area, was made over to Abraham as a possession in the presence of the Hittites, before all who went in at the gate of the city. After this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that is in it were made over to Abraham as a possession for burying place by the Hittites. Just gotta get a sip of coffee. All right. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Thanks for the comments. Now, Abraham was old, well advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his house, who had charge of all that he had, Put your hand under my thigh, and I will give you, swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but will go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son Isaac. The servant said to him, Perhaps the woman may not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I then take your son back to the land from which you came? Abraham said to him, See to it that you do not take my son back here. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my birth, and who spoke to me and swore to me, To your descendants I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be free from this oath of mine. Only you must not take my son back there. So the servants put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning the matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, taking all sorts of choice gifts from his master. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made the camels kneel down outside the city, by the well of water at the time of evening, the time when women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, grant me success today, I beg you, and show mercy to my master Abraham. Behold, I am standing by the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Let the maiden to whom I shall say, Please let down your jar that I may drink, and who shall say, Drink, and I will water your camels, let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Isaac. By this I shall know that you have shown mercy to my master. Before he had done speaking, behold, Rebekah, who was born to Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her water jar upon her shoulder. The maiden was very fair to look upon, a virgin whom no man had known. She went down to the spring and filled her jar and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, Please give me a little water to drink from your jar. She said, Drink, my lord. And she quickly let down her jar upon her hand and gave him a drink. Then she had finished giving him a drink. She said, I will draw for your camels also, until they have done drinking. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, and ran again to the well to draw, and she drew for all his camels. The man gazed at her in silence to learn whether the Lord had prospered his journey or not. When the camels had done drinking, the man took a gold ring weighing a half shekel and 2 bracelets for her arms, weighing 10 gold shekels, and said, "Tell me whose daughter you are. Is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in?" She said to him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor." She added, "We have both straw and food enough, and room to lodge in." The man bowed his head and worshipped the Lord, and he said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his mercy and his faithfulness towards my master. As for me, the Lord has led me in the way to the house of my master's kinsman." When the maiden ran and told her mother's household about these things, Rebekah had a brother whose name was Laban. And Laban ran out to the man to the spring. When he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arm, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, "Thus the man spoke to me," he went to the man, and behold, he was standing by the camels of the spring. He said, "Come in, O blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man came into the house, and Laban ungirded the camels, and gave him straw and food for the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. Then food was set before him to eat, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told my errand." And he said, "Speak on." So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has greatly blessed my master, and he has become great. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, men servants and maid servants, camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. My master made me swear, saying, 'You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but you shall go to my father's house and to my kindred and take a wife for my son.' I said to my master, 'Perhaps the woman will not follow me.' But he said to him, 'The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with you and prosper your way, and you shall take a wife for my son from my kindred and from my father's house. Then you will be free from my oath when you have come to my kindred, and if they will not give her to you, you will be free from my oath.' I came today to the spring and said, 'O Lord, the God of my master Abraham, if now you will prosper the way which I go, behold, I am standing by the spring of water. Let the young woman who comes out to draw, to whom I shall say, "Please give me a little water for your jar to drink," and will say to me, "Drink, and I will draw for your camels also. Let her be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for my master's son." Behold, I had done speaking in my heart. Behold, Rebekah came out with her water jar on her shoulder, and she went down to the spring and drew. And I said to her, "Please, let me a drink." She quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I will give your camels drink also." So I drank, and she gave the camels drink also. She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him." So I put the ring on her nose and the bracelets on her arm. Then I bowed my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me by the right way to take the daughter of my master's kinsman for her son. Now then, if you will deal loyally and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left." Then Laban and Bethuel answered, "The thing comes from the Lord. We cannot speak to you good or bad. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth before the Lord, and the servants brought forth jewelry and silver and gold and a raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave to her brother and to her mother costly ornaments, and he and the men who were with him ate and drank, and they spent the night there. When they arose in the morning, he said, "Send me back to my master." Her brother said, and her mother said, "Let the maiden remain with us a while, at least 10 days after, and that she may go." But he said to them, "Do not delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Let me go, that I may go to my master." They said, "We will call the maiden and ask her." And they called Rebekah and said to her, "Will you go with this man?" She said, "I will go." So they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, be the mother of thousands of 10,000s, and may her descendants possess the gate of those who hate him." When Rebekah, her maids, arose and rode upon the camels and followed the man, thus the servant took Rebekah and went on his way. Now Isaac had come from Beer-lahai-roi, and was dwelling in the Negeb. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, there were camels coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she alighted from the camel, and said to the servants, "Who is the man yonder, walking in the fields to meet us?" The servant said, "It is my master." So she took her veil and covered herself. And the servants told Isaac all the things that he had done. Then Isaac brought her into the tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. So Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. We're on to chapter 25. Just need to take a quick drink. Thanks for the continued donations. And I just donated 50, so we're at 350. 350. We have 10 study Bibles that we're able to give to local Catholic ministries, and it will be this exact study Bible, the St. Ignatius Catholic Study Bible. All right, here we go. Chapter 25. Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Timran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishba, and Shun. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Asurim, Letushim, and Lemumin. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanak, Abidah, and Eldah. And all these were the children of Keturah. Abraham gave all he had to Isaac, but to the sons of his concubines Abraham gave gifts. And while he was still living, he sent them away from his son Isaac, eastward to the east country. These are the days of the years of Abraham's life, 175 years. Abraham breathed his last and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. Isaac and Ishmael, his sons, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, and the son of Zahor the Hittite, east of Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried, with Sarah his wife. After the death of Abraham, God blessed Isaac his son, and Isaac dwelt in Beer-lahai-roi, the descendants of Ishmael. These are the descendants of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's maid, bore to him. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, named in the order of their birth: Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Numa, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jeder, Nephish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their villages and their encampments, 12 princes according to their tribes. These are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his kindred. They dwelt from Havilah to Shur, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria, and settled over against all his people. These are the descendants of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham was the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took to wife Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Padanaram, the sister of Laban the Aramean. And Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And the Lord granted his prayer, and Rebekah his wife conceived. The children of Rebekah his wife conceived. The children struggled together within her. And she said, If it is thus, why do I live? So she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples born of you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other. The elder shall serve the younger. When her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. The first came forth red, all his body like a hairy mantle. So they called him Esau. Afterward, his brother came forth, and his hand had taken hold of Esau's heel. So his name was called Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when she bore both of them. When the boys grew up, Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, while Jacob was a quiet man, dwelling in tents. Isaac loved Esau because he ate of his game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was boiling pottage, Esau came in from the field, and he was famished. And Esau said to Jacob, Let me eat of that red porridge, for I am famished. Therefore his name was called Edom. Jacob said, First, sell me your birthright. Esau said, I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me? Jacob said, Swear to me first. So he swore to him, and sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and porridge of his lentils, and he ate and drank, and rose, and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. What's up, Jacob Carroll? Thanks for joining. Pearly Boy, using the membership stickers. That's awesome. All right, chapter 26. This is riveting. Now, there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Gerar, to Abimelech, king of the Philistines. And the Lord appeared to him, and said, Do not go down to Egypt. Dwell in the land of which I shall tell you. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and I will bless you. For you and your descendants I will give of this land, and I will fulfill the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. And I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven, and I will give to your descendants all these lands, and by your descendants all the nations of the earth shall bless themselves. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. So Isaac dwelt in Gerar. When the men of the place asked him about his wife, he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, My wife, thinking lest the men of the place should kill me for the sake of Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. When he had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out of a window and saw Isaac fondling Rebekah his wife. So Abimelech called to Isaac and said, Behold, she is your wife. How then could you say, She is my sister? Isaac said to him, Because I thought, lest I die because of her. Abimelech said, What is this you have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain with your wife, and you should have brought guilt upon us. So Abimelech warned all the people, saying, Whoever touches this man or his wife shall be put to death. And Isaac sowed in that land, and reaped in the same year 100-fold. The Lord blessed him, and the man became rich, and gained more and more until he became very wealthy. And he said, Possessions of flocks and herds, and a great household, so that the Philistines envied him. Now the Philistines had stopped and filled the earth all the wells which his father's servant had dug in the days of Abraham his father. And Abimelech said to Isaac, Go away from us, for you are much mightier than we. So Isaac departed from there, and encamped in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac dug again the wells of water which had been dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he gave them the names which his father had given them. But when Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of spring water, the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, The water is ours. So he called the name of the well Esek, because they contended with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarreled over that also. So he called its name Sitnah. And he moved from there and dug another well, and over that they did not quarrel. So he called its name Rehoboth, saying, For now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. From there he went up to Beersheba, and the Lord appeared to him the same night and said, I am the God of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and will bless you and multiply your descendants, for my servant Abraham's sake. So he built an altar there, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there, and there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar with Ahuzalth, his advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his army. Isaac said to them, Why have you come to me, seeing that you hate me, and have sent me away from you? They said, We see plainly that the Lord is with you. So we say, Let there be an oath between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we have not touched you, and have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the Lord. So he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. In the morning they rose early, and took oath with one another. And Isaac set them on their way, and they departed from him in peace. That same day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well which they had dug, and said to him, We have found water. He called it Shibah, therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. When Esau was 40 years old, he took to wife Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and they made life bitter for Isaac and Rebekah. 27. Now that we're this far, I really hope someone doesn't donate $3.50. Honestly, we might take that down if it gets out of hand. When Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau, his older son, and said to him, My son. And he answered, Here I am. He said, Behold, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and hunt game for me, and prepare for me savory food, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that I may bless you before I die. Now Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. So, when Esau went to the field to hunt for game and bring it, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, I heard your father speaking to your brother Esau. Bring me game, and prepare for me savory food, that I may eat it, and bless you before the Lord before I die. Now therefore, my son, obey my word as I commanded you. Go to the flock and fetch me 2 good kids, that I may prepare from them savory food for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before he dies. But Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be mocking him, and bring a curse upon myself, and not a blessing. His mother said to him, Upon me be your curse. My son, only obey my word, and go, fetch them to me. So he went and took them, and brought them to his mother, and he and his mother prepared savory food, such as his father loved. Then Rebekah took the best garments of Esau, her older son, which were with her in the house and put them on Jacob her younger son. And the skins of the kids she put upon his hands, and upon the smooth part of his neck, and she gave the savory food and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hands of her son Jacob. So he went into his father's house, and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game, that you may bless me. But Isaac said to his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? He answered, Because the Lord your God granted me success. Then Isaac said to Jacob, Come near, that I may feel you, my son, to know whether you are really my son Esau or not. So Jacob went near to Isaac his father, who felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he did not recognize him, because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. He said, Are you really my son Esau? He answered him, I am. Then he said, Bring it to me, that I may eat of my son's game and bless you. So he brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come near and kiss me, my son." So he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his garments, and blessed him, and said, "See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Lord has blessed. May God give you of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's son bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." And soon, as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, when Jacob had scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, Esau his brother came in from his hunting. He also prepared savory food and brought it to his father. And he said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that you may bless him." His father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" He answered, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." Then Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who is it that hunted game and brought it to me and ate it all before you came? And I have blessed him. Yes, and he shall be blessed." When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried out with exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." But he said, "Your brother came with guile, and he has taken away your blessing." Esau said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me with these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing." Then he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brothers, and I have given to him for servants, and with grain and wine I have sustained him. What then can I do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then Isaac his father answered him, "Behold, away from the fatness of the earth shall your dwelling be, and away from the dew of heaven on high. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. But when you break loose, you shall break his yoke from your neck." Okay, this is like tragic. I don't know why I'm getting emotional. Now Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. "For my father are approaching. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." But the words of Esau, his older son, were told to Rebekah. So she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said to him, "Behold, your brother Esau comforts himself by planning to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee to Laban, my brother in Haran, and stay with him a while, until your brother's anger turns away, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be bereft of you, both in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am weary of my life because of the Hittite woman. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women, such as these, one of the women of the land, what good will my life be to me?" All right, on to 28. Man, that's so tragic. Jacob stealing the blessing of his father from Esau. I don't know why that hits right now. All right, 28. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him, "You shall not marry one of the Canaanite women. Arise, go to Padanaram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take as a wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may become a company of peoples. May you give the blessing of Abraham to you and to your descendants with you, that you may take possession of the land of your sojournings, which God gave to Abraham." Thus Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padanaram to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. Now Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padanaram to take a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he charged him, "You shall not marry one of the Canaanite women," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother, and gone to Padanaram. So when Esau Esau saw that the Canaanite women did not please Isaac his father, Esau went to Ishmael and took to wife, besides the wives he had, Methalah, the daughter of Ishmael's, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth. Jacob left Beersheba and went towards Haran. And he came to a certain place and stayed there that night, because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, a Welcome Cap member, Sean Kelly, and he dreamed that there was a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached the heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and he said, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac, the land of which you lie. I will give to you and to your descendants, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south, and by you and your descendants shall all the families of the earth bless themselves. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you, and until I have done that of which I have spoken to you. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, and said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid, and said, How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. So Jacob rose early in the morning, and he took the stone which he had put under his head, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil on top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of the city was Luz at the first. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and I will give bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God. And this stone which I have set up for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give the 10th to you. Good morning, Epiclesis. Thanks for joining in. Chapter 29.
Sean Kelly, is this Sean?
Yeah, let's go. All right, chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey and came to the land of the people of the east. And he looked, he saw a well in the field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it. For out of that well the flocks were watered. The stone on the well's mouth was large. And when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the mouth of the well, and water the sheep, and put the stone back in the place of the mouth of the well. Jacob said, My brothers, where do you come from? They said, We are from Haran. He said to them, Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? They said, We know him. And he said to them, Is it well with him? They said, It is well. And see, Rachel his daughter is coming with the sheep. He said, Behold, it is still high day, as is not time for the animals to be gathered together. Water the sheep and go, pasture them. But they said, We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together, and the stone is rolled from the mouth of the well. Then we water the sheep. While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. Now, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, Jacob went up and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. And Jacob told Rachel that he was the father's kinsman, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told his father. When Laban heard the tidings of Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. Jacob told Laban all these things, and Laban said to him, Surely you are my bone and my flesh. And he stayed with him a month. Then Laban said to Jacob, Because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be? For Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful and lovely. Jacob loved Rachel, and he said, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel. Laban said, It is better that I give her to you, that I should give her to any other man. Stay with me. So Jacob served him 7 years for Rachel. And they seemed to him but a few days, because of the love he had for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, that I may go into her, for my time is completed." So Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made him a feast. But in the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. Laban gave his maid Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her maid. And in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve for you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban said, "It is not so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and I will give you the other one also in return, for serving me another 7 years." Jacob did so and completed her week. Then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to wife. Laban gave his maid Bilhah to his daughter Rachel to be her maid. So Jacob went into Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and served Laban for another 7 years. When the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, "Because the Lord has looked upon my afflictions, surely now my husband will love me." She conceived again and bore a son, and said, "Because the Lord has heard that I am hated, he has given me this son also." And she called his name Simeon. Again she conceived and bore a son, and said, "Now this time my husband will be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore his name was Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, "This time I will praise the Lord." Therefore she called his name Judah. Then she ceased bearing. All right, the plot is heating up. We're getting the tribes of Jacob right now listed out. Also, rest in peace, Jacob. He was tricked by Laban, but he kind of got a taste of his own medicine because he tricked his own father into stealing the birthright. So I think he got what he was due. Chapter 30. Here we go. When Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, she envied her sister, and she said to Jacob, "Give me children, or I shall die." Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, "Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" Then she said, "Here is my maid Bilhah. Go into her, that she may bear upon my knees, and even I may have children through her." So she gave him her maid Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob went into her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. Then Rachel said, "God has judged me, and he has also heard my voice and given me a son." Therefore she called his name Dan. Rachel's maid Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "With mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed." So she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her maid Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Then Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a son, and Leah said, "Good fortune." So she called his name Gad. Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a son, and Leah said, "Blessed am I, for the women will call me blessed." So she called his name Asher. In the days of wheat harvest, Reuben went and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, "Give me, I pray, some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" Rachel said, "Then he may lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes." When Jacob came to the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he lay with her that night. And God hearkened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a 5th son. Leah said, "God has given me my hire, because I gave my maid to my husband." So she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and she bore Jacob a 6th son. Then Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good dowry. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she called his name Zebulun. Afterward she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel, And God hearkened to her, and opened her womb. She conceived and bore a son, and said, God has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, saying, May the Lord add to me another son. Let's go, Joseph. Welcome to the scene. Jacob prospers. When Rachel had borne Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own home and country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you. And let me go, for you know the service which I have given you. But Laban said to him, If you will allow me to say so, I have learned by divination that the Lord had blessed me because of you. Name your wages, and I will give it. Jacob said to him, You yourself know how I have served you, and how your cattle have fared with me. For you had little before I came, and it has increased abundantly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I turn. But now when shall I provide for my own household also? He said, What shall I give you? Jacob said, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this for me, I will again feed your flock and keep it. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep, and every black lamb, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and such shall be my wages. So my honesty will answer for me later, when you come to look into my wages with you. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs, if found with me, shall be counted stolen. Laban said, Good, let it be as you have said. But that day Laban removed the he-goats that were striped and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had white on it, and every lamb that was black, and put them in charge of his sons. And he set a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flock. Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar, and almond and plane, and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set the rods which he had peeled in front of the flocks in the runnels, that is, the watering troughs, where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods, and so the flocks brought forth stripes, speckled and spotted. And Jacob separated the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks towards the striped, and all the black of the flock of Laban. And he put his own droves apart, and did not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeded, Jacob laid the rods in the runnels before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the rods. But for the feebler of the flock he did not lay them there. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man grew exceedingly rich, and had large flocks, maidservants and manservants, and camels and donkeys. Wow, there you go again, Jacob, just tricking people. Living up to his name. Jacob literally means tricked. So, man, I didn't even know that story before reading this. All right, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for donated. Almost 400 raised. Thanks for donating to this good cause of buying these study Bibles. All right, chapter 31. Epiclesis, let's go. The Holy Happy Hour. Thanks for joining. Now Jacob heard that the sons of Laban were saying, Jacob has taken all that was our father's, and from what was our father's he has gained all his wealth. And Jacob saw that Laban did not regard him with the favor as before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah into the field where his flock was, and said to them, I see that your father does not regard me with favor as he did before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I have served your father with all my strength. Yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times, but God did not permit him to harm me. If he had said, The spotted shall be your wages, then all the flock bore spotted. And if he said, The striped shall be your wages, then all the flock bore striped. Thus God has taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. In the mating season of the flock I lifted up my eyes, and saw in a dream, and the he-goats which leaped upon the flock were striped, spotted, and mottled. Then the angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up your eyes and see. All the goats that leap upon the flock are striped, spotted, and mottled. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. Now arise, go forth from this land, and return to the land of your birth. Then Rachel and Leah answered him, Is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? For he has sold us, and he has been using up the money given to us. All the property which God has taken away from our father belongs to us, to our children. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do." So Jacob arose and set his sons and his wives on camels, and he drove away all his cattle, all his livestock which he had gained, the cattle in his possession, which he had acquired in Padanaram, to go to the land of Canaan to his father Isaac. Laban had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole her father's household gods. And Jacob outwitted Laban and Aramean, in that he did not tell him that he intended to flee. He fled with all that he had, and arose and crossed the Euphrates, and set his face toward the hill country of Gilead. Oh yeah, Jacob, literally. Silly Jacob. All right, here we go. When it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob had fled, he took his kinsmen with him, and pursued him for 7 days, and followed close after him to the hill country of Gilead. But God came to Laban, an Aramean, in a dream by night, and said to him, "Take heed that you say not a word to Jacob, either good or bad." And Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country, and Laban with his kinsmen encamped in the hill country of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done, that you have cheated me, and carried away my daughters like captives of the sword? Why did you flee secretly and cheat me, and did not tell me, so that I might have sent you away with mirth and songs, with tambourine and lyre? And why did you not permit me to kiss my sons and my daughter farewell? Now you have done foolishly. It is in my power to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, 'Take heed that you speak to Jacob neither good nor bad.' And now you have gone away, because you have longed greatly for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "Because I was afraid, for I thought that you would take your daughters from me by force. Any one with whom you find your gods shall not live. In the presence of your kinsmen, point out what I have that is yours, and take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 maidservants, but he did not find them. And he went out of Leah's tent, and entered Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the household gods, and put them in the camel's saddle, and sat upon them. Laban felt all about the tent, but did not find them. And she said to her father, "Let not my lord be angry, that I cannot rise before you, for the way of the women is upon me." So he searched, but he did not find the household gods. Then Jacob became angry, and upbraided Laban. Jacob said to Laban, "What is my offense? What is my sin, that you have hotly pursued me, although you have felt through all my goods? What have you found of all your household goods? Set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not miscarried, and you have not eaten the rams of your flocks. That which was torn by wild beasts I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of it myself. Of my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was by day, and heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sheep fled from my eyes. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flocks, and you have changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been on my side, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. God saw my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night." Then Laban answered and said to Jacob, "My daughters are my daughters, and the children are my children. The flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children whom they have borne? Come now, let us make covenant with you and I, and let us be a witness between you and me." So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. And Jacob said to his kinsmen, "Gather stones." And they took stones and made a heap, that they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jergarahutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today. Therefore he named it Gilead, and the pillar Mizpah. For he said, The Lord watch between you and me, when we are absent from one another. If you ill-treat my daughters, or if you take wives beside my daughters, although no man is with us, remember, God is a witness between you and me. Then Laban said to Jacob, See this heap and the pillar, which I have set between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and you will not pass over this heap and this pillar to me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor and the God of the father judge between us. So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac, and Jacob offered a sacrifice on the mountain and called his kinsmen to eat bread. And they ate bread and tarried all night on the mountaintop. Early in the morning Laban arose and kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he departed and returned home. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We're on chapter 23 of Genesis. Thanks for all the donations so far. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for liking this stream. We're over halfway through Genesis, so making good progress here. And Jacob sent messages, chapter 23. Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's army. So he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother in the land of Seir, the country of Edom, instructing them, Thus you shall say to my lord Esau, Thus says your servant Jacob, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed with you until now, and I have oxen, donkeys, flocks, men servants, and maidservants, and I have sent to tell you, my lord, in order that I may find favor in your sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to your brother Esau, and he is coming to meet you, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid, and he distressed, and he divided the people that were with him, and the flocks of the herds and the camels, into 2 companies, thinking, If Esau comes to the one company and destroys it, then the company which is left will escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, Return to your country and to your kindred, and I will do you good. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercy and of the faithfulness which you have shown to your servant. For with you only, my staff, I crossed this Jordan, and now I become 2 companies. Deliver me, I beg you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he come and slay all of us, and the mothers with the children. But you said, I will do you good, and make your descendants as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. So he lodged there that night, and took from what he had with him a present for his brother Esau, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels, and their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 she-donkeys, and 10 he-donkeys. These he delivered into the hands of the servants, every drove by itself, and said to his servants, Pass on before me, and put a space between the drove and drove. He instructed the foremost, When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, To whom do you belong? Where are you going? And whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a present sent to my lord Esau, and moreover he is behind us. He likewise instructed the second and the third, and all who followed the droves. You shall say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and you shall say, Moreover, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he thought, I may appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterwards I shall see his face. Perhaps he will accept me. So the present passed on before him, and he himself lodged that night in the camp. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. The same night he arose and took his 2 wives, his 2 maids, and his 11 children, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them across the stream, and likewise everything that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until the breaking of the day. When the man saw that he did not prevail against Jacob, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and Jacob's thigh was put out of joint, as he wrestled with him. But he said, Let me go, for the day is breaking. Jacob said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. And he said to him, What is your name? And he said, Jacob. Then he said, Your name shall no more be called Jacob, but Israel. For you have striven with God and with me, and have prevailed. Then Jacob asked him, Tell me, I pray, your name. But he said, Why is it that you ask me my name? And therefore blessed him. So Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, saying, For I have seen God face to face, and yet my life is preserved. The sun rose upon him as he passed Penuel, limping because of his thigh. Therefore to this day the Israelites do not eat the sinew of the hip which is upon the hollow of the thigh, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, on the sinew of the hip. All right, we got the official name change now, Jacob to Israel. So this is where the nation of Israel is being born. Israel meaning wrestled with God. We have a lot of names in the Old Testament that have a lot of meanings. Jacob wrestles God is one of my top 3 favorites. Oh, for sure. Great story. All right, thanks guys. Here we go. 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau was coming, and 400 men with him. So he divided the children among Leah and Rachel, and the 2 maids. And he put the maids with her children in front, then Leah with her children, and Rachel and Joseph last of all. He himself went on before them, bowing himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. But Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell upon his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And when Esau raised his eyes, and saw the women and children, saying, Who are these with you? Jacob said, The children whom God has graciously given your servant. Then the maids drew near, they and their children, and bowed down. Leah likewise and her children drew near and bowed down. And last, Joseph and Rachel drew near, and they bowed down. Esau said, What do you mean by all this company which I met? Jacob answered, To find favor in the sight of my Lord. But Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself. Jacob said, No, I beg you, if I have found favor in your sight, then accept my present from my hand, for truly to see your face is like seeing the face of God. With such favor have you received me. Accept, I beg you, my gift that is brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. Thus he urged him, and took it. Then Esau said, Let us journey on our way, and I will go before you. But Jacob said to him, My Lord knows that the children are frail, and that the flocks are hurting, giving suck are a care to me. And they are overdriven for one day, all the flocks will die. Let my Lord pass on before his servants, and I will lead on slowly, according to the pace of the cattle which are before me, according to the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Sire. Thanks for the water, Ratch. Yeah. So Esau said, Let me leave with you some of the men who are with me. But he said, What need is there? Let me find favor in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way to Sire. But Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built himself a house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, on his way from Padaram, and he camped before the city. And from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, he bought for 100 pieces of money the piece of land in which he had pitched the tent. Therefore he erected on an altar and called it El Eleh Israel. All right, chapter 34. Thanks for tuning in, guys. $395 donated. We're almost to 400. $5 more. Let's go. It's a good cause. You can read in the description why we're fundraising, why we're doing this whole thing. To grow spiritually, to read the Bible, but also to fundraise for local Catholic ministries. All right, chapter 34. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her, he seized her and lay with her and humbled her. And his soul was drawn to Dinah, the son of Jacob. He loved the maiden and spoke tenderly to her. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, Give me this maiden for my wife. Now Jacob heard that he had defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons were with his cattle in the field. So Jacob held his pace until they came, and Hamor, the son of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. The sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard of it, and the men were indignant and very angry because he had wrongly wrought folly in Israel by laying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing ought not be done. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I beg you, give her to him in marriage. Make marriages with us, give your daughters to us, and take your daughters for yourselves. You shall dwell with us, and the land shall be open to you. Dwell and trade in it, and get property in it. Shechem also said to her son, and to her brothers, Let me find favor with your eyes, and whatever you say to me I will give. Ask of me ever so much as marriage, present and gift, and I will give according to as you say to me. Only give me the maiden to be my wife. So the sons of Jacob answered, Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he had defiled their sister Dinah. They said to them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that shall be a disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we consent to you, that you will become as we are, and every male of you will be circumcised. Then we give you our daughters to you, and you will make your daughters to ourselves, and he will dwell with you and become one people. But if you will not listen to us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and he will be gone. This is RSV CE 2nd edition, and you can see the book and chapter right there, Genesis chapter 34. So tune in. Read along. Their words pleased Hamor and Hamor's son Shechem, and the young man did not delay to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter. So he was the most honored of all his family. So Hamor and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city, and spoke to the men of their city, saying, These men are friendly with us. Let them dwell in the land and trade in it, and behold, the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters in marriage, and let us give them our daughters. Only in this condition will the men agree to dwell with us, to become one people, that every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Will not their cattle, their property, and all their beasts be ours? Only let us agree with them, and they will dwell with us. And all who dwell out of the gate of his city hearkened to Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male was circumcised, and all who went out of the gate of his city. On the third day, when they were sore, two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and came upon the city unawares, and killed all the males. They slew Hamor and his son Shechem with the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went away. And the sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and plundered the city, because their sister had been defiled. They took their flocks and their herds, their donkeys, and whatever was in the city and their fields, all their wealth, all their little ones and their wives, all there was in their houses, they captured and made their prey. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have brought trouble on me by making me odious to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. My numbers are few, and if they gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household. But they said, Should he treat our sister as a harlot? Okay, that's chapter 25. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I just need 1 second. Just take a breather. I think we got someone relieving me soon. Delora. What are you guys thinking so far about the story? Let us know in the comments. Woo! Oh, Futsa, thanks for joining in. Giant Robots and God. Interesting name. Here we go. All right, we're in Genesis chapter 35. My eyes are hurting more than my voice. And God said to Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar to the God who appeared to you when you fled from your brother Esau. So Jacob said to his household, and to all who were with him, Put away the foreign gods that were among you, and purify yourselves, and change your garments, Then let us arise and go up to Bethel, that I may make there an altar to the God who answered me in the day of my distress, and has been with me wherever I have gone. So they gave to Jacob all the foreign gods that they had, and the rings that were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was near Shechem. And as they journeyed, a terror from God fell upon the cities that were round about them, so that they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. And Jacob came to Luz, that is Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who bore with him, and there he built an altar and called the place Ethbethel, because there God had revealed himself to him when he had fled from his brother. And Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried under the oak below Bethel. So the name it was called Elulbakuth. God appeared to Jacob again when he came to Padanaram and blessed him. And God said to him, Your name is Jacob. No longer shall your name be called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name. So his name was called Israel. And God said to him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall come from you, and kings shall spring forth from you. The land which I gave to Abraham and Isaac I will give to you, and I will give you the land of your descendants after you. Then God went up from him in the place where he had spoken with him, and Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he had spoken him, a pillar of stone. He poured out a drink offering on it, and poured oil on it. So Jacob called his name of the place where God had spoken with him, Bethel. When they journeyed from Bethel, and when they still some distance from Ephrath, Rachel went into labor, and she had hard labor. And when she was in her hard labor, the midwife said to her, Fear not, for now you have another son. And as her soul was departed, for she died, she called his name Benoni, but his father called his name Benjamin. So Rachel died, and she was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. And Jacob set up a pillar upon her grave. It is the pillar of Rachel's tomb, which is there to this day. Israel journeyed on and pitched his tent beyond the tower of Eder. While Israel dwelt in the land, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard of it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's maid, Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Zilpah, Leah's maid, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob, who were born to him in Padanaram. And Jacob came to his father Isaac at Mamre, or Kerethabah, where Abraham and Isaac had sojourned. Now the days of Isaac were 180 years, and Isaac breathed his last, and he died, and was gathered to his people, old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Rest in peace, Isaac. Rest in peace, Rachel. Man, God killed off some good characters already. All right, we're on chapter 36. All right, we got the tribes. Here we go. This story will probably start sounding familiar to some of you. The story of Joseph coming up soon. These are the descendants of Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from the Canaanites, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, Oholabama, and daughter of Anna, the son of Zebion the Hivite, and Bethasham, Ishmael's daughter, the sister of Nebaioth. And Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz, Basemath bore Rahuel, and Oholabam bore Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. And these are the sons of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Then Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the members of his household, his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his property, which he had acquired to the land of Canaan, and he went into a land away from his brother Jacob, for their possessions were too great for them to dwell together. The land of their sojournings could not support them because of their cattle. So Esau dwelt in the hill country of Seir. Esau is Edom. These are the descendants of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. The son of Eliphaz were Taman, Omar, Zapho, Gaitam, Kenaz. Timah was a concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son. She bore Amalek and Eliphaz. These are the sons of Ada, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Reuel, Nathan, Zahar, Shema, and Mizah. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Oholabama, the daughters of Anah, the son of Zebion, Esau's wife. She bore to Esau Deuz, Jalam, and Korah. All right, a lot of genealogies here. This is kind of part of Israel's record keeping. This was passed down orally, so bear with me. These are the chiefs of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, the chiefs of Taman, Omar, Zapho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These are the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They are the sons of Ada. These are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, the chief of Nephal. Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These are the chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Ahubama, Esau's wife. The chiefs Jezum, Jala, and Korah. These are the chief born of Ahulabama, the daughters of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and these are their chiefs. These are the sons of Seir, the Hirites, the inhabitants of the land: Lotan, Shoben, Shobal, Zebion, Anna, Dishan, Azar, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Hirites, the sons of Seir, the land of Eden. The sons of Lotan were Horai and Haman, and Lotan's sister was Temniah. These are the sons of Shabal, Alvan, Menahalth, Abel, Shalfo, and Onam. These are the sons of Zibeon, Aha, Anna. He is the Anna who found the hot springs of the wilderness, as the pasture of the donkeys of Zibeon, his father. These are the children of Anna: Dishan, Oholabama, the daughters of Anna. These are the sons of Dishan: Hamdan, Ashban, Ishran, and Sharan. These are the sons of Ezer: Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. These are the sons of Dishan: Uz and Aran. These are the chiefs of the Horites: chiefs Lotan, Shobel, Zibeon, Anna, Dishar, Ezer, and Disan. These are the chiefs of the Horites, according to their clans, of the land of Seir. Another soft reset. We're almost done with these. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites. Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, the name of his city being Dinhabah. Bela died, and Jobah, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. Johab died, and Husham of the land of Temanites reigned in his stead. Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city being Ivith. Hadad died, and Simlah of Kasarketh reigned in his stead. Simlah died, and Shual and Robath and the Euphrates reigned in his stead. Shual died, and Bethlhanan and the son of Hbar reigned in his stead. Balhanan and son of Hbar died, and Hadar reigned in his stead, the name of his city being Pau. His wife's name was Methobel, and the daughter of Methil, daughter of Mezebah. These are the names of the chiefs of Esau, according to their families and their dwelling places, by their names: the chiefs Timnah, Alva, Jepheth, Ohalabama, Ela, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Birsha, Megdah, and Eram. These are the chiefs of Edom, that is, Esau the father of Jacob, according to their dwelling places in the land of possessions. All right, we made it to chapter 37. Yeah, Exodus has a lot of repetition. That's going to be... All right, we're kind of at a sweet spot here because it's going to start going into the story of Joseph. Chapter 37. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks for liking the stream. Thanks for donating to support local Catholic ministries. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Man, we just started and my eyes are going, my voice is going. We're going to continue. Great story, though. This is an amazing story. This is our family history right here that we're reading. Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. This is the history of the family of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was shepherding the flock of his brothers. He was a lad with the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives, and Joseph brought an ill report of him to their father. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a long robe with sleeves. But when his fathers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him, and could not speak peacefully to him. Now Joseph had a dream, and when he told to his brothers, they only hated him the more. He said to him, "Hear this dream which I have dreamed. Behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and stood upright, and behold, your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf." His brothers said to him, "Are you indeed to reign over us, or are you indeed to have dominion over us?" So they hated him yet more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, "Behold, I have dreamed another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." But when he had told it to his father and to his brothers, his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves to the ground before you?" And his brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the saying in mind. And now his brothers went to pasture their father's flock near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers pasturing the flock at Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them." And he said to them, "Here I am." So they said to him, "Go now, see if it is well with my brothers, and with the flock, and bring me word." So he sent him from the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem, and the man found him wandering in the field. And the man asked, "What are you seeking?" "I am seeking my brothers," he said. "Tell me, I beg you, where they are pasturing the flock." And the man said, "They have gone away, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers, and found them at Dothan. They saw him far off, and before he came near them, They conspired against him to kill him. They came to one another, "Here comes this dreamer. Come, now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits, that he may say that a wild beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams." But when Reuben heard of it, he delivered him out of their hands, saying, "Let us not take his life." And Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood, cast him into this pit here in the wilderness, but lay no hand upon him, that he might rescue him out of their hand, to restore him to his father." So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, and the long robe with the sleeves which he wore, and they took him and cast him into a pit. The pit was empty, there was no water in it. Then they sat down to eat, and looking up, they saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing gum, balm, and myrrh, on their way to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our own flesh." And his brothers heeded him. Then Midianite traders passed by, and they drew Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they took Joseph to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the pit and saw that Joseph was not in the pit, he tore his clothes and returned to his brothers, and said, "The lad is gone, and I, where shall I go?" Then they took Joseph's robe, and killed a goat, and dipped the robe in the blood, and they sent the long robe with sleeves, and brought it to their father, and said, "This we have found. See now whether it is your son's robe or not." And he recognized it, and said, "It is my son's robe. A wild beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his garments and put sackcloth upon his loins and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted and said, "No, I shall go down to Sheol to my son, mourning." Thus his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites had sold him in Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard. All right, chapter 38. 10:52 Eastern time. Almost 2 hours straight. Hasn't been terrible. All right, Judah and Tamar. It happened at that time that Judah went down from his brothers and turned in to a certain Adulamite whose name was Hera. There, Judah saw the daughters of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. He married her and went into her, and she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Again, she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Onan. Yet again, she bore a son, and she called his name Shelah. She was in Chezib when she bore him, and Judah took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. Then Judah said to Onan, "Go into your brother's wife, and perform the duty of your brother-in-law to her, and raise up offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the offspring would not be his. So when he went into his brother's wife, he spilled the semen on the ground, lest he should give offspring to his brother. And when he did this, he displeased the sight of the Lord, and he slew him also. Then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow in your father's house till Shelah, my son, grows up," for he feared that he would die, like his brothers. So Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. All right, we almost have a handoff here. We have Deborah.
No, Delora.
Oh, Delora. Sorry, someone's name in here was Deborah, and then I was like, it starts with a D. We have Delora in the studio, so I'm going to finish this chapter, and then she's going to come on here, so let's welcome her. You came in at a good time. I think there's not too many big names right now.
Good.
Delora. In course of time, the wife of Judah, Shua's daughter, died, and when Judah was comforted, he went up to Timnah to his sheep shearers, he and his friends Haran, the Adulamite. And when Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep," she put off her widow's garments and put on a veil, wrapping herself up, and sat at the entrance of Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown up, and she had not been given to him in marriage. When Judah saw her, he thought to her to be a harlot, for she had covered her face. He went over to her to the roadside and said, "Come, let me come in to you," for he did not know that she was a daughter-in-law. She said, "What will you give me, that you may come to me?" He said, "I will send you a kid from the flock." And he said, "Will you give me a pledge till you send?" He said, "What pledge shall I give you?" She replied, "Your signet and your cord, and your staff that is in your hand." So he gave them to her, and went into her, and she conceived by him. Then she arose and went away. Taking off her veil, she put on the garments of her widowhood. When Judah sent his kid by his friend, the Adulamite, to receive the pledge from the woman's hand, he could not find her, and he asked the men of the place, "Where is the harlot who was Enem by the wayside?" And they said, "No harlot has been here." So he returned to Judah and said, "I have not found her." And also the men of the place said, "No harlot has been here." And Judah replied, "Let her keep the things as her own, lest we be laughed at. You see, I sent this kid, and you could not find her." And about 3 months later, Judah was told, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and moreover, she is with child by harlotry." Judah said, "Bring her out, and let her be burned." And she was being brought out. She sent word to her brother-in-law, "By the man whom these belong, I am with child." And she said, "Mark, I beg you, whose these are?" "The signet and the cord and the staff, Then Judah acknowledged them and said, "She is more righteous than I, inasmuch as I did not give her to my son Shelah, and he did not lie with her again. When the time of delivery came, there were twins in her womb, and when she was in labor, one put out a hand, and the midwife took and bound on his hand a scarlet thread, saying, 'This one came first.' But as he drew back his hand, behold, his brother came out, and she said, 'What a breach you have made for yourself.' Therefore his name was called Perez. Afterward his brother came out, and the scarlet thread upon his hand. His name was Zerah." The story of, very strange story. Yeah, I think there's a lot of crazy things that we're going to hear, especially in the Old Testament. It's interesting because through this, it's actually through Perez, I believe, that eventually goes to Jesus. Like if you look at the genealogies of Matthew, so it kind of shows, man, there's this broken past. There's this harlotry, right? But God is still working through these people, and good still comes about from it. But yeah, like here she's essentially like tricking Judah, and Judah's like, let's burn the harlot, but it's actually Judah who committed adultery. So I don't know, there's a lot of like subtleties here. All right, we're getting back to the story of Joseph. That was a little sidebar. So all right, we're on to chapter 38, and we're going to welcome Delora into the studio, so let's all give her a warm welcome. And she's going to take over chapter 39 of Genesis. And maybe she's going to take us to the end, because not the end of the Bible.
No, I know that.
The end of Genesis, because there's 50 chapters, so let's go. Do you have everything you need?
You need to tap out.
Laura?
Let me know. I'm here.
Yeah, Rachel will be here
I don't
for
know if I
you.
can read for an hour, but I'm trying.
Just careful with the cords here. Yeah, we can assist you.
Okay.
Welcome onto the screen.
Um,
Alright, so you see the chapter number is right next to
Yeah.
you, so you just flip that.
cool. Should I start?
Yeah.
All right. Now Joseph was taken down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard, an Egyptian, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had brought him down there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord caused all that he did to prosper in his hands. So Joseph found favor in his sight and attended to him, and he made him an overseer of his house, and put him in charge of all that he had. From the time that he had made him an overseer in his house and over all that he had, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. The blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in his house and the field. And so he left all that he had in Joseph's charge, and having him, he had no concern for anything but the food for which he ate. Now Joseph was handsome and good-looking, and after a time his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and he said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Behold, having me, my master has no concern about anything in my house, and he has put everything that he has in my hand, and he is not greater in this house than I am, nor has he kept back anything from me except yourself, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" And although she spoke to Joseph day after day, he would not listen to her, to lie with her or to be with her. But one day, when he went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were there in the house, she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his garment in her hand and fled and got out of the house. And when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and had fled out of the house, she called to the men of her household and said to them, "See, he has brought among us a Hebrew to insult us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice, and when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, he left his garment with me, and fled, and got out of the house. Then she laid up his garment by her until his master came home, and she told him the same story, saying, "The Hebrew servant whom you have brought among us came in to me to insult me." But as soon as I lifted up my voice and cried, he left his garment with me and fled out of the house. When his master heard the words which his servant had spoken to him, "This is the way your servant treated me," his anger was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. And he was there in prison, but the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's care all the prisoners who were in the prison, and whatever was done there, he was the doer of it. And the keeper of the prison paid no heed to anything that was in Joseph's care, because the Lord was with him, and whatever he did, the Lord made it prosper. Chapter 40. Sometime after this, the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt, and Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief butler and the chief baker, and he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, and in the prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he waited on them, and they continued for some time in their custody. And one night they both dreamed, and the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were confined in the prison, each his own dream, and each dream with its own meaning. When Joseph came to them in the morning and saw them, they were troubled. So he asked Pharaoh's officers who were with him in custody in the master's house, "Why are your faces downcast today?" they said to him. "We have had dreams, and there is no one to interpret them." And Joseph said, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell them to me, I beg you." So the chief butler told his dream to Joseph and said to him, "In my dream there was a vine before me, and on the vine there were 3 branches as soon as it budded, and its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand." Then Joseph said, "This is the interpretation. 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your office. And you shall place Pharaoh's cup in his hand as formerly when you were his butler. But remember me when it is well with you, and do me this kindness, I beg you, to make mention of me to Pharaoh, and to get me out of this house. For I was indeed stolen out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon." And when the chief baker saw that the interpretation was favorable, he said to Joseph, "I also had a dream, and there was 3 cake baskets in my head, and on the uppermost basket there was all sorts of baked goods for Pharaoh. But the birds were eating it out of the basket on my head." And Joseph answered, "This is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days, and within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head from you, and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh from you. And on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast for all of his servants, and lifted up the head of the chief butler and the head of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler to its butlership, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief butler did not remember Joseph, but forgot him." Chapter 41. After 2 whole years, Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing by the Nile, and behold, there came up out of the Nile 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they fed in the reed grass. And behold, 7 other cows, gaunt and thin, came up out of the Nile after them, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the Nile. And the gaunt and thin cows ate up the 7 sleek and fat cows. And the Pharaoh awoke, and he fell asleep and dreamed a second time. And behold, 7 ears of grain, plump and good, were growing on one stalk. And behold, after they sprouted 7 ears, thin and blighted by the east wind, and the thin ears swallowed up the 7 plump and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. So in the morning his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men. And Pharaoh told them in its dream, but there was no one who could interpret it to Pharaoh. Then the chief butler said to Pharaoh, "I remember my faults today, when Pharaoh was angry with his servant, and put me and the chief baker and custody in the house of the captain of the guard. We dreamed on the same night, he and I, each having a dream with its own meaning. And a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. And when we told him, he interpreted our dreams to us, giving an interpretation to each man according to his dream. And he interpreted to us, so it came to pass, and I was restored to my office, and the baker was hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And when he had shaved himself and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh, and Pharaoh said to Joseph, I've had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. I have heard it was said that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it. Joseph answered Pharaoh, It is not me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Behold, in my dream I was standing on the banks of the Nile, and 7 cows, fat and sleek, came up out of the Nile and fed in the reed grass. And 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very gaunt and thin, such as I had never seen in the land of Egypt. And the thin and gaunt cows ate up the first 7 fat cows. But when they had eaten them, no one would have known that they had eaten them, for they were still as gaunt as in the beginning. And then I awoke, and I also saw in my dream 7 ears growing in one stalk, full and good, and 7 ears withered, thin, and blighted by the east wind, sprouted after them. And the thin ears swallowed up the 7 good ears. And I told it to the magicians, but there was no one who could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years, and the dream is one. The 7 lean and gaunt cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blighted by the east wind are also 7 years of famine. It is I that told Pharaoh, God has shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do, and there will come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. But after them there will arise 7 years of famine, and all of the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. And the famine will consume the land, and the plenty will be unknown in the land by reason of the famine which will follow, for it will be very grievous. And the doubling of Pharaoh's dreams means that the thing is fixed by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh select a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh proceed to appoint overseers over the land, and take the 5th part of the produce of the land of Egypt during the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food and those good years that are coming, and lay up grain under the authority of Pharaoh for food in its cities, and let them keep it. That food shall be a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine, which are to befall the land of Egypt, so that the land may not perish through famine. This proposal seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his servants, and Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find such a man as this, in whom is the Spirit of God? So Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only as regards the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Behold, I have set you over all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot, and they cried before him, Bow the knee. Thus he set him over the land of Egypt. Moreover, Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without your consent no man shall lift up a hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zephanathapena, and he gave him in marriage Asenath, and the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. So Joseph went out over the land of Egypt, and Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out of the presence of Pharaoh, and went through all the land of Egypt. And during the 7 plenteous years of the earth brought forth abundantly, and he gathered up all the food of the 7 years when there was plenty in the land of Egypt, and stored up food in the cities, and he stored up every city the food from the fields around it. And Joseph stored up grain in great abundance, like the sand of the sea, and he ceased to measure it, for it cannot be measured. And before the year of famine came, Joseph had 2 sons, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. Joseph called the name of his firstborn Manasseh, for he said, God has made me forget all my hardships and all my father's house. The name of the second he called Ephraim, for God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenty that prevailed in the land of Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said, and there was famine in all the lands. But in the land of Egypt there was bread, and when the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, and Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, Go to Joseph, what he says you will do. And so when the famine had spread over all the land, Joseph opened up the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe in the land of Egypt. And moreover, all the earth came to Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, because the famine was severe over all the earth. Chapter 42. And when Joseph learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, Why do you look at one another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there was grain in Egypt. Go down and buy grain for us there, that we may live and not die. So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with his brothers, for he feared that harm might befall him. And thus the sons of Israel came to buy among the others who came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And now Joseph was governor over the land, and it was who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed themselves before him with their faces to the ground. Joseph saw his brothers and knew them, but he treated them like strangers and spoke roughly to them. Where do you come from? He said. They said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. And thus Joseph knew his brothers, but they did not know him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them. And he said to them, You are spies, and you have come to see the weakness of the land. And they said to him, No, my lord, but to buy food have your servants come. We are all the sons of one man, and we are honest men. Your servants are not spies. And he said to them, No, it is the weakness of the land that you have come to see. And they said, We, your servants, are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is no more. But Joseph said to them, It is as I said to you, you are spies, and by this you shall be testified. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go from this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother while you remain in prison, that your words may be tested, whether there is truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies. And he put them all together in prison for 3 days. And on the 3rd day Joseph said to him, Do this, and you will live, for I fear God. And if you are honest men, let one of your brothers remain confined in your prison, and let the rest go. And carry grain for the famine in your households, and bring your youngest brother to me, so your words will be verified, and you shall not die. And they did so. And then they said to one another, In truth, we are guiltily concerned concerning our brother, in that we saw the distress in his soul, and when he begged us, we would not listen. Therefore it is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, Did I not tell you not to sin against the lad? But you would not listen. So now there comes reckoning for his blood. And they did not know that Joseph understood them, and there was an interpreter between them. And then he turned away from them and wept. And he returned to them and spoke to them. And he took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, and to replace every man's money in his sack, and to give them provision for the journey. This was done for them. Then they loaded their donkeys with their grain and departed. And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey food in the lodging place, he saw his money in the mouth of the sack. And he said to his brothers, My money has been put back. Here it is in the mouth of my sack. At this their heart failed them, and they turned trembling to one another, saying, What is this that God has done to us? And when they came to Jacob, their father, in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had befallen them, saying, "The man, the Lord of the land, spoke roughly to us, and took us to be spies in the land. But we said to him, We are honest men, and we are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest to this day is with our father in the land of Canaan." And then the man, the Lord of the land, said to us, "By this I shall know that you are honest man. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take the grain for your famine of the young of your household, and go on your way. And bring your youngest brother to me. Then shall know that you are not spies, but honest men, and I will deliver you and your brother, and you shall trade in the land." And as they emptied their sacks, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were dismayed. And Jacob their father said to them, "You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin. All this has come upon me." Then Reuben said to his father, "Slay my 2 sons, if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I will bring him back to you." But he said, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he only is left. If harm should befall him on the journey you are to make, you would bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol." Chapter 43. And now the famine was severe in the land, and when they had eaten the grain which they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again and buy us a little food." But Judah said to him, "The man solemnly warned us, saying, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. And you will send our brother with us. We will go down and buy some food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For if the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you,' Israel said, 'Why do you treat me so ill as to tell me that the man you had another brother?' They replied, 'The man questioned us carefully about ourselves and our kindred, saying, Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?' What we told him was in answer to these questions. Could we in any other way know what he would do? Saying, 'Bring your brother down.' And Judah said to Israel his father, 'Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surely for him, and my hand you will require him. And if I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not delayed, we would have returned twice.' And then the father of Israel said to them, 'If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the choice fruits of the land in your bags, and carry down to the man as a present a little balm and a little honey, gum, myrrh, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Take double the money with you. Carry back with you the money that was returned in your mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go to the man. May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, that he may send back you another brother, and Benjamin. If I bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.' So the men took the present, and they took double of the money that with them, and Benjamin, and they arose and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, 'Bring the men into the house, and slaughter an animal, and make ready. For the men are to dine with me at noon.' And the men did as Joseph bade him, and brought the men to Joseph's house. And the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, 'It is because of the money which was replaced in our sacks for the first time that we were brought in, so that we may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and make us slaves of us, and seize our donkeys.' And so they went up to the steward of Joseph's house, and spoke with him at the door of the house, and said, 'O my lord, we came down the first time to buy food, and when we came to the lodging place, we opened our sacks, and there was every man's money in the mouth of his sack. Our money is full weight, so we have brought it again with us, and we have brought other money down in our hand to buy food. We do not know who put the money in our sacks.' And he replied, 'Rest assured, do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father must have put treasure in the sacks for you. I received your money." Then he brought Simeon out to them. And when the man had brought the men into Joseph's house and given them water, and they washed their feet, and when he had given the donkeys food, and they had made the present ready for Joseph's coming at noon, for they had heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought into the house to him the present that which they had had with them, and bowed down to the ground. And he inquired about their welfare, and said, "Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" And they said, "Your servant, our father, is well, and he is still alive." And they bowed their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up their eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin and his mother's son. And he said, "Is this your youngest brother, of whom you have spoken to me? God be gracious to you, my son." Then Joseph made haste, for his heart yearned for his brother, and he sought a place to weep. And he entered his chamber and wept there. And then he washed his face and came out, and controlling himself, he said, "Let food be served." And they served him by himself, and them by themselves. And the Egyptians who ate with them by him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked at one another in amazement. Portions were taken to them from Joseph's table, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as theirs. And so they drank and were merry with him. Chapter 44. And then he commanded the steward of his house, "Fill the man's sack with him, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and with his money for the grain." And he did as Joseph told him. And as soon as the morning was light, and the men were sent away with their donkeys, and when they had gone but a short distance from the city, Joseph said to his steward, "Up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you returned evil for good, and why have you stolen my silver cup? Is it not from this that my Lord drinks, and by this that he divines? You have done wrong in doing so.' And when he overtook them, he spoke to them these words. They said to him, 'Why does my Lord speak such words as these? Far be it from your servants that they should do such a thing. Behold, the money which was found in the mouth of the sacks we brought back to you from the land of Canaan. And then should we steal silver or gold from the Lord's house? With whomever of your servants it is to be found, let him die, and we also may be the Lord's slaves.' He said, 'Let it be as you say. He with whom it is found shall be my slave, and the rest of you shall be blameless.' And then every man quickly lowered his sack to the ground, and every man opened his sack, and he searched, beginning with the eldest and ending with the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. And then they tore their clothes, and every man loaded his donkey, and they returned to the city. And when Judah and his brother came to Joseph's house, he was still there, and they fell before him to the ground. Joseph said to them, 'What deed is it that you have done? Do you not know that such a man as I can indeed divine?' And Judah said, 'What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how can we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of our servants. Behold, we are the Lord's slaves, both we and he also, in whose hand the cup has been found.' But he said, 'Far be it from me that I should do so. Only the man in whose hand the cup was found shall be my slave. But as for you, go up in peace to your father.' Then Judah went up to him and said, 'O my Lord, let your servant, I beg you, speak a word in the Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servants, for you are like Pharaoh himself.' My Lord asked his servant, saying, 'Have you a father or brother?' And we said to my Lord, 'We have a father, an old man, and a young brother, and the child of his old age. And his brother is dead, and he is all alone, left of his mother's children, and his father loves him. And then you said to your servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said to my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And then you said to your servants, unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall see my face no more. And when you went back to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my lord. And when your father said, go again and buy us a little food, we said, we cannot go down. If your youngest brother goes with us, then we will go down. For we cannot see the man's face unless your youngest brother is with us. And your servant, my father, said to us, you know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One left me, and I said, surely he has been torn to pieces, and I would never see him. And if you take this one also from me, and harm befalls him, you will bring down my gray hairs into the sorrow of Sheol. And now, therefore, when I come to you as your servant, my father, and the lad is not with us, then, as his life is bound up in the lad's life, when he sees that his lad is not with us, he will die, and your servants will bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. And from your servant became shortly from the lad to my father, saying, if I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the blame in the sight of my father, all my life. Now therefore, let your servant, I beg you, remain instead of the lad as your servant to my lord, and let the lad go back with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the lad is not with me? I fear to see the evil that would come upon me. Chapter 45. Then Joseph could not control himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried, make every one go out from me. So no one stayed with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, so that the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard it. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Is my father still alive? But his brothers could not answer him, for they were dismayed at his presence. So Joseph said to his brothers, come near to me, I beg you. And they came near, and he said, I am your brother Joseph, whom you had sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed or angry with yourselves, because you sold me here. For God has sent me before you to preserve your life. For the famine has been in the land for 2 years, and there are yet 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvest. And God has sent me before you to preserve you, a remnant on earth, and to keep you alive for many survivors. And so it was not you who had sent me here, but God. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and the lord of all his house, and ruler over the land of Egypt. Make haste and go up to my father, and say to him, thus says your son Joseph, God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, and do not tarry. You shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near me. And you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks and your herds, and all that you have, and there I will provide for you. And for you are yet 5 years For there are yet 5 years of famine to come, unless you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. And now your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. And you must tell my father all my splendor in Egypt, and all that you have seen. Make haste and bring my father down here. And then he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. And he kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. And after that his brothers talked to him. And when the report was heard in Pharaoh's house, Joseph's brother had come, it pleased Pharaoh and his servants well. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, say to your brother, do this, load your beast and go back to the land of Canaan. And take your father and your household and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the fat of the land. Command them also, do this, take wagons from your land of Egypt and your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Give no thought to your goods, for the best of the land of Egypt is yours. And the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons, according to the command of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the journey. And to each and to all of them he gave festival garments. But to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 festal garments. And to his father he sent as follows: 10 donkeys loaded with the goods of Egypt, and 10 she-donkeys loaded with grain, bread, and provision for his father on the journey. And then he sent his brothers away, And as they departed, he said to them, "Do not quarrel on the way." So they went out from Egypt and came to the land of Canaan to their father Jacob. And they told him, "Joseph is still alive. He is the ruler over all the land of Egypt." And his heart fainted, for he did not believe them. But when they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said to them, and when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry them, the spirit of their father Jacob was revived, and Israel said, "It is enough. Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." Chapter 46. And so Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision of the night, and said, "Jacob, Jacob." And he said, "Here am I." Then he said, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will there make of you a great nation. And I will go with you to Egypt, and I will also bring you up again. And Joseph's hand shall close your eyes." And then Jacob sent out from Beersheba. The sons of Israel carried Jacob their father and their little ones and their wives and the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. They also took their cattle and their goods which they had gained in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his offspring with him, and his sons sons with him, and the daughters and his sons' daughters, and all the offspring he brought with him to Egypt. And now these are the names of the descendants of Israel who came into Egypt: Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Pelu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Sheu. And the sons of Canatish women, the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan, and the sons of Perez were Hezron and Hemuel. And the sons of Issachar, Tola, and Puvah, Eob, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Shered, Elon, and Zechilil. And these are the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram, together with his daughter Dinah. Together his sons and his daughters numbered 33. There's more. And the sons of Gad, Ziphon, Haggai, Shuni, Ezbon, Eri, Erodi, and Irali. The sons of Asher, Ibnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and Sirah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, Malachi, Michael? I don't know. And these are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah, his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, 16 persons. And the sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath and the daughter of Potiphar, the priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gira, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, and Hupin, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, who were born to Jacob, 14 sons in all. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jezreel, Guni, Jezer, and Shalem. And these are the sons of Bela, who Laban gave to Rachel, his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, 7 persons in all. And all the persons belonging to Jacob who came into Egypt, who were his own offspring, not including Jacob's sons' wives, were 66 persons in all. And the sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Egypt were 2, and the persons of the house of Jacob that came into Egypt were 70. He sent Judah before him to Joseph to appear before him to Goshen, and they came into the land of Goshen. And then Joseph made ready his chariots and went to meet Israel his father in Goshen. And he presented himself to him and fell on his neck and wept in his neck for a good while. And Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face, and know that you are still alive." And Joseph said to his brother and to his father's household, "I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and will say to him, My brothers and my father's household, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me, and the men are shepherds, for they have been keepers of cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And when Pharaoh calls you and says, What is your occupation? You shall say, Your servants have been keepers of cattle from our youth. And even now, both we and our fathers, in order that we may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd in his abomination to the Egyptians." That was a mouthful. Okay, chapter 47. And so Joseph went in and told Pharaoh, "My father and my brothers, with their flocks and herds and all that they possess, have come from the land of Canaan, and they are now in the land of Goshen." And from among his brothers he took 5 men and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, "What is your occupation?" And they said to Pharaoh, "Your servants are shepherds, as our fathers were." They said to Pharaoh, "We have come to sojourn in the land, and there is no pasture for your servants' flocks, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. And now we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen." And then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you, and the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land, and let them dwell in Goshen, in the land of Goshen. And if you know any able men among them, put them in charge of my cattle." And then Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, and set before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my sojourners are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my father in the days of their sojourning." And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from the presence of Pharaoh. And then Joseph settled his father and his brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, and in the best of the land, and in the land of Ramses, and as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph provided his father, his brothers, and all his father's household with food according to the number of his dependents. And now there was no food in all the land, and for the famine was severe, and so the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan languished by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they had bought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money was all spent in the land of Canaan of Egypt, in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, and all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? For our money is gone." And Joseph said, "Give your cattle, and I will give you food in exchange for your cattle, and if your money is gone." And so they brought their cattle to Joseph, and Joseph gave them food in exchange for their horses, the flocks, the herds, and the donkeys, and he supplied with them food in exchange for all their cattle that year. And when that year was ended, they came to him the following year and said to him, "We will not hide from my lord that our money that our money is all spent, and the herds of our cattle are my lord's. There is nothing left in my sight of my lord but our bodies and our hands and our lands. And why should we die before your eyes? Before both we and our land, buy us and our land for food, and we with our land will be slaves to Pharaoh, and give us seed, that we may live and not die, and that the land may not be desolate." And so Joseph brought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, and all of the Egyptians sold their fields, because the famine was severe upon them. And the land became Pharaoh's, and as for the people, he made slaves of them, from one end of Egypt to the other. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had their fixed allowances from Pharaoh, and lived in their allowances which Pharaoh gave them, and therefore he did not sell their land. And then Joseph said to the people, Behold, I have this day brought you and your land for Pharaoh. And now here is a seed for you, and you shall sow the land, and at the harvest you shall give a fifth to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be your own, and as seed for the field, and the food for yourselves and the household, and as food for your little ones. And they said, You have saved our lives. May it please my Lord, we will be slaves to Pharaoh. And so Joseph made it a statute concerning the land of Egypt, and it stands to this day that Pharaoh should have the fifth. The land of the priest alone did not become Pharaoh's. And thus Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt and in the land of Goshen, and they gained possession in it, and were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. And so the days of Jacob and the years of his life were 147 years. And when the time drew near that Israel must die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, If now I have found favor in your sight, put your hand under my thigh and promise to deal loyally and truly with me. Do not bury me in Egypt, but let me lie with my fathers. Carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burying place. And he answered, I will do as you have said. And he said, Swear to me. And he swore to him. And then Israel bowed himself upon the head of his bed. All right. Chapter 48. And after this, Joseph was told, Behold, your father is ill. And so he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And it was told to Jacob, Your son Joseph has come to you. Then Israel summoned his strength and sat up in bed. And Jacob said to his father, God Almighty appeared to me at Luz and in the land of Canaan and blessed me, and said to me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make you a company of your peoples, and will give you this land to your descendants after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, who were born to you in the land of Egypt, before I came to you in Egypt, are mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, as Reuben and Simeon are. And the offspring born to you after them shall be yours, and they shall be called by the name of their brothers in their inheritance. For when I came from Paddan, Rachel to my sorrow died in the land of Canaan on the way, when there was still some distance to go to Ephrath. And I buried her there on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. And when Israel saw Joseph's son, he said to them, Who are these? And Joseph said to his father, These are my sons, whom God has given me here. And he said, Bring them to me, and I pray you, that I may bless them. And now the eyes of Israel were dim with age, and so he could not see them. So Joseph brought them near him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said to Joseph, I had not thought to see your face, and behold, God has let me see your children also. And Joseph removed them from his knees, and he bowed himself on his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon the head of Ephraim, who was the younger, and his left hand upon the head of Manasseh, crossing his hands, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has led me all my life long to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and in them let my name be perpetuated, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he took his father's hand and removed it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, Not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head. But his father refused and said to him, I know, my son, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. Nevertheless, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his descendants shall become a multitude of nations, a multitude of nations. And so he blessed them that day, saying, dun, dun, dun. But you, Israel, will pronounce blessings, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And thus he put Ephraim before Manasseh. And then Israel said to Joseph, Behold, I am about to die, but God will be with you, and I will bring you again to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you, rather than to your brother, one mountain slope, which I took from the hand of the Amorites with my sword and with my bow. Will I finish?
You have 2 chapters.
2 chapters. All right, let's do it. 49. And then Jacob called his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you what shall befall you in the days to come. Assemble and hear, O sons of Jacob, and hearken to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might and my first fruits of my strength, preeminent in my pride and preeminent in power, unstable as water, and you shall not have preeminence, because you went up to your father's bed, and then you defiled it, and you went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Weapons of violence are their swords. O my soul, come not to their counsel. O my spirit, be not joined to their company. For in my anger they slayed men, and in their wantonness and their hamstring oxen. Cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and I will scatter them in Israel. Judah, your brothers shall praise you, and your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies, and your father shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my sons, you have gone up, and he has stooped down, and he lurked as a lion, and as a lioness who dares rouse him up. And the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he comes to whom it belongs, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples, binding his foal to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine. And he washed his garments in wine, and his vestures in the blood of grapes. And his eyes shall be red and with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the shore of the sea, and he shall become a haven for ships, and his border shall be at Sidon. Issachar shall be a strong donkey, crouching between the sheepfolds, and he saw that his resting place was good, and that the land was pleasant, so he bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a slave at forced labor. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a servant in the way, a viper by the path, and that bites the horse heels, so that his riders fall backwards. I wait for your salvation, O Lord. Raiders shall raid Gad, but he shall raid at their heels. Asher's food shall be rich, and he shall yield royal dainties. And Naphtali as a deer let loose, that bears comely fawns. And Joseph is a fruitful bow by a spring. His branches run over the wall, and the archers fiercely attack him, shot at him and harassed him sorely. Yet his bow remained unmoved, and his arms were made angle. But the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, by the name of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, by the God of your father who will help you, and by God Almighty who will bless you, and with blessings of heaven above, and blessings of the deep that lies beneath, blessings of the beasts of the womb, and the blessings of the Father, and the mighty beyond, the blessings of the eternal mountains, and the bounties of the everlasting hills. May they be on the head of Joseph, and on the brow of him who was spared from his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf, and in the morning devouring the prey, and at the evening dividing the spoil. And all these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what the Father said to them. And as he blessed them, blessing with them the blessing suitable to him. And then he charged them, and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the grave that is in my field of Ephron and the Hittite, and in the carve that is in the field of Machabella, and to the east of Marmah, and to the land of Canaan, which Abraham brought with the field from Ephron and the Hittite to possess as a burying place. And there they buried Abraham and Sarah, his wife, and there they buried Isaac and Rebekah, his wife, and there I buried Leah. And the fields and the cave, that is, it was purchased from the Hittites. And when Jacob finished charging his sons, and he drew up to his feet into the bed, and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Yay, last chapter. All right, chapter 50. And then Joseph fell on his father's face and went and wept over him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants and the physicians to embalm his father. So the physicians embalmed Israel. 40 days were required for it, for so many were required for embalming. And the Egyptian wept for him 70 days. And when the days of weeping for him were past, Joseph spoke to the household of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found favor in your eyes, speak, and I beg you. And if the ears of Pharaoh saying, My father made me swear, saying, I am about to die in my tomb, which I hewed out for myself in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. And now, therefore, let me go up, and I beg you, and bury my father. Then I will return. And Pharaoh answered, Go up and bury your father, and as he made you swear. So Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him he went all his servants of Pharaoh, and the elders of his household, and all of the elders of the land of Egypt, and as well as the household of Joseph and his brothers and his father's household. Only their children, their flocks, and their herds were left in the land of Goshen. And there they went up with him, both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And when they came to the threshing floor of Atad, and which is beyond the Jordan, they lamented there with a very great, sorrowful lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land and the Canaanites saw the mourning of the threshing floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians. And therefore the place was named Abel-Mizraim, and it is beyond the Jordan. And thus his sons did for him, and he had commanded them. For his sons carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, and the east of Mamre, which Abraham brought with the field from Ephron and the Hittite to possess as a burying place. And after he has buried his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, and with his brothers and all who had gone up with him to bury his father. And when Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, It may be that Joseph will hate us, and will pay us back with the evil which we did to him. And so they sent the message to Joseph, saying, Your father gave this command before he died. Say to Joseph, Forgive, I beg you, the transgressions of your brothers and their sins, because they did evil to you. And now we pray you, forgive the transgressions of the servants and of the God of your father. Joseph wept when they spoke to him, and his brothers also came and fell down before him, and said, Behold, we are your servants. But Joseph said to them, Fear not, for am I in the place of God? And for you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today. And so do not fear, I will provide for you and your little ones. And thus he reassured them and comforted them. And so Joseph dwelt in Egypt, and he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. And the children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were born upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am about to die, but God will visit you, and bring you up out of this land to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And then Joseph took up an oath of the sons of Israel, saying, God will visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. And so Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Dun dun dun. That's the end of Genesis.
Let's go, Delora.
Yeah.
Rachel's up next.
Applause.
Let's go.
Wow.
Yay, we didn't have to
Oh.
restart. No one donated.
Oh wait, no, it goes back to 1.
How was that, Delora?
Swell.
Aw.
Just
That was
swell.
intense. Now we get to put Genesis up on the wall
A lot of names there.
and move Exodus up.
On the wall.
Let's go.
Good things. We made it. Rachel's the start of a new chapter.
Yay.
Book.
Oh, perfect.
What do you want this one?
You want me to put that up on the wall?
Yeah, put this one up.
I think we put it like right here.
You can always move. No, here's it. I need this for numbers.
All right. Give it up for Delora.
Yay,
Comment
Delora.
your favorite part of Genesis.
Me messing up all the names.
We're on. Oh my gosh, I had so many. Like right before you came here, I had a ton of really hard names. I was like, I gotta get through this before she comes.
This one is sponsored by Little Jesus.
Oh.
Rachel's coming up with Little Jesus.
Is this in frame?
2 of them.
Oh, you're not gonna like line them all up.
I assume this.
Wow, that'll take time.
I could probably go even farther. We're
I'm
also
locked in.
implementing a wheel very soon, so be ready. Not yet, but let's put this online.
I'll watch you for a bit and I gotta go.
Yeah, Dora, thanks so much. You did amazing.
Alright. Exodus. The sons of Israel. These are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, each with his household: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. All the offspring of Jacob were 70 persons. Joseph was already in Egypt. Then Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. But the descendants of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people, "Behold, the sons of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and if war befall us, that they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land." Therefore they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with heavy burdens, and they built for Pharaoh store cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied, and the more they spread abroad. And the Egyptians were in dread of the sons of Israel. So they made the sons of Israel serve with rigor, and their lives bitter with hard service in mortar and brick, and in all kinds of work in the field. In all their work they made them serve with rigor. Then the king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah, and the other Puah, "When you serve as midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the birth stool, if it is a son, you shall kill him. But if it is a daughter, she shall live." But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but let the male children live. So the king of Egypt called the midwives, and said to them, "Why have you done this? And let the male children live." The midwives said to Pharaoh, "Because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous and are delivered before the midwife comes to them." So God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and grew very strong. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families. Then Pharaoh commanded all his people, "Every son that is born to Hebrews you shall cast into the Nile, but you shall let every daughter live." Now a man from the house of Levi went and took to wife a daughter of Levi. The woman conceived and bore a son, and when she saw that he was a godly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could hide him no longer, she took for him a basket made of bulrushes, and she put the child in it and placed it among the reeds at the river's bank. And his sisters stood at a distance to know what would be done to him. Now the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river, and her maidens walked beside the river. She saw the basket among the reeds, and sent her maid to fetch it. When she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the baby was crying. She took pity on him and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children." Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call you a nurse from the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." So the girl went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you your wages." So the woman took the child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she named him Moses. For she said, "Because I drew him out of the water." One day, when Moses had grown up, he went out to his people and looked on their burdens, and he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his people. He looked this way and that, and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. When he went out the next day, behold, 2 Hebrews were struggling together, and he said to the man that did the wrong, "Why do you strike your fellow?" He answered, "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" Then Moses was afraid, and thought, "Surely the thing is known." When Pharaoh heard of it, he sought to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh, and stayed in the land of Midian, and sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. The shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. When they came to their father Reuel, he said, "How is it that you have come so soon today?" They said, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and even drew water for us, and watered the flock." He said to his daughters, "And where is he? Why have you left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread." And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses his daughter Zipporah. She bore a son, and he called him Gershom, for he said, "I have been a sojourner in a foreign land." In the course of those many days, the king of Egypt died, and the sons of Israel groaned under their bondage, and cried out for help. And their cry under bondage came to God. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham and Isaac and with Jacob. And God saw the sons of Israel, and God knew their condition. Now Moses was keeping the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, and he led his flock to the west side of the wilderness, and came to Oreb, the mountain of God. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush was burning, yet it was not consumed. And Moses said, "I will turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt." When the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called to him out of the bush. "Moses, Moses," he said. "Here am I." Then he said, "Do not come near. Put off your shoes from your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground." And he said, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. Then the Lord said, "I have seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings, and I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Perizzites. And now behold, the cry of the sons of Israel had come to me, and I have seen the oppression with which the Egyptians oppress them. Come, I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the sons of Israel, out of Egypt." But Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and bring the sons of Israel out of Egypt?" He said, "But I will be with you, and this shall be the sign for you, that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God upon the mountain." Then Moses said to God, "If I come to the sons of Israel and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' what shall I say to them?" God said to Moses, "I am who I am." And he said, "Say this to the sons of Israel, 'I am has sent me to you.'" God also said to Moses, "Say this to the sons of Israel, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and thus I shall to be remembered throughout all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say to them, The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, has appeared to me, saying, I have observed you and what has been done to you in Egypt. I promised to the land of the Canaanites, a land flowing with milk and honey, and they will listen to your voice. And you and the elders of Israel shall go to the king of Egypt and say to him, The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. And now we beg you, let us go a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless compelled by a mighty hand. So I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt with all the wonders which I will do in it. After that he will let you go, and I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. But when you go, you shall not go empty, but each woman shall ask of her neighbor, and of her who sojourns in her house, jewelry of silver and of gold, and clothing. You shall put them on your sons and on your daughters. Thus you shall despoil the Egyptians. This is getting to the good part. Then Moses answered, Behold, they will not believe me or listen to my voice, for they will say, The Lord did not appear to you. The Lord said to him, What is that in your hand? He said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground. So he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from it. But the Lord said to Moses, Put out your hand and take it by the tail. So he put out his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. That they may believe that the Lord, the God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. Again the Lord said to him, Put your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, as white as snow. Then God said, If they will not believe you, God said, or heed the first sign, they may believe the latter sign. If they will not believe those 2 signs, or heed your voice, you shall take some water from the Nile, and pour it upon the dry ground, and the water which you shall take from the Nile will become blood upon the dry ground. But Moses said to the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, either heretofore, or since you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and of tongue. Then the Lord said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Who makes him mute, or deaf, or seeing, or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall speak. But he said, O my Lord said, I pray some other person. Then the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, Is there not Aaron your brother, the Levite? I know that he can speak well, and behold, he is coming out to meet you. And when he sees you, you will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak to him, and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what you shall do. He shall speak for you to the people, and he shall be a mouth for you, and you shall be to him as God, and you shall take in your hand this rod, with which you shall do the signs. Moses went back to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, Let me go back, I beg, to my kinsmen in Egypt, and see whether they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And the Lord said to Moses in Midian, Go back to Egypt, for all the men who were seeking your life are dead. So Moses took his wife and his sons, and set them on donkey, and went back to the land of Egypt. In his hand Moses took the rod of God. And the Lord said to Moses, When you go back to Egypt, see that you do before Pharaoh all the miracles which I have put in your power. But I will harden his heart, so that he will not let the people go. And you shall say to Pharaoh, Thus says the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. And I said to you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. If you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your firstborn son. At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it, and said, Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me. So we let him alone. Then she said, You are a bridegroom of blood, because of the circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. So he went, and met him at the mountain of God, and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord, with which he had sent him, and all the signs which he had charged him to do. Then Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the sons of Israel, and Aaron spoke all the words which the Lord had spoken to him. And he did the signs in the sight of the people, And the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord had visited the sons of Israel, and that he had seen their affliction, they bowed their heads and worshipped. Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." But Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord that I should heed his voice and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and moreover, I will not let Israel go." Then they said, "The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Let us go, we beg, a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword." But the king of Egypt said to them, "Moses and Aaron, why do you take the people away from their work? Get to your burdens." And Pharaoh said, "Behold, the people of the land are now many, and you make them rest from their burdens." The same day Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their foremen, "You shall no longer give the people straw to make bricks, as let them go and gather straw for themselves. But the number of bricks which they made you shall lay upon them. You shall by no means lessen it, for they are idle. Therefore they cry, 'Let us go and offer sacrifice to our God.' Let heavier work be laid upon the men, that they may labor at it, and may no regard to lying words." So the taskmasters and the foremen of the people went out and said to the people, "Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go yourselves, get your straw wherever you can find it, but your work will not be lessened in the least." So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw. The taskmasters were urgent, saying, "Complete your work, your daily tasks, as when there was straw." And the foremen of the sons of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters have set over them, were beaten and asked, "Why have you not done all your tasks of making brick today as before?" Then the foremen of the sons of Israel came out and cried to Pharaoh, "Why do you deal thus with your servants? No straw is given to your servants. Yet they say to us, 'Make bricks,' and behold, your servants are beaten. But the fault is in your own people." But he said, "You are idle, you are idle. Therefore you say, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Go now and work, for no straw shall be given you. Yet you shall deliver the same number of bricks." The foremen of the sons of Israel saw that they were in evil plight, when they said, "You shall by no means lessen your daily number of bricks." They met Moses and Aaron, who were waiting for them, as they came forth from Pharaoh, and they said to them, "The Lord look upon you and judge, because you have made us offensive in the sight of Pharaoh and his servants, and have put a sword in their hands to kill us." Then Moses turned again to the Lord and said, "O Lord, why have you done evil for this people? Why did you ever send me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people, and you have not delivered your people at all." This is like the story from VeggieTales. This is great. But the Lord said to Moses, "Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand he will send them out. Yes, with a strong hand he will drive them out of his land." And God said to Moses, "I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, as God Almighty. But by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known to them. I also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land in which they dwelt. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the sons of Israel, whom the Egyptians hold in bondage, and have remembered my covenant. Say therefore to the sons of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will deliver you from their bondage, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great acts of judgment. And I will take you for my people, and I will be your God, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God, who has brought you out from under the burdens of Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land which I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to you for possession. I am the Lord." Moses spoke thus to the sons of Israel, but they did not listen to Moses, because of their broken spirit and their cruel bondage. And the Lord said to Moses, "Go in, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the sons of Israel go out of his land." But Moses said to the Lord, "Behold, the sons of Israel have not listened to me. How then shall Pharaoh listen to me? Who am I, a man of uncircumcised lips?" But the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, and gave them a charge to the sons of Israel and to Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the sons of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These are the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanoch, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These are the families of Reuben. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zoar, and Shaul. The son of a Canaanite woman. These are the families of Simeon. These are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations. Gershon, Kohath, Merari. The years of life of Levi being 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libni and Shimei, by their families. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Ebron, and Uziel. The years of life of Kohath have been 133 years. The sons of Merari, Malai, and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites according to their generations. Amram took to wife Joahab's his father's sister, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. The years of the life of Amram being 137 years. The sons of Izhar, Korah, Nephang, and Zikri, and the sons of Uziel, Meshal, Alsavan, and Sithri. Aaron took to wife Elisheba, the daughter of Amminadab, and the sister of Nahshon, and she bore him Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korah, Azir, Elkanah, and Abisaph. These are the families of the Korahites. Eleazar, Aaron's son, took to wife one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers' houses of the Levites by their families. These are the Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, "Bring out the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt by their host." It was they who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing out the sons of Israel from Egypt. And Moses said this to Aaron. On the day when the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, the Lord said to Moses, "I am the Lord. Tell your Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say to you." But Moses says to the Lord, "Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. How then shall Pharaoh listen to me?" Yay.
All right, Rash.
That was a lot.
Good job. New implementation. We have the wheel of punishment and reward. So $50 donation, and you have to spin the wheel.
Oh.
The reader has to spin the wheel, so they have to do whatever it says. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. Most of them are good, though.
Yay. Help
and
me.
It will change throughout the stream.
If you have suggestions, leave them in the comments.
Yeah. What should we put on? What else should we put on the wheel?
All right. I'm back in. Hopefully no more weird words. And the Lord said to Moses, "See, I make you as God to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aaron your brother shall tell Pharaoh to let the sons of Israel go out of his land. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart. And though I multiply my signs and wonder in the land of Egypt, Pharaoh will not listen to you. Then I will lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth my host, my people, the sons of Israel, out of the land of Egypt, by great acts of judgment. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch forth my hand upon Egypt and bring out the sons of Israel from among them." And Moses and Aaron did so. They did as the Lord commanded them. Now Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spoke to Pharaoh. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "When Pharaoh says to you, 'Prove yourselves by working a miracle,' then you shall say to Aaron, 'Take your rod and cast it down before Pharaoh, then it may become a serpent.'" So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did as the Lord commanded. Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh summoned the wise men and the sorcerers, and they also, the magicians of Egypt, did the same by their secret arts. For every man cast down his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. Still Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go." Interesting. "Go to Pharaoh in the morning, as he is going out to the water. Wait for him by the river's brink, and take in your hand the rod which was turned into a serpent. And you shall say to him, 'The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, sent me to you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, you have not yet obeyed. Thus says the Lord, By this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike the water that is in the Nile with the rod that is in my hand, and it shall be turned to blood. And the fish in the Nile shall die, and the Nile shall become foul, and the Egyptians will loathe to drink water from the Nile. The Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Take your rod and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over their rivers, their canals, and their pods, and all their pools of water, that they may become blood. And there shall be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, he lifted up the rod and struck the water that was in the Nile, and all the water that was in the Nile turned to blood. And the fish in the Nile died, and the Nile became foul, so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. But the magicians of Egypt did the same by their secret arts. So Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and he would not listen to them. As the Lord had said, Pharaoh turned and went into the house, and he did not lay even this to his heart. And all the Egyptians dug round about the Nile for water to drink, for they could not drink the water of the Nile. Thank you, Pearl. Pearl is Pharaoh in the Bible Puppet Pals. Go check it out. It's pretty legendary. 7 days passed after the Lord had struck the Nile. Then the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh and say to him, Thus says the Lord, Let my people go. Let my people go. Let my people go. Sorry. That they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will plague all your country with frogs. The Nile shall swarm with frogs, which shall come up into your house, and into your bedchamber, and on your bed, and into the house of your servants, and of your people, and into your ovens, and your kneading bowls. The frogs shall come up on you, and your people, and all your servants. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch out your hand with your rod over the rivers, over the canals, and over the pools, and cause frogs to come upon the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. But the magicians did the same by their secret arts, and brought frogs up upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron, and said, Entreat the Lord to take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. Moses said to Pharaoh, Be pleased to command me when I am to entreat, for you and for your servants and for your people, that the frogs be destroyed from you and your houses, and be left only in the Nile. And he said, Tomorrow, Moses said, Be it as you say, that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs shall depart from you and your houses and your servants and your people. They shall be left only in the Nile. So Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the Lord concerning the frogs, as he had agreed with Pharaoh, and the Lord did according to the word of Moses. The frogs died out of the houses and courtyards and out of the fields, and they gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was a respite, he hardened his heart, and would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch out your rod, and strike the dust of the earth, that it may become gnats throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and struck the dust of the earth. And there came gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the earth became gnats, and throughout all the land of Egypt. The magicians tried by their secret arts to bring forth gnats, but they could not. So there were gnats on man and beast, and the magicians said to Pharaoh, This is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and wait for Pharaoh. As he goes out to the water, say to him, Thus says the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where my people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there, that you may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. This I will put a division between my people and your people. By tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so. There came great swarms of flies in the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants. And in all the land of Egypt, the land was ruined by reason of the flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron, and said, Go sacrifice to your God within the land. But Moses said, It would not be right to do so. For we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God offerings amenable to the Egyptians. If we sacrifice offerings to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he will command us. So Pharaoh said, I will let you go to sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Make entreaty to me. Then Moses said, Behold, I am going out from you, and I will pray to the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, tomorrow. Only let not Pharaoh deal falsely again by not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord did as Moses asked, and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. Not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also, and did not let the people go. Okay. Then the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your son's son how I have made sport of the Egyptians, and what signs I have done among them, that you may know that I am the Lord. So Moses and Aaron went in to Pharaoh and said to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your country, and they shall cover the face of the land, so that no one can see the land. And they shall eat what is left to you after the hail, and they shall eat every tree of yours which grows in the field. And they shall fill your houses and the houses of all your servants and of all the Egyptians, as neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have seen, from the day they came on earth to this day. Then he turned and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said to him, How long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined? So Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, Go, serve the Lord your God, but who are you to go? And Moses said, We will go with your young and your old. We will go with our sons and daughters, and with our flocks and herds, for we must hold a feast to the Lord. And he said to them, The Lord be with you. If ever I let you and your little ones go, look, you have some evil purpose in mind. No, go, the men among you, and serve the Lord, for that is what you desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come upon the land of Egypt and eat every plant in the land, all that the hail has left. So Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night, and when it was morning, the east wind had brought the locust. And the locust came up over all the land of Egypt, and settled on the whole country. Such a dense swarm of locusts had never been before, no ever shall be again. For they covered the face of the whole land, so that the land was darkened, and they ate all the plants in the land, and all the fruit of the trees, which the hail had left. Not a green thing remained, neither tree nor plant of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron in haste, and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. Now therefore, forgive my sin. I beg you, only this once, and entreat the Lord your God only to remove this death from me. So we went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Lord, and the Lord turned a very strong west wind, which lifted the locusts and drove them into the Red Sea. Not a single one was left in all the country of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the children of Israel go. Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, and there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness to be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They did not see one another, nor did any rise from his place for 3 days. But all the sons of Israel had light where they dwelt. Then Pharaoh called Moses and said, Go serve the Lord your children. Also may go with you, only let your flocks and your herds remain behind. But Moses said, You must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Our cattle also must go with us. Not a hoof shall be left behind, for we must take them to serve the Lord our God. and we do not know with what we must serve the Lord until we arrive there." But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. Then Pharaoh said to him, "Get away from me. Take heed to yourself. Never see my face again. For in the day you see my face, you shall die." Moses said, "As you say, I will not see your face again." I skipped one.
Skip the chapter.
No, I just skipped one of these. Chapter 11. The Lord said to Moses, "Yet one plague more I will bring upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards, he will let you go from there." Maybe I did chapter 5. Oh, I totally did.
What'd you do?
I skipped a page.
Oh. Alright, we're back.
I knew we were missing some of the
The narrative.
I was like, this is skipping ahead. Alright, back to 10. Don't worry. Alright. I'm confused.
Alright, while she's looking at that, as you can see, we put a sign up. $50 donated is spinning the wheel of punishment and reward, and this will punish or reward the reader, whoever's reading at the time. We have 10 minutes on an exercise bike is one of them. We have an exercise bike over there. We have winning a free study Bible for the reader. The reader can get ice cream, 3-minute stretch break, 10 minutes standing, spin around 10 times in the chair, stuff like that. And you can comment if you want to put other things on it.
Alright, we're fine. The Lord said to Moses, "Yet one plague more I will bring upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go from here. When he lets you go, he will drive you away completely. Speak now in the hearing of the people, that they ask, every man of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewelry of silver and of gold." And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, "Thus says the Lord, about midnight I will go forth in the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sits upon his throne, even to the firstborn of the maidservant, who is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt. Such there has never been, nor ever shall be again. But against any of the sons of Israel, either man or beast, not a dog shall growl, that you may know that the Lord makes a distinction between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these your servants shall come down to me, and bow down to me, saying, Get you out, and all the people who follow you. And after that I will go out. And then he went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's hearts, and he did not let the sons of Israel go out of his hand. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, This month shall be for you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year for you. Tell all the congregation of Israel that on the 10th day of this month they shall take every man a lamb according to their fathers' houses, a lamb for a household, and if the household is too small for a lamb, then a man and his neighbor next to his house shall take according to the number of persons. According to each one can eat, you shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male, a year old. You shall take it from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it until the 14th day of this month, when the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill their lambs in the evening. Then they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorsteps and the lintel of the houses in which they eat them. They shall eat the flesh that night roasted, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs they shall eat it. Do not eat any of it raw or boiled with water, but roasted its head and its legs and its inner parts. And you shall let none of it remain until the morning. Anything that remains until the morning you shall burn. In this manner you shall eat it, your loins girded, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and all of the gods of Egypt, I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you upon the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague shall fall upon you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. This day shall be for you a memorial day, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord. Throughout your generations you shall observe it as an ordinance forever. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall put away leaven out of your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened from the first day until the seventh day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day you shall hold a holy assembly, and on the seventh day a holy assembly. No work shall be done on those days. But what every one must eat, that only may be prepared by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For on this day I brought your hosts out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread, and so until the 21st day of the month of the evening. For 7 days no leavened bread shall be found in your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened, that person shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Whether he is a sojourner or a native of the land, you shall eat nothing leavened. In all your dwellings you shall eat leavened bread. Then Moses called all the elders of Israel and said to them, Select lambs for yourselves according to your families, and kill the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood which is in the basin, and touch the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood which is in the basin, and none of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will pass through to slay the Egyptians, and when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to slay you. You shall observe this as right as an ordinance for you and for your sons forever. And when you come to the land which the Lord will give you, as he has promised, you shall keep this service. And when your children say to you, What do you mean by this service? You shall say, It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, for he has passed over the houses of the sons of Israel in Egypt, when he slew the Egyptians but spared our houses. And the people bowed their heads and worshipped. Then the sons of Israel went and did so. So the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. So they did. At midnight, the Lord struck all of the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where not one was dead. And he summoned Moses and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up, go forth from among my people, both you and the sons of Israel, and go, serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent with the people to send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We are all dead men. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading bowls being bound up in their mantles on their shoulders. The sons of Israel had also done as Moses told them, for they had asked of the Egyptians jewelry of silver and of gold and clothing. And the Lord had given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they let them have what they asked. Thus they despoiled the Egyptians. And the sons of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. A mixed multitude also went up with them, and very many cattle, both flocks and herds. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough, which they had brought out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt. It cannot tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any provisions. The time that the sons of Israel dwelt in Egypt was 430 years, and at the end of 430 years, on that very day, all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It was a night of watching by the Lord, to bring them out of the land of Egypt. So this same night is a night of watching kept to the Lord by all the sons of Israel throughout their generations. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover. No foreigner shall eat of it, but every slave that is brought for money may eat of it after you have circumcised it. No sojourner or hired servant may eat it. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth any of the flesh outside the house, and you shall not break a bone of it. and all the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you and would keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, that he may come near and keep it. He shall be as a native of the land. But no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. There shall be one law for the native and for the stranger who is among you. Thus did all the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. And on that very day the Lord brought the sons of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their hosts. Okay. Let's get into the good stuff. The Lord said to Moses, "Consecrate to me all the firstborn, whatever is the first to open the womb among the sons of Israel, both of man and of beast is mine." And Moses said to the people, "Remember this day in which you come out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand the Lord has brought you out from this place. No leavened bread shall be eaten. This day you are to go forth in the month of Abib, and when the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you shall keep the service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. No leavened bread shall be seen with you, and no leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory. And you shall tell your son on that day, it is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt, and it shall be to you as a sign on your hand, as a memorial between your eyes, that the law of the Lord may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand the Lord has brought you out of Egypt. You shall therefore keep this ordinance at its appointed time from year to year. And when the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and you shall give it to him, you shall set apart to the Lord all the first opens the womb, and the firstlings of your cattle that are males shall be the Lord's. Every firstling of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. Every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. And when in time to come your sons ask you, what does this mean? You shall say to him, by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, from the house of bondage. For when Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of cattle. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all the males that first open the womb, but all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall be as a mark on your hand, or frontlets between your eyes, for by a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them by way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near, for God said, lest the people repent when they see war and return to Egypt. But God led the people round by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea. And the sons of Israel went up out of the land of Egypt, equipped for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for Joseph had solemnly swore the sons of Israel, saying, God will visit you. Then you must carry my bones with you from here. And they moved me from Succoth and encamped me at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might travel by day and by night. The pillar of cloud by day and by the pillar of fire by night did not depart from before the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell the sons of Israel to turn back and encamp in front of Paphrathah, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baalah-Zephon, and shall encamp over against it by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the sons of Israel, they are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them, and I will get glory over Pharaoh and all his host. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. And they did so. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, the mind of Pharaoh and his servants was changed toward the people. And they said, what is this we have done, that we may have let Israel go from serving us? So he made ready his chariot and took his army with him, and took 600 picked chariots, and all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the sons of Israel as they went forth defiantly. The Egyptians pursued them, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them and camped at the sea. When Pharaoh drew near, the sons of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians were marching after them, and they were in great fear. And the sons of Israel cried out to the Lord. And they said to Moses, "Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us in bringing us out of Egypt? Is not this what we said to you in Egypt? Let us alone, and let us serve the Egyptians. For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness." And Moses said to the people, "Fear not, stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be still." The Lord said to Moses, "Why do you cry to me? Tell the sons of Israel to go forward. Lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the sons of Israel may go on dry ground through the sea. And I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, so that they shall go in after them. And I will get glory over Pharaoh and all his host, his chariots and his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gotten glory over Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen." Thank you, Logan. Then the angel of God who went before the host of Israel moved and went behind them, and the pillar of cloud moved from before them and stood behind them, coming between the host of Egypt and the host of Israel. And there was the cloud and the darkness, and the night passed, without one coming near the other all night. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord drove the sea back by a strong east wind all night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the sons of Israel went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. The Egyptians pursued, and went in after them into the midst of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And in the morning watched the Lord in the pillar of fire and of cloud, looked down upon the host of the Egyptians, and discomfited the host of the Egyptians, clogging their chariot wheels, so that they drove heavily. And the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the water may come back upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen." So Moses stretched forth his hands over the sea, and the sea returned to its usual flow when the morning appeared, and the Egyptians fled into it. And the Lord routed the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. The waters turned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that had followed him into the sea. Not so much as one of them remained. But the sons of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day from the hand of the Egyptians. And Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. And Israel saw the great work which the Lord did against the Egyptians. And the people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord and his servant Moses. Okay. Then Moses and the sons of Israel sang this song to the Lord, saying, "I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation. This is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his hosts he cast into the sea, and he picked officers are sunk in the Red Sea. The floods covered them. They went down into the depths like a stone. Your right hand, O Lord, glorious in power. Your right hand, O Lord, shatters the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you overthrow your adversaries. You send forth your fury. It consumes them like stubble. At the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up. The flood stood up in a heap. The deeps congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue. I will overtake. I will divide the spoil. My desire shall have its fill of them. I will draw my sword. My hand shall destroy them. You blew with your wind. The sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like you? Majestic in holiness, terrible in glorious deeds, doing wonders. You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You have led in your merciful love the people whom you have redeemed. You have guided them by your strength to your holy abode. The peoples have heard, they tremble. Pangs have seized on the inhabitants of Philistia. Now are the chiefs of Edom dismayed. The leaders of Moab, trembling seizes them. All the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away. Terror and dread fall upon them because of the greatness of your arm. They are as still as a stone, till your people, Lord, pass by, till the people pass by whom you have purchased. You will bring them in and plant them on your own mountain, the place, O Lord, which you have made for your abode, the sanctuary, Lord, which your hands have established. The Lord will reign forever and ever. For when the horses of Pharaoh, with his chariots and his horsemen, went into the sea, the Lord brought back the waters of the sea upon them, but the sons of Israel walked on dry ground in the midst of the sea. Then Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hands, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dancing. And Miriam sang to them, Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. Then Moses led Israel onward from the Red Sea, and they went into the wilderness of Shur. They went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink the water of Marah because it was bitter. Therefore it was named Marah, and the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree, and he threw it into the water, and the water became sweet. There the Lord made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he tested them, saying, If you will diligently listen to the voice of the Lord your God, and do that which is right in his eyes, and give heed in his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases upon you, which I put upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord your healer. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the water. Do I have to spin the wheel?
I think so.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me look at the donations. Did somebody donate $50?
It looks like it. I will keep going. They set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the sons of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after they had departed from the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the sons of...
Right. We got $100 donation from Kevin.
Let's go.
So that does qualify a wheel spin.
Is that 2 wheel spins?
Just spin it once. Your time's almost done. So
Okay.
here we go.
Hopefully it's good. That was kind of weak.
10-minute bike.
What?
All right.
No.
Bring it out.
What? Okay. I'll spin it harder next time.
Yeah, that was.
How am I supposed to bring this out?
She's gonna be biking while reading this next
this
chapter.
sounds terrible.
Nah, it's good.
I'm almost done. Let me be free.
All right, hey, let me get it. There you go.
Okay. I'll keep going. Then the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from the heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day, that I may test them, whether they will walk in my land or not. On the 6th day... I'm cooking.
No way.
Guys, this is terrible.
All right, Rat.
I don't want to.
You're gonna do the bike until your shift's over, so. Thanks for the donation so we could spin the wheel.
Is this going to hit? Alright, I'm locked in.
She's locked in now.
Oh, this is loud. On the 6th day, when they prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather daily. So Moses and Aaron said to all the sons of Israel, At evening you shall know what it was like in the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you shall see the glory of God of the Lord. Because of he has heard your murmurings. I'm just going to pick this up. Sorry. Actually, this isn't going to work. Jeans, I need your help. It's falling. For what we are, that you murmur against us. And Moses said, When the Lord gives you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, because the Lord has heard your murmurings, which you murmur against him. What are we? Your murmurings are not against us. In the name of the Lord. And Moses said to Aaron, Say to the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he has heard your murmurings. And as Aaron spoke to the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, They looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord said to Moses, I have heard the murmurings of the Lord of Israel. Say to them, at twilight you shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall be filled with the bread. You shall know that I am the Lord your God. In the evening, quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning dew lay round about the camp, and when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine, flake-like thing, fine as or frost on the ground. When the sons of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, every man of you, as much as you can eat. You shall take an omer apiece, according to the number of the persons whom each of you has in his tent. And the sons of Israel did so. They gathered some more, some less. But when they measured it with an omer, he said to them, had no lack, each gathered according to what he could eat. And Moses said to them, Let no man leave any of it till the morning. But they did not, and it bred worms and became foul. And then Moses was angry with them. Morning by morning they gathered it, each as much as he could eat. But when the sun grew hot, it melted. On the sixth day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers apiece. And when all the leaders of the congregation came and told Moses, he said to them, This is the day the Lord has commanded. Tomorrow is a day of solemn rest, a holy Sabbath of the Lord. Bake what you will bake, and boil what you will boil, and all that is left over lay to be kept till the morning. So they laid it by till the morning, as Moses bade them, and it did not become foul, and there were no worms in it. Moses said, Eat it today, for today is the Sabbath to the Lord. Today you will find it in the fields. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, there will be none. On the 7th day some of the people were not to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said to Moses, How long do you refuse to keep my commandments and my law? See, the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days. Remain every man on you in his place. Let no man go out in his place to the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. Now the house of Israel called its name manna. It was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, This is what the Lord has commanded. Let an omer of it be kept throughout your generations, that they may see that the bread with which I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you out of the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron take a jar, and put an omer on of manna in it, and place it before the Lord, to be kept throughout your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron placed it before the covenant, to be kept. And the sons of Israel ate the manna 40 years, till they came out to a habitable land. They ate the manna till they came to the border of the land of Canaan. Okay. I'm locked in. This is getting more difficult. Chapter 17. All the congregation of the sons of Israel moved on from the wilderness of Sin by stages, according to the commandment of the Lord, and camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people found fault with Moses and said, Give us water to drink. And with Moses said to them, Why do you find fault with me? Why do you put the Lord to the test? But the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moses and said, Why did you bring us out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? So Moses cried to the Lord, What shall I do with the people? They are almost ready to stone me. And the Lord said to Moses, Pass on before the people, taking with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the rod with which you have struck the Nile, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock at Oreb, and you shall strike the rock, and water shall come out of it, that the people may drink. And Israel did so, the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the people Mizai and Meribah, because of the fault finding of the sons of Israel, and because they put the Lord to the test by saying, is the Lord among us or not?
All right, you want to stop there?
I gotta finish the chapter.
All right, finish the chapter.
And my 3 minutes.
Yes.
This is terrible. I can barely see it. Is it like loud? Can you like still hear
It's
me?
fine.
Okay. Then came Amalek and fought with Israel at Rabbanim. And Moses said to Joshua, "Choose for us men and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed. And whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew weary. So they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat upon it. And Aaron and Hur held up his hands, one on one side and on the other side. So his hands were steady until going down of the sun. And Joshua mowed down Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And the Lord said to Moses, "Write this as a memorial in a book and recite it in the ears of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out all the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven." And Moses built an altar and called the name of it, "The Lord is my banner," saying, "A hand upon the banner of the Lord. The Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Yay.
Yay, good job, Rachel. All right, let's give Rachel a round of applause there.
That was a way to end.
She spun the wheel of punishment and reward, had to ride this bike, and we're going to have some relief readers coming in. Hang on, let me get this set up, and then we'll introduce our next guests that have graciously donated their time.
Oh, it's so delayed.
Hopefully we don't have to use this again anytime soon. We'll see.
It's so delayed.
Yeah, it is.
Good job. Is that scary?
Okay, we're going to bring the chair back in, and we have Molly
Let's go, Molly.
Yeah.
coming in to take over Exodus. It looks like we're on Exodus chapter 18, so we'll let her get comfortable here.
What are these?
Hi guys, what's up? Okay, whenever I'm ready.
Yeah, we're right there.
Perfect. Okay. Jethro's counsel to Moses. Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for Israel, his people. Now the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Now Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, had taken Zechariah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her away, and her 2 sons, of whom the name was once Gershom, for he said, "I have been a sojourner in a foreign land," and the name of the other Eleazar, for he said, "The God of my father was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh." And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the wilderness, where he was encamped at the mountain of God. And then when one told Moses, "Behold, your father-in-law Jethro is coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons with her," Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and did obeisance and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare and went into the tent. Then Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardship that had come upon them in the way, and how the Lord had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the good which the Lord had done to Israel, in that he had delivered them out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, "Blessed be the Lord, who has delivered you out of the land of the Egyptians and out of the hand of Pharaoh. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, because he delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians when they dealt arrogantly with them." And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, offered a burnt offering with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. The next day Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood about Moses from morning till evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw all that he was doing for the people, he said, "Is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone, and all the people stand about you from morning till evening?" And Moses said to his father-in-law, "Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a dispute, they come to me, and I decide between a man and his neighbor, and I make them known the statutes of God and his decisions." Moses' father-in-law said to him, "What you are doing is not good. You and the people with you will wear yourselves out, for the thing is too heavy for you, and you are not able to perform it alone. Listen now to my voice. I will give you counsel, and God be with you. You shall represent the people before God, and bring their cases to God, and you shall teach them the statutes and the decisions, and make them known the way in which they must walk and what they must do. Moreover, choose able men from all the people, such as fear God, men who are trustworthy and who hate a bribe, and place such men over the people as rulers of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. And let them judge the people at all times, every great matter that they shall bring to you. But any smaller matter they shall decide themselves, so it will be easier for you, and they will bear the burden with you. If you do this, and God so commands you, then you will be able to endure, and all this people also will go to their place in peace. So Moses gave heed to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. Moses chose able men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. And they judged the people at all times. Hard cases they brought to Moses, but any small matter they decided themselves. Then Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his own way to his own country.
All right, Molly.
Chapter 19.
Logan has donated $50.
Logan,
So
let's
you have to
go.
spin the wheel of punishment and reward.
I love you, Logan.
I didn't spin it hard enough.
Yeah, what's it gonna be?
Free
Bible!
Bible! Thanks, Logan.
All right, so Molly will be taking home one of these St. Ignatius Catholic Study Bibles right here.
Yeah.
Not the exact one that we're reading, but once we are able to purchase the Bibles with these donations, one of them will be going to Molly.
Let's go.
Good
Okay.
job. Thank you, Logan.
Thanks, Logan. Love you. All right, chapter 19. The Israelites reached Mount Sinai. On the third new moon, after the sons of Israel had gone forth out of the land of Egypt, and on that day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. And when they sent out from Rephidim and came into the wilderness of Sinai, they encamped in the wilderness, and there Israel encamped before the mountain. And Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him out of the mountain, saying, Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the sons of Israel, You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my own possession among all peoples, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words of which you shall speak to the children of Israel. So Moses came and called the elders of the people, and set before them all these words which the Lord had commanded him. All the people answered together and said, All that the Lord has spoken we will do. And Moses reported the words of the people to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I am coming to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and also believe you forever. Then Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments, and be ready by the third day. For on the third day the Lord will come down upon Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people, and you shall set bounds for the people. Bounds for the people around about, saying, Take heed that you do not go up unto the mountain or touch the border of it. Whoever touches the mountain shall be put to death. No hand shall touch him, but he shall be stoned or shot. Whether beast or man, he shall not live. When the trumpet sounds a long blast, they shall come up to the mountain. So Moses went down from the mountain to the people, and consecrated the people, and they washed their garments. And he said to the people, Be ready by the third day. Do not go near women. Okay. God speaks to Moses on the mountain. On the morning of the third day, there was thunder and lightning, and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast, so that all the people who were in the camp trembled. Then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they took their stand at the foot of the mountain. And Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in a fire, and the smoke of it went up like the smoke of a kiln, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. And as the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him in thunder. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain, and the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. And the Lord said to Moses, Go down and warn the people, lest they break through to the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And also let the priests who come near the Lord consecrate themselves, lest the Lord break out upon them. And Moses said to the Lord, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you yourself charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mountain and consecrate it. And the Lord said to him, Go down and come up, bringing Aaron with you, but do not let the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, lest he break out against them. So Moses went down to the people and told them. Chapter 20. 10 Commandments. Let's go. And the Lord spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image, or any likenesses of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing mercy to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, or your son, or your daughter, or your manservant, or your maidservant, or your cattle, or the sojourner who is within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven, the earth, and the sea, and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not kill, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. Now when all the people perceived the thunder and lightning, and the sound of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking, the people were afraid and trembled, and they stood afar off, and said to Moses, You speak to us, and we will hear, but let not God speak to us, lest we die. And Moses said to the people, Do not fear, for God has come to test you, and that the fear of him may be before your eyes, that you may not sin. God gives Moses laws about sacrifice. And the people stood afar off, while Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said to Moses, Thus you shall say to the people of Israel, You have seen for yourselves that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver to be with me, nor shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. An altar of earth you shall make for me, and the sacrifice on it your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. And if you make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stones. For if you wield your tool upon it, you profane it. And you shall not go up by steps to my altar, that your nakedness be not exposed on it. Chapter 21. Laws concerning slaves. Now these are the ordinances by which you shall set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free, for nothing. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. When the man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt faithlessly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, or her material rights. And if he does not do these 3 things for her, she shall go out for nothing, without payment of money. Laws concerning violence and harm.
One more minute.
All right, 1 more minute. Okay. Whoever strikes a man so that he dies shall be put to death. If he did not lie and wait for him, but God let him fall into his hand, then I will appoint for you a place which he may flee. But if a man willfully attacks another to kill him treacherously, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. Whoever strikes his father or his mother shall be put to death. Whoever steals a man, whether he sells him or is found in possession of him, shall be put to death. Whoever curses his father or his mother shall be put to death. When men quarrel and one strikes the other with a stone or with his fist, and the man does not die but keeps his bed, then if the man rises again and walks abroad with his staff, he that struck him shall be clear, only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall have him thoroughly healed. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod the slave dies under his hand, he shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be punished, for the slave is his money. When men strive together and hurt a woman with child, so that there's a miscarriage, and yet no harm follows, the one who hurt her shall be fined, according to the woman's husband, shall lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. When a man strikes the eye of his slave, male or female, and destroys it, he shall let the slave go free for the eye's sake. If he knocks out the tooth of his slave, male or female, he shall let the slave go free for the tooth's sake. When an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox shall be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be clear. But if the ox has been accustomed to gore in the past, and its owner has been warned but has not kept it in, and it kills a man or woman, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner also shall be put to death. If a ransom is laid on him, then he shall give for the redemption of his life whatever is laid upon him. If it gores a man's son or daughter, he shall be dealt with according to the same rule. If the ox gores a slave, male or female, the owner shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. When a man leaves a pit open, or when a man digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit shall make it good. He shall give money to its owner, and the dead beast shall be his. When the man's ox hurts another so that it dies, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the price of it, and that the dead beast also they shall divide. Or if it is known that the ox has been accustomed to gore in the past, and its owner has not kept it in, he shall pay ox for ox, and the dead beast shall be his.
Is that a good stopping point?
Yeah, chapter 22.
Nice. All right, give it up for Molly, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Molly.
All right.
And you want a free Bible during that?
Yes.
And
Let's
now
go.
we're going to welcome on Chloe. Come on in. She's going to start at chapter 22. Yeah, right down, and then you go up. Don't read the bottom part at all.
So do I read like the whole paragraph?
Yep. And then
go.
you go up. Yeah.
So don't read this.
Yeah. All right, welcome on Chloe.
If a man steals an ox or a sheep and kills it or sells it, he shall pay 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. He shall make a restitution if he has nothing. Then he shall be sold for his theft. If the stolen beast is found alive in his possession, whether it is an ox or a donkey or a sheep, he shall pay double. If the thief is found breaking in and is struck so that he dies, there shall be no blood guilt for him. But the sun has risen up upon him, there shall be blood guilt for him. When a man causes a field or vineyard to be grazed over, or lets his beast loose when it feeds in another man's field, he shall make restitution from the best of his own field and his own vineyard. When the fire breaks out and catches his thorns, so that the stacked grain or the standing grain or the field is consumed, he that kindled the fire shall make full restitution. If a man delivers to his neighbor money or goods to keep, and it is stolen out of the man's house, then if the thief is found, he shall pay double. If the thief is not found, the owner of the house shall come near to God to show whether or not he has put in his hands to the neighbor's goods. For every breach of trust, whether it is for ox, for donkey, for sheep, or for clothing, or for any kind of lost thing, of which one says, "This is it," the case of both parties shall come before God, when whom God shall condemn, shall pay double to his neighbor. If a man delivers to his neighbor a donkey or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it dies or is hurt or is driven away without anyone seeing it, an oath by the Lord shall be between them both to see whether he has not put in hand neighbor's property. And the owner shall accept the oath, and he shall not make restitution. But if stolen from him, he shall make the restitution to its owner. If it is torn by all beasts, let him bring it as evidence. He shall not make restitution, for it has been torn.
Okay, Chloe. I hate to stop you there, but we have a $50 donation from Mary, so thank you, Mary. You're going to have to spin the wheel of punishment and reward.
Come on, Chloe.
Good spin. Oven mitts. All right, she's gonna have to wear oven mitts for the rest of her time. I'll go get those. You keep reading.
Okay. If a man borrows anything of his neighbor and it hurts or dies, the owner not being with it, he shall make full restitution. If the owner was with it, he shall not make restitution. If it was hired, it came for its hire. If a man succeeds a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall give the marriage present for her and make her for his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay more money equivalent to the marriage presents for its virgin. You shall not permit a sorceress to live. Whoever lies with the beast shall be put to death. Whoever sacrifices to any good save the Lord only shall be utterly destroyed. You shall not wrong a stranger or oppress him. You were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or orphan. If you do afflict them, and they cry out to me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath will burn, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives will become widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people with you who is poor, you shall not be to him as creditor, and you shall not exact interest from him. If you ever take your neighbor's garment in pledge, you shall restore it to him before the sun goes down, for that his only covering is his mantle for his body. In what else shall he sleep? If he cries to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. You shall not revile God or curse the ruler your people. You shall not delay to offer the fullness of your harvest and from the outlot of your presses. The firstborn of your sons shall give it to me. You shall do likely with your oxen, with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. You shall be men concerted to therefore you shall not eat any flesh that is torn by beasts in the field. You shall cast it into dogs.
All right. We're improvising. We have this oven mitt and then this spatula. You have to hold the spatula in the other hand.
Wait, can I do this?
You could, yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Your pointer.
Yeah. You shall not utter a false report. You shall not join hands with a wicked man to be a malicious witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, nor shall you bear witness in a suit, turning aside after a multitude, so as to pervert justice, nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his suit. If you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey going astray, you shall bring it back to him. If you see the donkey of one who hates you lying under its burden, you shall refrain from leaving him with it. You shall help him to lift it up.
All right, time for the real oven mitts. We're escalating this.
You shall not pervert the justice due to your poor in his suit. Keep far from a false charge, and do not slay the innocent and righteous, for it will not acquit the wicked. And you shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds the official, and subverts the case of those who are in the right. You shall not oppress a stranger. You know the heart of the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. For 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, but the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the wild beast may eat. You shall do likewise with your vineyard and with your olive orchard. 6 days you shall do your work, but on the 7th day you shall rest, and that your ox, your donkey may have rest, and the son of your maidservant and the alien may be refreshed. Take heed to all that I have said to you, and make no mention of the names of other gods, or let such be heard out of your mouth. 3 times in the year you shall keep a feast to me. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. As I command you, you shall eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib, for in it you come out of Egypt. None shall appear for me empty-handed. You shall keep the feast of harvest with the first fruits of your labor. Of what you sow in the field, you shall keep the feast in gathering at the end of the year. When you gather in from the field the fruit of your labor, 3 times in the year shall all your males appear before the Lord God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, or the fat of my feast remain until the morning. The first of the fruits, Lord, your ground, you shall bring into the house of the Lord with your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you on your way and bring you the palace which I have prepared. Give heed to him and listen to his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. But if you listen attentively to his voice and do all that I say, then I will be enemy to your enemies, and I will adversary to your adversaries. When my angel goes before you and brings you into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I blot them out. You shall not bow down to the gods, nor serve them, nor do according to the works. But you shall utterly overthrow them and break your pillars in pieces. You shall serve the Lord your God, and I will bless your bread and your water. I will take sickness away from the midst of you. None shall cast her young or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my terror before you, and will throw the confusion all the people against whom you shall come. And I will make all your enemies turn their backs to you, and I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out Hivite, Canaanite, and Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out before you in 1 year. Lest the land become desolate and the wild beasts multiply against you. Little by little I will drive them out before you until you are increased and possess the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea to the sea of the Philistines, and from the wilderness to the Euphrates, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your land, and shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them or with their God. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. If you serve their gods, it will surely be snare to you. Chapter 24. He said to Moses, "Come up to the Lord, and you and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and the worship of Pharaoh. Moses alone shall come near to the Lord, but the others shall not come near, and the people shall not come up with him." Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the ordinances. And all the people answered with one voice and said, "All the words which the Lord have spoken we will do." And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord. As he rose early in the morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the sons of Israel who offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings and oxen to the Lord. And Moses took half the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he threw against the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it in the hearing of the people. And they said, "All that the Lord has spoken we will do, and we will be obedient." And Moses took the blood and threw it upon the people and said, "Behold the blood, the covenant with which the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words." Then Moses and Aaron...
All right, Chloe. You're tapped out now. Good job. We have another relief reader. Everyone give it up for Chloe. She did a great job. Great job with the oven mitts.
Youngest reader.
I was.
Youngest reader so far.
As right now. Oh wait, where did you leave off? You're
Right
not
here.
kidding. Those are tiny words. Okay,
Yeah.
The then.
then.
And we're bringing in Aaron, so welcome Aaron.
Thank you.
Can I stay down here?
Yeah, if you want. All right. On the mountain of God. Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. And he did not lay his hand on the chief men of the people of Israel. They beheld God and ate and drank. The Lord said to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and wait there, and I will give you the tables of stone, with the law and the commandment which I have written for their instruction." So Moses rose with his servant Joshua, and Moses went up into the mountain of God. And he said to the elders, "Wait here for us until we come to you again. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. Whoever has a cause, let him go to them." Then Moses went up on the mountain, and the cloud covered the mountain. The glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And on the 7th day he called to Moses out of the midst of the cloud. Now the appearance of the glory of the Lord was like a devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the sight of the sons of Israel. And Moses entered the cloud and went up on the mountain. And Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Offerings for the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the sons of Israel that they take for me an offering. From every man whose heart makes him willing, you shall receive the offering for me. And this is the offering which you shall receive from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen, goat's hair and tanned ram skins, goat skins, acacia wood, oil for the lamps, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, onyx stones and stones for setting, for the ephod and for the breastpiece. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell in their midst, according to all that I show you concerning the pattern of the tabernacle, and of all its furniture, so you shall make it." Ooh, the Ark of the Covenant. Not the Indiana Jones version. Okay. "They shall make an ark of acacia wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be its length, a cubit and a half its breadth, and a cubit and a half its height. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shall you overlay it. And you shall make upon it a molding of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them on its 4 feet, 2 rings on the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. You shall make poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall carry the ark by them. The poles shall remain in the rings of the ark, and they shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the covenant which I shall give you. Then you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be its length, and a cubit and a half its breadth. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold. Of hammered work shall you make them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. Make 1 cherub on the one end, and 1 cherub on the other end. Of one piece with the mercy seat shall you make the cherubim on its 2 ends. The cherubim shall spread out their wings above, overshadowing the mercy seat with their wings. Their faces one to another, toward the mercy seat, shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat on the top of the ark, and in the ark you shall put the covenant that I shall give you. There I will meet with you, and from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim that are upon the ark of the covenant, I will speak with you of all that I will give you in the commandment for the sons of Israel. The table for the bread of the presence. And you shall make a table of acacia wood. 2 cubits shall be its length, a cubit its breadth, and a cubit and a half its height. You shall overlay it with pure gold, and make a molding of gold around it. And you shall make around it a frame a handbreadth wide, and a molding of gold around the frame. And you shall make it 4 rings of gold, and fasten the rings to the 4 corners at its 4 legs. Close to the frame the rings shall lie, as holders for the poles to carry the table. You shall make the poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold, and the table shall be carried with these. And you shall make its plates and dishes for incense, and its flagons and bowls with which to pour libations. Of pure gold you shall make them. And you shall set the bread of the presence on the table before me always. The lampstand. And you shall make a lampstand of pure gold. The base and the shaft of the lampstand shall be made of hammered work. Its cups, its capitals, and its flower shall be of one piece with it. And there shall be 6 branches going out of its sides, 3 branches of the lampstand out of one side of it, and 3 branches of the lampstand out of the other side of it. 3 cups made like almonds, each with capital and flower on one branch, and 3 cups made like almonds, each with capital and flower on the other branch. So for the 6 branches going out of the lampstand, and on the lampstand itself 4 cups made like almonds, with their capitals and flowers, and a capital of one piece with it under each pair of the 6 branches going out from the lampstand. Their capitals and their branches. Oh, yes. Yes.
Had a donation, so now you have to spin the wheel.
I have to spin the wheel
From your husband.
of punishment and reward. Okay.
Spin it good. All right.
Well, they didn't go all the
You got
way
the
around.
10-minute bike ride.
No, I thought I had to spin again because it didn't go all the way around.
All right,
but this is
go on.
not.
Spin it again. Spin
This
it
is
again.
okay.
You gotta spin it hard.
I gotta spin it harder.
All
There
right.
we go. Now that's a real
Do it
spin.
again.
Oh my god!
Are you good with doing it?
Oh, I'm good.
All right, she's
I'm
gonna
good.
do it.
I'm gonna do it.
We do the
It's-
real punishments here, okay?
Yeah, real punishments.
Bring the bike back.
Bring the bike back.
Oh my gosh.
This is hysterical.
The good fortune of Molly ran out.
Oh wow, you have more little Jesuses.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You can take one if you want.
Oh, it's okay. We have them at home.
All right,
too.
we're bringing out the bike. And while we do that, if you guys have any other recommendations of what to put on the wheel
Yeah.
of punishment and reward, please comment.
Hopefully we can switch out the bikes.
Yeah.
It's no longer there.
Yeah, hopefully we can switch out the bike. I think once something's used a couple times.
That's true.
How is this positioning, do you think?
Let's see. It's been a while since I've ridden an exercise bike. I might need to move it closer.
Yeah.
It's pretty small.
My eyes are worse than
You
Rachel's.
can
Yeah.
hold the Bible in your hand.
Oh,
Yeah, you can
maybe
hold
that
it.
could work.
That's what I almost
It was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, this is good.
Is it doable?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to hold the Bible though because it
Okay.
is too small.
Yeah, you can just do the
Alright.
legs and then.
Yeah, just do the legs. That sounds good.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, I was talking about lampstands. Alright, let's see. Their capitals and their branches shall be of one piece with it. The whole of it one piece of hammered work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps for it, and the lamps shall be set up so as to give light upon the space in front of it. Its snuffers and their trays shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall it be made, with all these utensils. And see that you make them after the pattern for them, which is being shown you on the mountain. The tabernacle. Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet stuff. With cherubim skillfully worked shall you make them. The length of each curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits, and all the curtains shall have one measure. 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. And you shall make loops of blue on the edge of the outmost curtain in the first set, and likewise you shall make loops of the edge of the outmost curtain in the second set. 50 loops you shall make on the one curtain, and 50 loops you shall make on the edge of the curtain that is in the second set. The loops shall be opposite one another, and you shall make 50 clasps of gold, and couple the curtains one to the other with the clasps, that the tabernacle may be one whole. You shall also make curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of each curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. The 11 curtains shall have the same measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and the 6th curtain you shall double over at the front of the tent. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is outmost in one set, and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain which is outmost in the second set. And you shall make 50 clasps of bronze, and put the clasps into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one whole. And the part of that remains in the curtains of the tent. The half curtain that remains shall hang over the back of the tabernacle, and a cubit on one side, and a cubit on the other side of what remains in the length of the curtains of the tent shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and that side to cover it. And you shall make for the tent a covering of tanned ram skins and goat skins. The framework. And you shall make upright frames for the tabernacle of acacia wood. 10 cubits shall be the length of the frame, and a cubit and a half the breadth of each frame. There shall be 2 tenons in each frame for fitting together. So shall you do in each frame, for all the frames of the tabernacle. You shall make the frames for the tabernacle, 20 frames for the south side, and 40 bases of silver you shall make under the 20 frames. 2 bases under one frame for its 2 tenons, and 2 bases under another frame for its 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side, 20 frames, and there are 40 bases of silver, 2 bases under one frame, and 2 bases under another frame. And for the rear of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 frames. And you shall make 2 frames for corners of the tabernacle in the rear. They shall be separate beneath, but joined at the top at the first ring. Thus shall it be with both of them. They shall form the 2 corners. And there shall be 8 frames with their bases of silver, 16 bases, 2 bases under one frame, and 2 bases under another frame. And you shall make bars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 for the frames of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the frames of the side of the tabernacle at the rear westward. The middle bar, halfway up the frames, shall pass through from end to end. You shall overlay the frames with gold, and shall make their rings of gold for holders for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold, and you shall erect the tabernacle according to the plan for which it has been shown to you on the mountain. The veil and the screen. And you shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet stuff and fine twined linen. In skilled work shall it be made, with cherubim, and you shall hang it upon 4 pillars of acacia overlaid with gold, with hooks of gold, upon 4 bases of silver. And you shall hang the veil from the clasps, and bring the ark of the covenant in there within the veil, and the veil shall separate for you the holy place from the most holy. You shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the covenant in the most holy place. And you shall set the table outside the veil, and the lampstand on the south side of the tabernacle, opposite the table. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a screen for the door of the tent, of blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen, embroidered with needlework. And you shall make for the screen 5 pillars of acacia, and overlay them with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, and you shall cast 5 bases of bronze for them. The altar of burnt offering. You shall make the altar of acacia wood, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be square, and its height shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make horns for it on its 4 corners. Its horns shall be of one piece with it, and you shall overlay it with bronze. You shall make pots for it to receive its ashes, and shovels, and basins, and forks, and fire pans. All its utensils you shall make of bronze. You shall make for it a grating, a network of bronze, and upon the net you shall make 4 bronze rings at its 4 corners. And you shall see it under the ledge of the altar, so that the net shall extend halfway down the altar. And
You did it.
I did it? I'm done?
Yeah,
Oh my
your
gosh.
shift is done, so now your husband has to come down.
Oh, he hasn't come down yet?
He's next.
Should I keep reading until he comes?
Yeah, but we can take the bike away, though.
Oh,
That'd be great. Give it up for Aaron on the
Yay,
bike.
I did it!
That was probably the one you wanted to do the least, maybe?
Right,
That's
exactly.
the hardest one.
I would agree. That was my least.
Thanks for being a good sport. You did amazing.
Thank you.
For the cause, for the cause.
Yes, exactly. Rachel was a good
Example.
example.
I want to read again.
All right.
Here, that me and Molly are staying until my
Let's go.
dad is done with the breaks so we can keep reading.
All right,
Oops.
Chloe and Molly might come back. We'll bring the chair back
Whoa,
for Tim
yeah.
here.
I'll show you. It's towards the end of the burnt offering.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. You guys are, I mean, you were on the bike and you're reading a very hard section
I know.
of Exodus, so this is...
Oh, I probably need to flip. We're at I forgot to flip at the chapters. We're at 27.
Oh, nice.
I read a lot. Sorry.
Let's
I
go.
forgot to
Good
flip.
reading.
Okay,
You were on
so
the bike.
you're at
Everyone's gonna
27 verse 7.
Okay.
27:7.
27:7.
Mom,
Okay.
Hey, MD, I do lector, so thank you.
Oh.
Welcome, Tim.
Hi. All right, we're going to continue with Exodus here. Exodus 27. All right. And the poles shall be put through the rings, so that the poles shall be upon the two sides of the altar when it is carried. You shall make it hollow with boards, as it has been shown you on the mountain. So shall it be made. The court and its hangings. You shall make the court of the tabernacle. On the south side of court shall have hangings of fine twined linen, 100 cubits long for one side. Their pillars shall be 20, and their bases 20, of bronze. But the hooks of the pillars and their fillets should be of silver. And likewise for its length on the north side there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, their pillars 20, and their bases 20, of bronze. But the hooks of the pillars and their fillets should be of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side there shall be hangings for 50 cubits with 10 pillars and 10 bases. The breadth of the court on the front of the east shall be 50 cubits. The hangings for one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits with 3 pillars and 3 bases. On the other side the hangings shall be 15 cubits with 3 pillars and 3 bases. For the gate of the court there shall be a screen 20 cubits long of blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine between linen, embroidered with needlework. It shall have 4 pillars, and with them 4 bases. All the pillars around the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their bases of bronze. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, the breadth 50, and the height 5 cubits, with hangings of fine twined linen and bases of bronze. All the utensils of the tabernacle for every use, and all its pegs and all the pegs of the court shall be of bronze. The oil for the lamp. And you shall command the sons of Israel that they bring you a pure beaten olive oil for the light, that a lamp may be set up to burn continually. In the tent of meeting outside the veil which is before the covenant, Aaron and his sons shall tend it from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be a statute forever and be observed throughout the generations by the sons of Israel. Holy garments for priests. Chapter 28. Then bring near to you Aaron your brother and his sons with him from among the sons of Israel to serve me as priests, Aaron and Aaron's son, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak to all who have ability, whom I have endowed with an able mind, that they make Aaron's garments and consecrate him for my priesthood. These are the garments which they shall make: a breastpiece, an ephod, a robe, a coat of checker work, a turban, and a sash. They shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons to serve me as priests. The ephod. They shall receive gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen. And they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet stuff, and of fine twined linen, skillfully worked. It shall have 2 shoulder pieces attached to its 2 edges, that it may be joined together. And the skillfully woven band upon it, to belt it on, shall be of the same workmanship and materials, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen. And you shall take 2 onyx stones, and engrave on the names of the sons of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the names of the remaining 6 on the other stone.
in order of their birth. As the jeweler engraves signets, so you shall engrave the 2 stones with the names of the sons of Israel. You shall enclose them in settings of gold filigree. And you shall set the 2 stones upon the shoulder pieces of the ephod, as stones of remembrance for the sons of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon his 2 shoulders for remembrance. And you shall make settings of gold filigree, and 2 chains of pure gold, twisted like cords, and you shall attach the corded chains to the settings, the breastplate of beasts of judgment. And you shall make a breastpiece of judgment in skilled work, like the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen shall you make it. It shall be square and double, a span its length, and a span its breadth. And you shall set it in 4 rows of stones. A row of sardius, topaz, and carbuncle shall be the first row, and the second row an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond, and the third row a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst, and the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold filigree. There shall be 12 stones with their names according to the names of the son of Israel. They shall be like signets, each engraved with its name for the 12 tribes. And you shall make for the breastpiece twisted chains like cords of pure gold. And you shall make the breastpiece 2 rings of gold, and put the 2 rings on the 2 edges of the breastpiece. And you shall put the 2 cords of gold and the 2 rings at the edges of the breastpiece. And 2 ends of the 2 cords you should attach to the 2 settings of filigree, and so attach it in the front of the shoulder pieces to the ephod. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and put them at the 2 ends of the breastpiece, and on its inside edge next to the ephod. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and attach them in front to the lower part and to the shoulder pieces of the ephod, and its joining above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastpiece by its rings to the rings of the ephod with the lace of blue, that it may lie upon the skillfully woven band of the ephod, and that breastpiece shall not come loose from the ephod. So Aaron shall bear the names of the sons of Israel in the breastpiece of judgment upon his heart, when he goes into the holy place, to bring them to continual remembrance before the Lord. And in the breastpiece of judgment you shall put upon the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goes in before the Lord. Thus Aaron shall bear the judgment of the sons of Israel upon his heart before the Lord continually. The robe of ephod. And you shall make the robe of the ephod olive blue. It shall have in the opening for the head, with a woven binding around the opening, like the opening in a garment, that it may not be torn. On its skirts you shall make pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet stuff around its skirts, with bells of gold between them. A golden bell and a pomegranate round the skirts of the robe. And it shall be upon Aaron when he ministers, and its sound shall be heard when he goes into the holy place before the Lord, and when he comes out, lest he die. Other priestly garments. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, and engrave on it like the engraving of a signet, holy to the Lord. And you shall fasten it on the turban by a lace of blue, and it shall be in front of the turban. It shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall take upon himself any guilt incurred in the holy offering, which the sons of Israel hallow as their holy gifts. It shall always be upon his forehead, and that they may be accepted before the Lord. And you shall weave the coat in checker work of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you should make a sash embroidered with needlework. And for Aaron's sons you shall make coats and sashes and caps. You shall make them for the glory and beauty. And you shall put upon them Aaron your brother, and upon his sons with him, and shall anoint them and ordain them and consecrate them, that they may serve me as priests. And you shall make for them linen breeches to cover their naked flesh. From the loins to the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they go into the tent of meeting, or when they come near the altar to minister in the holy place, lest they bring guilt upon themselves and die. This shall be a perpetual statute for him and for his descendants after him. Chapter 29. The ordination of priests. Now this is what you shall do to them to consecrate them, that they may serve me as priests. Take 1 young bull and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, unleavened cakes mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers spread with oil. You shall make them of fine wheat flour, and you shall put them in one basket and bring them in the basket, and bring the bull and the 2 rams. You shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tent of the meeting, and wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and put on Aaron the coat and robe of the ephod, and the breastpiece, and belt with him with a skillfully woven band of the ephod. And you shall set the turban on his head, and put the holy crown upon the turban. And you shall take the anointing oil, and pour it on his head, and anoint him. Then you shall bring his sons, put coats on them, and you shall belt them with sashes, and bind caps on them. And the priesthood shall be theirs by a perpetual statute. Thus you shall ordain Aaron and his sons. Then you shall bring the bull before the tent of meeting. Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the bull, and you shall kill the bull before the Lord at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall take part of the blood of the bull and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and the rest of the blood you shall pour out at the base of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the entrails, the appendage of liver, and 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bull and its skin and its dung you shall burn with fire outside the camp, as it is a sin offering. Then you shall take one of the rams, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the ram, and you shall slaughter the ram, and take its blood, and throw it against the altar round about. Then you shall cut the ram into pieces, and wash its entrails and its legs, and put them with its pieces at its head, and burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. It is a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. You shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the ram, and you shall kill the ram, and take part of its blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tips of the right ears of his sons, and upon the thumbs of the right hands, and upon the great toes of the right feet, and throw the rest of the blood out against the altar round about. Then you shall take part of the blood that is on the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron and his garments, and upon his sons and his sons' garments with him. And he and his garments shall be holy, and his sons' garments with him. You shall also take the fat of the ram, and the fat tail, and the fat that covers the entrails, and the appendage of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them, and the right thigh, for it is a ram of ordination, and 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of bread with oil, and 1 wafer out of the basket of unleavened bread that is before the Lord. And you shall put all these in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And you shall take them from their hands, and burn them on the altar in addition to the burnt offering as a pleasing odor before the Lord. It is an offering by fire to the Lord. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's ordination, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be your portion. And you shall consecrate the breast of the wave offering, and the thigh of the priest's portions which is waved, and which is offered from the ram of ordination, since it is for Aaron and his sons. It shall be for Aaron and his sons as a perpetual debt from the sons of Israel, for it is the priest's portion to be offered by the sons of Israel from their peace offerings. It is their offering to the Lord. The holy garments of Aaron shall be for his sons after him, and to be anointed in them and ordained in them. The son who is priest in his place shall wear them for 7 days, when he comes into the tent of meeting to minister in the holy place. You shall take the ram of ordination and boil its flesh in a holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket at the door of the tent of meeting. They shall eat those things with which atonement was made, to ordain and consecrate them, but an outsider shall not eat of them, because they are holy. And if any of the flesh for the ordination or of the bread remain until morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. Thus you shall do to Aaron and his sons, according to all that I have commanded you. Through 7 days you shall ordain them, and every day you shall offer a bull as a sin offering for atonement. Also you shall offer a sin offering for the altar, when you make atonement for it, and shall anoint it to consecrate it. 7 days you shall make atonement for the altar and consecrate it, and the altar shall be most holy. Whatever touches the altar shall become holy. The daily offerings. Now this is what you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs a year old, day by day continually. 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer in the evening. And with the first lamb, a 10th measure of the fine flour mingled with a fourth of a hin of beaten oil, and a fourth of a hin of wine for a libation. And the other lamb you shall offer in the evening, and shall offer it with a cereal offering and its libation, as in the morning for a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. It shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tent of meeting before the Lord, where I will meet with you to speak there to you. There I will meet the sons of Israel, and it shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar. Aaron also and his sons I will consecrate to serve me as priests. And I will dwell among the sons of Israel, and I will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I might dwell among them. I am the Lord their God.
All right, Tim. Great
There
job.
we go. Thank you. Chapter 30
All right,
of
looks
Exodus
like we
coming
have a
up.
last-minute $50 donation.
Last minute.
So it's either
Whoa.
you, we're right on the edge, so it's either you or Gina.
You want to do paper, rock, scissors? I mean, rock, paper, scissors?
Sure, whatever you want to do.
Okay, here we go. All
Who
right.
gets to spin the wheel?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay,
All right,
I'm
Gina.
spinning. Will it be
Oh, yeah, you're
punishment,
spinning, you're
Oh,
spinning.
true.
punishment,
It's a
or a
Reward.
reward?
Dun, dun. Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A gift card!
Oh, come on!
Excellent.
Sorry for headphone users there.
All right, yeah. Just keep watching. Subscribe.
Keep watching. Thanks, Tim.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh. How to identify birds.
Let's go.
Bird. Not a bird.
Good point.
That's a good one.
Good point.
All right, Gina's gonna be taking over. Can you show her where she is?
Where am I picking you up?
Yeah, you're going to start 30. So
All right,
there.
bet.
Exodus 30.
All right, party people. It's time. We're in Exodus. Let's get it. All right. The altar of incense. You shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of acacia wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be its length, and a cubit its breadth. It shall be square, and 2 cubits shall be its height. Its horn shall be one piece with it, and you shall overlay it with pure gold. Its top and its sides round about, and its horns. And you shall make for it a molding of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make for it. Under its molding on 2 opposite sides of it shall you make them, and they shall be holders for poles with which to carry it. You shall make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold, and you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the covenant, before the mercy seat that is over the covenant, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn fragrant incense on it. Every morning when he dresses the lamps, he shall burn it. And when Aaron sets up the lamps in the evening, he shall burn it, a perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. You shall offer no unholy incense thereon, nor burnt offering, nor cereal offering, and you shall pour no libation thereon. Aaron shall make anointment upon its horns once a year. With the blood of the sin offering of anointment, he shall make anointment for it once in a year throughout your generations. It is most holy to the Lord. The half shekel for the sanctuary. Let's get it. The Lord said to Moses, when you take the census of the sons of Israel, then each shall give a ransom for himself to the Lord when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. Each who is numbered in the census shall give this, half a shekel according to the shekel of the sanctuary, half a shekel as an offering to the Lord. Everyone who is numbered in the census from 20 years old and upward shall give the Lord's offering. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less. And the half shekel when you give the Lord's offering to make anointment for yourself. And you shall take the anointment money from the sons of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tent of meeting, that it may bring the sons of Israel to remembrance before the Lord, so as to make anointment for yourselves. The bronze layer. Hi, MD. Hi, Joey. Yo, DevDog's in the chat. Subscribe to DevDog, everybody. Subscribe. All right, let's get the bronze lever. The Lord said to Moses, you shall also make
a laver of bronze with its base of bronze for washing. And you shall put it between the tent of meeting and the altar, and you shall put water in it, with which Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet, when they go into the tent of meeting, or when they come near the altar to minister, to burn an offering by fire to the Lord. They shall wash with water, lest they die. They shall wash their hands and their feet, lest they die. It shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his descendants throughout their generations. The anointing, oil, and incense. Let's go. Moreover, the Lord said to Moses, take the finest spices of liquid myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet-smelling cinnamon, half as much, that is, 250, and of aromatic cane, 250, and of cassia, 500, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil a hin. And you shall make of these a sacred anointing, oil blended, as by the perfumer, a holy anointing oil it shall be. And you shall anoint with it the tent of meeting and the ark of covenant, and the table and all its utensils, and the lampstand and its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its utensils, and the laver and its base. You shall consecrate them, that they may be most holy. Whatever touches them will become holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may serve me as priests. And you shall say to the son of Israel, this shall be my holy anointing oil throughout your generations. It shall not be poured upon the bodies of ordinary men, and you shall make no other like it in composition. It is holy, and it shall be holy to you. Whoever compounds any like it, or whoever puts any of it on an outsider, shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord said to Moses, take sweet spices stacked in akia, and galbanum, sweet spices with pure frankincense, and make an incense blended as by the perfumer, seasoned with salt, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put part of it before the covenant in the tent of meeting, where I shall meet with you. It shall be for you most holy. And the incense which you shall make according to its composition, you shall not make for yourselves. It shall be for you holy to the Lord. Whoever makes any like it to use as perfume shall be cut off from his people. All right, we are on to 31. We got some fire people in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. Remember, subscribe to DevDog and Cap Catholic. And also, thank you guys so much for the donations. This is epic. We're getting so many awesome study Bibles to so many people in the local area, which is so awesome. So stay tuned. Let's get into Exodus 31. The Lord said to Moses, see, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with ability and intelligence, with knowledge and all craftsmanship, to devise artistic designs, to work in gold, silver, and bronze, in cutting stones for setting, and in carving wood for work in every craft. And behold, I have appointed with him Oholiab, the son of Ashmesh, of the tribe of Dan, and I have given to all able men ability, that they may make all that I have commanded you, the tent of meeting, and the ark of the covenant, and the mercy seat that is thereon, and all the furnishings of the tent, the table and its utensils, and the pure lampstand, with all its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering, with all its utensils, and the laver at its base, and the finely worked garments, the holy garments for Aaron, the priest, and the garments of his sons, for their service as priests, and the anointing oil and the fragrant incense for the holy place. According to all that I have commanded you, they shall do. The Sabbath Law. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, you shall keep my Sabbaths, for this is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that I, the Lord, sanctify you. You shall keep the Sabbath because it is holy for you. Everyone who profanes it shall be put to death. Whoever does any work on it, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest. Holy to the Lord, whoever does any work on the Sabbath day shall be put to death. Therefore the sons of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. It is a sign forever between me and the sons of Israel, that in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. The tables of the covenant. And he gave to Moses, when he had made an end of speaking with him upon Mount Sinai, the 2 tables of the covenant, tables of stone written with the finger of God. All right, we are on to Exodus 32. We are rolling, guys.
Let's go.
Stay tuned. Most epic live stream ever.
I just turned the mic up, so hopefully that's helpful. Let me know if you need me to turn it up. But you got some hearts, Gina.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you for the hearts.
Let's go.
Let's give it up for the viewers. Thank you for staying tuned. Let's get into Exodus 32. The golden calf. When the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people gathered themselves together to Aaron, and said to him, Up, make us gods, who shall go before us as for this Moses. The man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. And Aaron said to them, Take off the rings of gold which are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me. So all the people took off the rings of gold which were in their ears, and brought them to Aaron. And he received the gold at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, and made a molten calf. And they said, These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord. And they rose up early the next day, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play. And the Lord said to Moses, Go down, for your people, whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and sacrificed to it, and said, These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said to Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them. But of you I will make a great nation. Yo, legendary Bob in the chat. I see that. But Moses begged the Lord his God, and said, O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you have brought forth out of the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, With evil intent he brought them forth, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said to them, I will multiply your descendants as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have promised I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do to his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mountain with the 2 tables of the covenant in his hands, tables that were written on both sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. Shout out Joey, he said this is his favorite Old Testament story. Let's get it. When Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said to Moses, There is a noise of war in the camp. But he said, It is not the sound of shouting for victory, or the sound of the cry of defeat, but the sound of singing that I hear. And as soon as he came near the camp and saw the calf and the dancing Moses, anger burned hot, and he threw the tables out of his hands and broke them at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf which they had made and burnt it with fire, and ground it to powder, and scattered it upon the water, and made the sons of Israel drink it. And Moses said to Aaron, "What did this people do to you that you have brought a great sin upon them?" And Aaron said, "Let not the anger of my Lord burn hot. You know the people that they are set on evil. For they said to me, 'Make us gods who shall go before us.' As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." And I said to them, "Let any who have gold take it off." So they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire. And there came out this calf. And when Moses saw that the people had broken loose, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together to him. And he said to them, "Thus says the Lord, God of Israel, put every man his sword on his side, and go back and forth from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor." And the sons of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. And Moses said, "Today you have ordained yourselves for the service of the Lord, each one at the cost of his son and of his brother, and he may bestow a blessing upon this day." The next day Moses said to the people, "You have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Alas, this people have sinned a great sin. They have made for themselves gods of gold. But now if you will, forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I beg you, out of your book which you have written." But the Lord said to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. But now go, lead the people to the place of which I have spoken to you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them." And the Lord sent the plague upon the people, because they made the calf with which Aaron made. All right, chat. This is Exodus 33, right, Chloe? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Chloe's here live watching. You saw her earlier. She's an awesome reader. Joey said Aaron being a silly goose. Facts. I second that. Crazy times, guys. Some crazy times in Exodus, right, Chloe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The live audience goes crazy. All right, chat. Let's get into Exodus 33. The command of leave Sinai. The Lord said to Moses, "Depart, go up from here, you and the people whom you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, to the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, to your descendants I will give it, and I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites." If you can say all of that correctly, I will give it up for you. Yeah.
No way.
you will get a clap. So comment down below if you can say all those words. I will personally clap it up for you. Anyways, let's continue. Go up to a land flowing with milk and honey. But I will not go up among you, lest I consume you in the way, for you are a stiff-necked people. When the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man put on his ornaments. For the Lord had said to Moses, "Say to the sons of Israel, you are a stiff-necked people. It for a single moment I shall go up among you. I will consume you. So now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do with you." Therefore the sons of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb upon the tent of meeting. Now Moses used to take the tent and pitch it outside the camp, far off from the camp, and he called it the tent of meeting. And every one who sought the Lord would go out to the tent of meeting, which was outside the camp. Whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people rose up, and every man stood at his tent door, and looked after Moses, until he had gone into the tent. When Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would descend and stand at the door of the tent, and the Lord would speak with Moses. And when all the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the door of the tent, all the people would rise up and worship, every man at his tent door. Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. When Moses turned again into the camp, his servant Joshua the son of Nun, a young man, did not depart from the tent. Moses' intercession. Let's go. Moses said to the Lord, "See, you say to me, bring up this people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found favor in my sight. Now therefore I beg you, if I have found favor in your sight, show me now your ways, that I may know you and find favor in your sight. Consider too that this nation is your people." And he said, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." And he said to him, "If your presence will not go with me, do not carry us upon from here. For how shall it be known that I have found favor in your sight, I and your people? It is not in your going with us, so that we are distinct, I and your people, from all other people that are upon the face of the earth." And the Lord said to Moses, "This very thing that you have spoken I will do, for you have found favor in my sight, and I know you by name." Moses said, "I beg you, show me your glory." And he said, "I will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim before you my name. The Lord and I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy." But he said, "You cannot see my face, for man shall not see me and live." And the Lord said, "Behold, there is a place by me where you shall stand upon the rock. And while my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft of the rock. And I will cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will take away," thank you, Christian Walsh, "take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen." All right, party people. It's official. We're on to Exodus 34.
Let's go.
Remember, $35 donated is one Bible. So stay tuned. We're getting Bibles for really awesome people who need it. And your donations are really, really appreciated. Also, if you donate $50, we have to spin this wheel. It could be a punishment. It could be a reward. I don't know. Chloe says 6'7", so shout out the chat, 6'7". Yeah, so if you do that, maybe I'll get punished, maybe I'll get rewarded. We'll see what happens. Thank you guys. We appreciate all of you watching now. So stay tuned, share with your friends. Let's get into Exodus 34. New tables of stone. The Lord said to Moses, "Cut 2 tables of stone like the first, and I will write upon the tables the words that were on the first tables, which he broke. Be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me on the top of the mountain. No man shall come up with you, and let no man be seen throughout all the mountains. Let no flocks or herds feed before the mountain." So Moses cut 2 tables of stone like the first, and he rose early in the morning and went up on Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand 2 tables of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. The Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in mercy and faithfulness, keeping merciful love for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and the children's children to the third and the fourth generation. And Moses made haste to bow his head toward the earth and worship, and he said, If now I have found favor in your sight, O Lord, let the Lord, I beg you, go in the midst of us, although it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. Megan shouts out Chloe. Legendary poll. Legendary poll. All right, the covenant renewed. And he said, Behold, I make a covenant before all your people. I will do marvels, such as have not been wrought in all the earth or in any nation, and all the people among whom you are shall see the work of the Lord. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Observe what I command you this day. Behold, I will drive out before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Take heed to yourself, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you go, lest it become a snare in your midst. You shall tear down the altars and break their pillars and cut down their ashram, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and when they play the harlot after their gods and sacrifice to their gods, and one invites you, you eat of his sacrifice. And you take of their daughters for your sons, and their daughters play the harlot after the gods, and make your sons play the harlot after the gods. You shall make for yourself no molten gods. The feast of unleavened bread you shall keep. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, at the time appointed in the month Abib, for in the month Abib you came out from Egypt. All that opens the womb is mine, all your male cattle, the firstlings of cow and sheep, the firstlings of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. Or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In plowing time and in harvest you shall rest, and you shall observe the feast of weeks, the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. 3 times in the year shall all your males appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel, for I will cast out nations before you, and enlarge your borders, neither shall any man desire your land. When you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in the year, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your ground you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. And the Lord said to Moses, Write these words. In accordance with these words, I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Let's go. The shining face of Moses. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of the covenant in his hands, as he came down from the mountain, Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone, because he had been talking with God. And when Aaron and all the sons of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them, and Aaron and all the leaders of congregation returned to him, and Moses talked with them. And afterward all the sons of Israel came near, and he gave them in commandment all that the Lord had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. And when Moses had finished speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But whenever Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And when he came out and told the sons of Israel When he was commanded, the sons of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses would put the veil upon his face again, until he went in to speak with him. That wraps 34. Moving on to Exodus 35. Crazy times here. I want everyone to comment in the chat what book they're most looking forward to, and stay tuned for that to come. Remember, I could be spinning this wheel. If anyone does over $50, I could be punished, or it could be rewarded. We'll have to see. Stay tuned, guys. Comment down what book you are really looking forward to, and stay tuned for that coming soon. Alright, it's time for Exodus 35, Sabbath regulations. Moses assembled all the congregation of the sons of Israel, and said to them, "These are the things which the Lord has commanded you to do. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day you shall have a holy Sabbath, of solemn rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire in all your habitations of the Sabbath day." Preparations for making the tabernacle. Moses said to all the congregation of the sons of Israel, "This is the thing which the Lord has commanded. Take from among you an offering to the Lord. Whoever is of a generous heart, let them bring the Lord's offering, gold, silver, and bronze, blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen goat's hair, tanned ram skins and goat skins, acacia wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and stones for setting, for the ephod and for the breastpiece. And let every able man among you come and make all that the Lord has commanded, the tabernacle, its tent and its covering, its hooks and its frames, its bars, its pillars, and its bases, the ark with its poles, the mercy seat, and the veil of the screen, the table with its poles and all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand also for the light, with its utensils and its lamps, and the oil for the light, and the altar of incense, with its poles, and for the anointing oil, and the fragrant incense, and the screen for the door. At the door of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, with its grating of bronze, its poles, and all its utensils, the laver and its base, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its bases, and the hanging of the court, its pillars and its bases, and the tabernacle and pegs of the court, and their cords, the finely wrought garments for ministering in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, for their service as priests. Chloe, you want to fill in for a minute?
Sure.
Alright, Chloe's gonna be my sub for a minute. You're gonna go right here.
Where?
Right there. I'll have you
The
read to
20?
where it says 36.
Got Chloe in.
Let's go, Chloe.
Okay.
So read from here to here. Thank you, Chloe.
Then all the congregation of the sons of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they came, every one of whose heart stirred him, and every whose spirit moved him, and brought the Lord's offering to be used to the tent of the meeting, and for all its service, and for the holy garments. So they came, both men and women, all who were for a willing heart, brought brooches and earrings, and signet rings, and armlets, and all sorts of gold objects, every man dedicating an offering of gold to the Lord. And every man with whom was found blue or purple or scarlet stuff, with fine linen or goat's hair, or tanned ram skins or goat skins, brought them. Every one who could make an offering of silver or bronze brought it as the Lord's offering. And every man with whom was found acacia wood of any use in the work brought it. And all the women who had ability spun with their hands, and brought what they had spun in blue and purple and scarlet stuff, with fine twined linen. All the women whose hearts were moved with ability spun the goat's hair, and the leaders brought ox stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastpiece, and the spices and oil for the light and for the anointing oil, and all the fragrant incense. All the men and women, the sons of Israel, whose heart moved them to bring anything for the work of which the Lord had commanded by Moses to be done, brought as is their free will offering to the Lord. And Moses said to the sons of Israel, "See, the Lord has called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, son of Hur, and tribe of Judah, and he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with ability and intelligence, with knowledge and known of craftsmanship, to diverse artistic designs, to work in gold and silver and bronze, in cutting stones for every setting, and in carving wood for the work, in every skilled craft. And he has inspired him to teach both him and Oholiab, the son of Ismach, of the tribe of Dan. He has filled him with the ability to do every sort of work done by a craftsman or by a designer, or by an embroiderer in blue and purple and scarlet stuff and fine twined linen, or by a weaver, by any sort of workman or skilled designer."
Thank you, Chloe. You can flip that. Thank you, bro. That was awesome.
Thank
High
you.
fives.
Right after designer.
That dog. Thank you.
Thank you to most recent donors, Spencer and Devin. Thank you for your
Yo.
support.
Shout out
Both-
Spencer and
both
Dev Dog.
$35, so let's go.
Let's go. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. That's one Bible for someone. That's so cool. Yeah. Also, we have a recommendation from MD when we get to the New Testament to have new challenges, and it was kindly brought up to also have someone read in a British accent, which I think is hysterical. I hope I do not get that because I cannot do any accents, but I think that'd be so funny and legendary, so we'll stay tuned for that. Also, shout out Ratch, who is really looking forward to numbers being on the stream. Alright. And we're in Exodus 36, let's get it. Bezalel and Oholiab, an ever able man, in whom the Lord has put ability and intelligence to know how to do any work in the construction of the sanctuary, shall work in accordance with all that the Lord has commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Oholiab, and every able man in whose mind the Lord had put ability, every one whose heart stirred him up to come to do the work. And they received from Moses all the free will offering, which the sons of Israel had brought, for doing the work on the sanctuary. They still kept bringing him free will offerings every morning, so that all the able men who were doing every sort of task on the sanctuary came, each from the task that he was doing, and said to Moses, "The people bring much more than enough for doing the work which the Lord has commanded us to do." So Moses gave command, and the word was proclaimed throughout the camp. Let neither man nor woman do anything more for the offering for the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient to do all the work and more. Alright, construction of the tabernacle. And all the able men among the workmen made the tabernacle with 10 curtains. They were made of fine twined linen and blue and purple and scarlet stuff, with cherubim skillfully worked, the length of each curtain and 28 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. All the curtains had the same measure. And he coupled 5 curtains to one another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled to one another, and he made loops of blue on the edge of the outmost curtain of the first set. Likewise, he made them on the edge of the outmost curtain of the second set. He made 50 loops on the one curtain, and he made 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that was in the second set. The loops were opposite one another. And he made 50 clasps of gold, and coupled the curtains one to the other with clasps, so that the tabernacle was one whole. Chloe's cheering. It's getting hype, guys. This is the Bible. Let's go. He also made curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. He made 11 curtains. The length of each curtain was 30 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. The 11 curtains had the same measure. He coupled 5 curtains by themselves and 6 curtains by themselves, and he made 50 loops on the edge of the outermost curtain of the one set, and 50 loops on the edge of the other connecting curtain. And he made 50 clasps on the bronze to couple the tent together, that it might be one whole. And he made for the tent a covering of tanned ram's skins and goat skins. Let's go. Then he made the upright frames for the tabernacle of acacia wood, 10 cubits with the length of a frame, and a cubit and a half the breadth of each frame. Each frame had 2 tenons for fitting together. He did this for all the frames of the tabernacle. The frames for the tabernacle he made thus: 20 frames for the south side, and he made 40 bases of silver under the 20 frames, 2 bases under one frame for its 2 tenons, and 2 bases under another frame for its 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, he made 20 frames, and their 40 bases of silver, 2 bases under one frame and 2 bases under another frame. And for the rear of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 frames. And he made 2 frames for corners of the tabernacle in the rear. And they were separate beneath, but joined at the top at the first ring. He made 2 of them thus for the 2 corners. There were 8 frames with their bases of silver, 16 bases under every frame, 2 bases. And he made bars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the frames of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the frames of the tabernacle at the rear westward. And he made the middle bar to pass through from end to end, halfway up the frames. And he overlaid the frames with gold, and made the rings of gold for holders for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made the veil of blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen with cherubim skillfully worked he made it. And for it he made 4 pillars of acacia, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 bases of silver. He also made a screen for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen, embroidered with needlework, and its 5 pillars with their hooks. He overlaid their capitals, and their fillets were of gold, but their 5 bases were of bronze. That wraps Exodus 36. We're on to 37. We have a quick shout out. Chloe, who is this guy?
Jesus!
What kind of Jesus?
A mini Jesus.
Mini Jesus. This is a little Jesus, guys. You could find him on Instagram. He's a pretty swole guy.
Or Amazon. He's by like 100.
Or Amazon. You're right. We shout out Seed Conference. We promoted little Jesus. We threw up on stage. Jervis Campbell was singing. I don't know if you know who's that. And me and my sister are on the shorter end. So like we got to like the front row, and we're like, yo, like Jervis Campbell, like we're gonna throw something to you. And he's like, all right. And then he like caught it, and he was like pointing to like the giant camera on the screen. He was like, yo, it's the little Jesus. And we're like, this is crazy. So yeah. Shout out LJ, little Jesus. All right, what are we on? 37. It's time. We got our Jesuses. Let's go. Exodus 37. Making the Ark of the Covenant. Chloe's cheering. It's time. It's getting legit. After talking about we were making a million curtains. A lot of stuff. Yeah. Shout out to I'm reading along with you. Let's go. That's hype. Let's get it. Chloe's hype. All right, 37. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood. 2 cubits and a half was its length, and a cubit and a half its breadth, and a cubit and a half its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold, within and without, and made a molding of gold around it. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold for its 4 corners, 2 rings on its side, and 2 rings on the other side. rings on its one side and 2 rings on its other side. And he made poles of assio wood and overlaid them with gold, and put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry the ark. And he made a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was its length, and 1 cubit and a half its breadth. And he made 2 cherubim of hammered gold. On the 2 ends of the mercy seat he made them. 1 cherubim on that one end, and 1 cherubim on the other end. Of one piece with its mercy seat, he made the cherubim on its 2 ends. The cherubim spread out their wings above, overshadowing the mercy seat with their wings, with their faces one to another. Toward the mercy seat were the faces of the cherubim. All right, making the table. We're making a lot of stuff here. I feel like I'm reading like a measurement diagram, like the one you get in math class, where it's like base, width, and height. You know what I'm talking about, Chloe? Yeah, bro. But we're making fun stuff, so it's sick. All right, making the table. It's like a construction manual. He also made the table of assio wood. 2 cubits was its length, 1 cubit its breadth, and 1 cubit and a half its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold and made a molding of gold around it. And he made around it a frame of handbreadth wide, and made a molding of gold around the frame. He cast for it 4 rings of gold, and fastened the rings to the 4 corners at its 4 legs. Close to the frame were the rings, as holders for the poles to carry the table. He made the poles of assio wood to carry the table, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the vessels of pure gold, which were to be upon the tables, its plates and dishes for incense, and its bowls and flagons with which to pour libations. All right, now we're on. We just made the table. So we're making the full thing. We're going to make the lampstand. So it's called making the lampstand. Yeah, just like that, Chloe. Just like that lamp. He also made the lampstand of pure gold. The base and the shaft of the lampstand were made of hammered work. Its cups, its capitals, and its flowers were of one piece with it. And there were 6 branches going out of its sides. 3 branches of the lampstand out of one side of it, and 3 branches of the lampstand out of the other side of it. 3 cups made like almonds, each with capital and flower, on one branch, and 3 cups made like almonds, each with capital and flower on the other branch. So for the 6 branches going out of the lampstand, and on the lampstand itself were 4 cups made like almonds, with their capitals and flowers, and a capital of one piece with it under each pair of the 6 branches going out of it. Their capitals and their branches were of one piece with it. The whole of it was one piece of hammered work of pure gold. And he made it 7 lamps, and its snuffers and its trays of pure gold. He made it and all its utensils of a talent of pure gold. All right. We got the lamps down. A lot of other stuff, including the table. Now we're going to be making the altar of incense. So let's see what recipe to cook up, okay? Joey said, personally, I hate when my lampstand isn't made of gold. I totally agree. Like, it says it in the Bible, so clearly, like, why don't we all have gold lampstands? Like, let's go. Let's all get gold lampstands. Let's do it together. All right, let's make the altar of incense. He made the altar of incense of assio wood. Its length was 1 cubit, and its breadth was 1 cubit. It was square, and 2 cubits was its height. Its horns were of one piece with it. He overlaid it with pure gold, its top, and its sides round about, and its horns, and he made a molding of gold round about it, and made 2 rings of gold on its under its molding, on 2 opposite sides of it as holders for the poles with which to carry it. And he made the poles of assio wood and overlaid them with gold. All right, now we're going to be making the anointing oil and incense. He made the holy anointing oil also, and the pure fragrant incense blended by the perfumer. All right, that wraps Exodus 37. Chloe says yay. We're on to Exodus 38. What do you want me to read? Big fan of the Gina yap in between sections. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate the yap sesh. You already know. You already know, dogs. Alright. We're on Exodus 38. We're making great strides. Remember, we'll be on live for the next at least 4 days, if not more, because we are going through the entire Bible cover to cover, people. Yeah, someone said week-long stream. Probably cover to cover, guys. This is crazy, but also just so God-filled. It's amazing. Gina would have the most gorgeous lampstand. Oh, thank you, dog. Thank you, dog. Shout out all the lampstands out there. You already know. You already know. All the dogs in the crib. Let's go. Alright, stay tuned. We're on to Exodus 38. Now we are going to be making the altar of burnt offering. Let's get it. So much building. Chloe says there's so much building. I agree. There's a lot of building, guys. Building is good. We're building the church, you know? A lot of instructions. That's true, Chloe. Alright. Making the altar of burnt offering. He made the altar of burnt offering, also of acacia wood. I think it's a special wood. Comment down below if you know what that is, because everything is made of that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. So someone let me know in the chat. I'm very interested, because everything is made of this special wood. Also, I don't think I'm pronouncing it right, but YOLO. Alright. So it's made of the fancy wood. 5 cubits was its length, and 5 cubits its breadth. It was square, and 3 cubits was its height. He made horns for it. On its 4 corners, its horns were of one piece with it, and he overlaid it with bronze. And he made all the utensils of the altar, the pots, the shovels, the basins, the forks, and the fire pans. All its utensils he made of bronze. And he made for the altar a grating, a network of bronze under its ledge, extended halfway down. He cast 4 rings on the 4 corners of the bronze grating as holders for the poles. He made the poles of acacia wood, there it is, and overlaid them with bronze. And he put the poles through the rings on the sides of the altar. To carry it with him, he made it hollow with boards. Mary says, shout out to all the dogs in the crib, big promotion to Big Brother, I guess. I've never even seen that episode, but you know about the dogs, you know, everyone knows about the dogs. Come on, right, Chloe, you know about the dogs?
Of course.
Of course. All the dogs in the crib. Thank you. Alright, next we're going to be making the lever and the court.
So much building.
Chloe says so much building. Let's keep getting it. Got a lot more to go. Cover to cover, baby. Cover to cover. And he made the lever of bronze and its base of bronze from the mirrors of the ministering woman who ministered at the door of the tent of meeting. And he made the court for the south side. The hangings of the court were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their bases 20 of bronze, but the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side 100 cubits, their pillars 20, their bases 20 of bronze, but the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the front of the east, 5 cubits. The hangings for one side of the gate were 15 cubits, with 3 pillars and 3 bases. And so for the other side, on this hand and that hand by the gate of the court, were hanging of 15 cubits, with 3 pillars and 3 bases. All the hangings round about the court were of 5 twined linen.
Alright, Gina, we have some unfortunate news, or good news, depending on how you look at it. Joey
DeCharo.
$50, so you have
Oh
to
my
spin the wheel.
gosh! Honestly, I'm hyped. Yo, Evan donated? Yo, what's up, Evan?
Give it a spin.
E-Dog in the chat. Alright. Shout out to Joey for the epic donation. This is hype. Are you kidding me? People are getting vials. There's nothing better. Alright. Thank you, Joey. Let's see if I get punished or rewarded. Chick-fil-A gift card!
Nice.
Let's go! Thank you, guys.
You will get that at the end of your shift.
Dude, I'm so excited. Chick-fil-A rocks. Thank you, Joey, for the Chick-fil-A. I appreciate that. Chick-fil-A is just so fire. I think I'm gonna get some waffle fries. You know. All right, Loki. I don't know where I am, so let me think.
That was a crazy event.
That was a crazy event. Oh, these donation guys are so kind. All right, I'm just gonna start from here. I know I'm in this making the lever in the court, so I'm gonna guess about here. And so for the other side, on his hand and that hand by the gate of the court, were hanging of 15 cubits and 3 pillars and 3 bases. All the hanging round about the court were of fine twined linen, and the bases for the pillars were of bronze, but the hooks of the pillars and the fillets were of silver. The overlaying of their capitals was also of silver, and the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the screen for the gate of the court was embroidered with needlework in blue and purple and scarlet stuff and fine twined linen. It was 20 cubits long and 5 cubits high in its breadth, corresponding to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4. Their 4 bases were of bronze, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their capitals and their fillers of silver. And all the pegs for the tabernacle and for the court round about were of bronze. All right, materials of the tabernacle. This is the sum of the things for the tabernacle. The tabernacle of the covenant, as they were counted at the commandment of Moses, for the work of the Levites under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron, the priest, Bezalel the son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord commanded Moses. And with him was Oholiab, the son of Ashmach, of the tribe of Dan, a craftsman and designer, and embroiderer in blue and purple and scarlet stuff and fine twined linen. All the gold that was used for the work in all the construction of the sanctuary, the gold from the offering was 29 talents and 730 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary, and the silver from those of the congregation who were numbered was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary. A bekah a head for every one who was numbered in the census from 20 years old and upward, for 603,550 men. The 100 talents of silver were for casting the bases of the sanctuary and the bases of the veil. 100 bases for the 100 talents, a talent for a base, and of the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their capital and made fillets for them. And the bronze that was contributed was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. With it he made the bases for the door of the tent of meeting, the bronze altar and the bronze grating for it, and all the utensils of the altar, the bases round about the court, and the bases of the gate of the court, all the pegs of the tabernacle, and all the pegs round about the court. Let's go. That wraps Exodus 38, guys. This was legitness. We had a lot of construction going on here.
Oh, yeah. We built like 8 things.
We built like 8 things. Chloe's right.
All right, Joey's in.
Yeah. I'm going to send in the next to start Exodus 39. You know him. You love him. The legend Joey. It's going to be reading.
Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I'll be back later. Stay tuned. Thank you for the
not-
donations.
It's not
Let's
Joey.
go, Joey.
We're on 39, right?
Syria. It's not. It's not
39.
Syria.
Yeah, bruh. Joey's going to start at 39.
Just switch the chapter each time.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, we're going to kill it, Joey.
What a share. All right, guys. Here we go. And of the blue and purple and scarlet stuff they made finely wrought garments for ministering in the holy place. They made the holy garments for Aaron, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he made the ephod of gold, blue and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen, and gold leaf was hammered out and cut into threads to work into the blue and purple and the scarlet stuff, and into the fine twined linen in skilled design.
They made for the ephod shoulder pieces joined to it at its two edges, and the skillfully woven band upon it to belt it on was of the same materials and workmanship of gold, blue, and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen, as the Lord had commanded Moses. The onyx stones were prepared and closed in settings of gold filigree and engraved like the engravings of a signet, according to the names of the sons of Israel. And he set them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod to be stones of remembrance for the sons of Israel, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made the breastpiece in skilled work, like the work of the ephod of gold, purple, blue, and purple and scarlet stuff, and fine twined linen. It was square. The breastpiece was made double, a span its length and a span its breadth when doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones, a row of sardius, topaz, and carbuncle was the first row, and the second row an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond, and the third row jacinth and agate and amethyst, and the fourth row a beryl and onyx and a jasper. They were enclosed in settings of gold filigree. There were 12 stones with their names according to the names of the sons of Israel. They were like signets, each engraved with its name for the 12 tribes, and they made on the breastplate twisted chains like cords of pure gold. And they made 2 settings of gold filigree and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings on the 2 edges of the breastpiece. And they put the 2 cords of gold in the 2 rings at the edges of the breastplate piece. 2 ends of the 2 cords they had attached the 2 settings of filigree. Thus they attached it in front to the shoulder pieces of the ephod. Then they made 2 rings of gold and put them at the 2 ends of the breastpiece, on its inside edge next to the ephod. And they made 2 rings of gold and attached them in front of the lower part of the 2 shoulder pieces of the ephod, at its joining above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And they bound the breastpiece by its rings to the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, so that it should lie upon the skillfully woven band of the ephod, and that the breastpiece should not come loose from the ephod, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He also made the robe of the ephod woven all of blue, and the opening of the robe in it was like the opening of a garment, with a binding around the opening, that it might not be torn. On the skirts of the robe they made pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet stuff and fine twined linen. They also made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the skirts of the robe, round about between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate round about upon the skirts of the robe, for ministering as the Lord had commanded Moses. They also made the coats woven of fine linen for Aaron and his sons, and the turban of fine linen, and the caps of fine linen, and the linen breeches of fine twined linen, and the sash of fine twined linen, and of blue and purple and scarlet stuff, embroidered with needlework, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it an inscription like the engraving of a signet, holy to the Lord. And they tied it to a lace of blue to fasten it on the turban above, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Thus all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting was finished, and the sons of Israel had done according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses. So had they done. And they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent, and all its utensils, its hooks, its frames, its bars, its pillars, and its bases, the covering of the tanned ram's skins and goat skins, and the veil of the screen, the ark of the covenant with its poles, and the mercy seat, the table with all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand of pure gold and its lamps with the lamps set, and all its utensils, and the oil for the light, the golden altar, the anointing oil and the fragrant incense, and the screen for the door of the tent, the bronze altar and its grating of bronze, its poles and all its utensils, the laver and its base, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its base, the screen for the gate of the court, its cords and its pegs, and all the utensils for the service of the tabernacle, for the tent of meeting, the finely worked garments for ministering in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to serve as priests. According to all that the Lord had commanded Moses, so the sons of Israel had done all the work. And Moses saw all the work, and behold, they had done it. As the Lord had commanded, so they had done it. And Moses blessed them. Chapter 40. Erection of the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, on the first day of the first month you shall erect the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and you shall put it in the ark of the covenant, and you shall screen the ark with the veil, and you shall bring in the table and set its arrangements in order, and you shall bring in the lampstand and set it up its lamps. And you shall put the golden altar for incense before the ark of the covenant, and set up the screen for the door of the tabernacle. You shall set the altar of burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and place the laver between the tent of meeting and the altar, and put water in it. And you shall set up the court round about, and hang up the screen for the gate of the court. Then you shall take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is in it, and consecrate it, and all its furniture, and it shall become holy. You shall also anoint the altar of burnt offering, and all its utensils, and consecrate the altar, and the altar shall be most holy. You shall also anoint the laver and its base, and consecrate it. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tent of meeting, and shall wash them with water, and put upon Aaron the holy garments. You shall anoint him, and consecrate him, and then he may serve me as priest. You shall bring his sons also, and put coats on them, and anoint them as you anointed their father, that they may serve me as priests, and their anointing shall admit them to a perpetual priesthood throughout the generations. Thus did Moses according to all that the Lord commanded him, so he did. And in the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was erected. Moses erected the tabernacle. He laid its bases, and set up its frames, and put in its poles, and raised up its pillars. And he spread the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent over it, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He took the covenant and put it into the ark, and put the poles on the ark, and set the mercy seat above on the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the screen, and screened the ark of the covenant, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put the table in the tent of meeting, on the north side of the tabernacle, outside the veil, and set the bread in order on it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put the lampstand in the tent meeting, opposite the table on the south side of the tabernacle, and set up the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put the golden altar in the tent of meeting before the veil, and burnt fragrant incense upon it, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put in place the screen for the door of the tabernacle, and he set the altar of burnt offering at the door of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the cereal offering, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he set the laver between the tent of meeting and the altar, and put water in it for washing, with which Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet when they went into the tent of meeting, and when they approached the altar they washed, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he erected the court round the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the screen of the gate of the court. So Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter the tent of meeting, because the cloud abode upon it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Throughout all their journeys, whenever the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the sons of Israel would go onward. But if the cloud was not taken up, Then they did not go onward till the day that it was taken up. For throughout all their journeys, the cloud of the Lord was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was in it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel. Okay. Here we go. Oh wait, that's it.
That's Exodus?
That's Exodus.
Wow.
Look at that.
I didn't realize that.
Thought there were more.
Well, let's give it up for Exodus.
Go.
Good job, Joey. Way to take us through the end. Now an even better book.
Closing
Leviticus.
picture.
Boom. Alright, we're gonna get this up on the wall. Yeah, the beginning of Exodus is a little more interesting, with more narrative, but you kind of read a lot of the...
I caught the very end
Still
and all
important.
that
Yeah.
stuff.
Alright, Leviticus. Also, you got some good compliments.
Oh, I did?
You probably... Do you know Matthew Johnson? Is that somebody?
Yes.
Dude, it's Matt.
Is that the
Did
Matt?
he comment?
Jane
Oh
Carroll.
my
Yo,
She was
shout out
nominated
Matt.
for this.
Shout out Matt.
Shout out Steve, bro.
Just
Shout out
finished
Steve.
Exodus.
Aw.
Bridget hid them for the
Let's
next
go.
Here we go.
Steve. Oh yeah, he's coming to read.
The beginning ones are a little weird, I can't lie.
Yeah, it's alright.
Then it gets good.
Here we go.
There you go. Then it gets good.
All right.
This is the guy that's like,
All right. Restarting it. The burnt offerings. The Lord called Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and say to them, When any man of you brings an offering to the Lord, you shall bring your offering of cattle from the herd or from the flock. If his offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he shall offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it at the door of the tent of meeting, that he may be accepted before the Lord. He shall lay his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. Then he shall kill the bull before the Lord, and Aaron's sons and the priests shall present the blood, and throw the blood round about against the altar that is at the door of the tent of meeting. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into pieces. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall put fire on the altar, and lay wood in order upon the fire. And Aaron's sons and the priests shall lay the pieces, the head, and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. But its entrails and its legs shall wash with water, and the priest shall burn the whole on the altar as a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. If his gift of a burnt offering is from the flock, from the sheep or goats, he shall offer a male without blemish, and he shall kill it on the north side of the altar before the Lord. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall throw its blood against the altar round about, and he shall cut it into pieces with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. But the entrails and the legs he shall wash with water, and the priest shall offer the whole and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. If his offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves or of young pigeons, and the priest shall bring it to the altar, and wiring off its head, and burn it on the altar, and its blood shall be drained out of the side of the altar, and he shall take away its crop with the feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east side, in the place for ashes. He shall tear it by its wings, but shall not divide it as under. And the priest shall burn it on the altar upon the wood that is on the fire. It is a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. When anyone brings a cereal offering as an offering to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour. He shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense on it, and bring it to Aaron's sons the priests, and he shall take from it a handle of the fine flour and oil, with all of its frankincense, and the priest shall burn this as its memorial portion upon the altar, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. And what is left of the cereal offering shall be for Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the offerings by fire to the Lord. When you bring a cereal offering baked in the oven as an offering, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, or unleavened wafers spread with oil. And if your offering is a cereal offering baked on a griddle, it shall be of fine flour unleavened mixed with oil. You shall break it in pieces and pour oil on it. It is a cereal offering, and if your offering is a cereal offered cooked in a pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil, and you shall bring the cereal offering with that is made of these things to the Lord. And when it is presented to the priest, he shall bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take from the cereal offering its memorial portion, and burn this on the altar by an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. And what is left on the cereal offering shall be for Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the offerings by fire to the Lord.
All right, Joey, you got a $50 donation. I'm not sure who it's from, but you're gonna have to spin.
All right. Which doesn't matter which way.
No, it doesn't. 10 minutes.
10
standing.
minutes of standing.
Let's go.
Can the camera still see me if I stand?
We'll have to see. I just want to see who donated it. Oh, Kevin Stabluski.
Oh, my dad.
Oh, that's your last name. Let's
Yeah.
go, Dad. All right.
All right. Well,
You gotta stand.
let's
Thanks
see.
to your dad.
3:17.
His
Okay.
eyes are cut off.
Are my eyes cut off?
It's alright. We can.
I'll just go like this. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you offer a cereal offering of first fruits to the Lord, you shall offer for the cereal offering of your first fruits crushed a new grain from fresh ears parched with fire. And you shall put oil upon it and lay frankincense on it. It is a cereal offering. And the priest shall burn as its memorial portion part of the crushed grain and of the oil with all of its frankincense. It is an offering by fire to the Lord. Great way to start the third chapter.
You get a little stretch.
If a man's offering is a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offers an animal from the herd, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tent of meeting. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall throw the blood against the altar round about. And from the sacrifice of the peace offering, as an offering by fire to the Lord, he shall offer the fat covering the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the appendage of the liver, which he shall take away with the kidneys. Then Aaron's sons shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt offering, which is upon the wood on the fire. It is an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. It is an offering for a sacrifice of peace, offering to the Lord. Is an animal from the flock, male or female. He shall offer it without blemish. If he offers a lamb for his offering.
Alright, you should be able to stand.
Good? Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
For his offering, where was I now? Then he shall offer it before the Lord, laying his hand upon the head of his offering, and killing it before the tent of meeting. And Aaron's son shall throw its blood against the altar round about. Then from the sacrifice of the peace offering, as an offering by fire to the Lord, he shall offer its fat, the fat tail entire, taking it away close by the backbone, and the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the appendage of the liver, which he shall take away with the kidneys, and the priest shall burn it on the altar as food offered by the fire to the Lord. If his offering is a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord, and lay his hand upon its head, and kill it before the tent of meeting. And the sons of Aaron shall throw its blood against the altar round about. Then he shall offer it as his offering for an offering by fire to the Lord. The fat covering the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the appendage of the liver, which he shall take away with the kidneys, and the priest shall burn them on the altar as food offered by fire for a pleasing odor. All fat is the Lord's. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations. In all your dwelling places that you eat neither fat nor blood. Did not see that last sentence coming.
By the way, once you're done standing in 7 minutes, you'll have to spin the wheel again.
Another?
Yes.
Oh man. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the sons of Israel, if anyone sins unwittingly in any of the things which the Lord has commanded not to be done, and does any one of them, if it is the anointed priest who sins, thus bring guilt on the people, then let him offer for the sin which he has committed a young bull without blemish to the Lord for a sin offering. He shall bring the bull to the door of the tent of meeting before the Lord, and lay his hand on the head of the bull, and kill the bull before the Lord. And the anointed priest shall take some of the blood of the bull, and bring it to the tent of meeting. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle part of the blood 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood on the horns and the altar of fragrant incense before the Lord, which is in the tent of meeting. And the rest of the blood of the bull he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering, which is at the door of the tent of meeting. And all the fat of the bull of the sin offering he shall take from it, the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the appendage of the liver, which he shall take away with the kidneys, just as these are taken from the ox of sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar of burnt offering. But the skin of the bull and all its flesh, with its head, its legs, its entrails, and its dung, the whole bull he shall carry forth outside the camp to a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and shall burn on it a fire of wood, where the ashes are poured out shall be burned. If the whole congregation of Israel commits a sin unwittingly, and the thing is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, they do any one of those things which the Lord has commanded not to be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have committed becomes known, the assembly shall offer a young bull for a sin offering, and bring it before the tent of meeting, and the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands upon the head of the bull before the Lord, and the bull shall be killed before the Lord. Then the anointed priest shall bring some of the blood of the bull of the tent of meeting, and the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the altar, before the Lord in front of the veil. And he shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar, of which is in the tent of meeting before the Lord, and the rest of the blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering, which is at the door of the tent of meeting. And all its fat he shall take from it, and burn upon the altar. Thus he shall do with the bull as he did with the bull of sin offering. So shall he do with this, and the priest shall make anointment for them, and they shall be forgiven. And he shall carry forth the bull outside the camp, and burn it as he burned the first bull. It is the sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler sins, doing unwittingly any one of all the things which the Lord his God has commanded not to be done, and is guilty, if the sin which he has committed is made known to him, he shall bring his offering, a goat, a male without blemish, and shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat, and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. The priest shall take some of the blood out of the sin offering with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of the burnt offering, and pour out the rest of its blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering. And all its fat he shall burn on the altar, like the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. So the priest shall make atonement for him for his sins, and he shall be forgiven. If any one of the common people who sins unwittingly in doing any one of those things which the Lord has commanded not to be done, and is guilty, when the sin which he has committed is made known to him, he shall bring for his offering a goat, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has committed, and he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering, and kill the sin offering in the place of burnt offering. And the priest shall take some of its blood with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and pour out the rest of its blood at the base of the altar, and all its fat he shall remove, as the fat is removed from the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a pleasing odor to the Lord. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be forgiven. If he brings a lamb as an offering for a sin offering, he shall bring a female without blemish, and lay his hands upon the head of the sin offering, and kill it for a sin offering in the place where they kill the burnt offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of sin offering with his finger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and pour out the rest of its blood at the base of the altar. And all its fat he shall remove, as the fat of the lamb is removed from the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it on the altar upon the offerings by fire to the Lord. And the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed, and he shall be forgiven. Chapter 5. If anyone sins in that he hears a public adjuration to testify, and though he is a witness, whether he has seen or come to know the matter, yet does not speak, he shall bear his iniquity. Or if anyone touches an unclean thing, whether the carcass of an unclean beast, or the carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean swarming things, and it is hidden from him, and he has become unclean, he shall be guilty. Or if he touches human uncleanness, of whatever sort of uncleanness may be with which one becomes unclean, and it is hidden from him, when he comes to know it, he shall be guilty. Or if anyone utters with his lips a rash oath to do evil or to do good, or any sort of rash oath that men swear, and it is hidden from him, when he comes to know it, he shall in any of these be guilty.
All right, Joey. You can sit down now. But you have to spin the wheel again because another $50 was donated,
Okay,
so let's see what happens.
1 minute, eyes.
Alright,
How do I read?
You get to just sit there with your eyes closed for a minute. That's actually a pretty good reward. You get a
Okay.
break. So everyone, just a minute of silence, and Joey can relax.
Alright.
This is great.
What if someone were to just fall asleep? That might be a problem.
See who stays in the stream of us just sitting here. Alright, while he does that, I'm going to just...
This is a long minute.
That feels like a minute. Alright, Joey.
Okay.
He's back at it. The chat liked that minute of break. So, good work.
Okay. No, we're on chapter 5 now. If anyone sins in that he... Oh, no. where when a man is guilty. Okay. But if he cannot afford a lamb, then he shall bring as his guilt offering to the Lord for the sin of which he has committed 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. He shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer first the one for the sin offering. He shall wring its head from its neck, but shall not sever it, and he shall sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. Then he shall offer the second for a burnt offering according to the ordinance, and the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed, and he shall be forgiven. But if he cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he shall bring as his offering for the sin which he has committed 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, and shall put no frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering, and he shall bring it to the priest. And the priest shall take a handful of it as its memorial portion, and burn this on the altar upon the offerings by fire to the Lord. It is a sin offering. Thus the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed in any one of these things, and he shall be forgiven. And the remainder shall be for the priest as in the cereal offerings. The Lord said to Moses, if anyone commits a breach of faith and sins unwittingly in any of the holy things of the Lord, he shall bring as his guilt offering to the Lord a ram without blemish, out of the flock, valued by you in shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. It is a guilt offering. He shall also make restitution for what he has done amiss in the holy thing, and shall add 1/5 to it, and give it to the priest. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering, and he shall be forgiven. If anyone sins doing any of the things which the Lord has commanded not to be done, though he does not know it yet, he is guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. He shall bring to the priest a ram without blemish out of the flock, valued by you at the price for a guilt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him for the error which he committed unwittingly, and he shall be forgiven. It is a guilt offering. He is guilty before the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, if anyone sins and commits a breach of faith against the Lord by deceiving his neighbor in a matter of deposit or security, or through robbery, or if he has oppressed his neighbor, or has found what was lost and lied about it, swearing falsely in any of these things which men do and sin therein, when one has sinned and become guilty, he shall restore what he took by robbery, or what he got by oppression, or the deposit which was committed to him, or the lost thing which he found, or anything about which he has sworn falsely, he shall restore it in full, and shall add 1/5 to it, and give it to him to whom it belongs on the day of his guilt offering. And he shall bring to the priest his guilt offering to the Lord, a ram without blemish out of the flock, valued by you at the price for a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord, and he shall be forgiven for any of the things which one may do and thereby become guilty. The Lord said to Moses, command Aaron and his sons, saying, this is the law of the burnt offering. The burnt offering shall be on the hearth upon the altar all night until the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be kept burning on it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment and put his linen breeches upon his body, and he shall take up the ashes to which the fire has consumed the burnt offering on the altar, and put beside them the altar. Then he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. The fire on the altar shall be kept burning on it. It shall not go out. The priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and he shall lay the burnt offering in order upon it, and shall burn on it the fat of the peace offerings. Fire shall be kept burning upon the altar continually, and it shall not go out. And this is the law of the cereal offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer it before the Lord in front of the altar, and one shall take from it a handful of the fine flour of the cereal offering, and with its oil and all the frankincense which is on the cereal offering, and burn this as its memorial portion on the altar, a pleasing odor to the Lord. And the rest of it Aaron and his sons shall eat. It shall be eaten unleavened in a holy place, in the court of the tent of meeting. They shall eat it. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it as their portion of my offerings by fire. It is a thing most holy, like the sin offering and the guilt offering. Every male among the children of Aaron might eat of it, as decreed forever throughout your generations, from the Lord's offering by fire. Whoever touches them shall become holy. The Lord said to Moses, This is the offering which Aaron and his sons shall offer to the Lord on the day when he is anointed, 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a regular cereal offering, half of it in the morning and half of it in the evening. It shall be made with oil on a griddle. You shall bring it well mixed in, baked pieces like a cereal offering, and offer it for a pleasing odor to the Lord. The priest from among Aaron's sons, who is anointed to succeed him, shall offer it to the Lord as decreed forever. The whole of it shall be burned. Every cereal offering of a priest shall be wholly burned. It shall not be eaten. The Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron and his sons, This is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord. It is most holy. The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it. In a holy place it shall be eaten. In the court of the tent of meeting, whatever touches its flesh shall be holy. And when any of its blood is sprinkled on a garment, you shall wash that on which it was sprinkled in a holy place. And the earthen vessel in which it is boiled shall be broken. But if it is boiled in a bronze vessel, that shall be scoured and rinsed in water. Every male among the priests shall eat of it, and it is most holy. But no sin offering shall be eaten from which any blood is brought into the tent of meeting to make atonement in the holy place. It shall be burned with fire. Take a sip for a second.
What?
How are we doing, Rachel?
Good. Do you want me to just tap in?
No, I'm good. This is the law of guilt offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering, they shall kill the guilt offering, and its blood shall be thrown on the altar round about, and all its fat shall be offered, the fat tail, the fat that covers the entrails, the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the appendage of the liver which he shall take away with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as an offering of fire to the Lord. It is a guilt offering. Every male among the priests may eat of it. It shall be eaten in a holy place. It is most holy. The guilt offering is like the sin offering. There is one law for them. The priest who makes atonement with it shall have it, and the priest who offers any man's burnt offering shall have for himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered. And every cereal offering baked in the oven, and all that is prepared on a pan or a griddle shall belong to the priest who offers it. And every cereal offering mixed with oil or dry shall be for all the sons of Aaron, one as well as the other. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which one may offer to the Lord. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the thank offering unleavened cakes, mixed with oil, unleavened wafers spread with oil, and the cakes of fine flour well mixed with oil. With the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving, he shall bring his offering with cakes of unleavened bread, and of such he shall offer 1 cake from each offering as an offering to the Lord. It shall belong to the priest who throws the blood of the peace offerings and the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten on the day of his offering. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering is a votive offering or a free will offering, it shall be eaten on the day that he offers his sacrifice, and the next day what remains of it shall be eaten. But what remains of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burned with fire. If any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering is eaten on the 3rd day, he who offers it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be credited to him it shall be an abomination, and he who eats of it shall bear his iniquity. Flesh that touches an unclean thing shall not be eaten, it shall be burned with fire. All who are clean may eat flesh, but the person who eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of the Lord's peace offerings, while an uncleanness is on him, that person shall be cut off from his people. And if anyone touches an unclean thing, whether the uncleanness of a man or the unclean beast or an unclean abomination, and then eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of the Lord's peace offering, that person shall be cut off from his people. The Lord said to Moses, say to the people of Israel, you shall eat no fat of ox or sheep or goat, the fat of an animal that dies of itself, and the fat of one that is torn by beasts may be put to any other use, but on no account shall you eat it. For every person who eats of the fat of the animal of which an offering by fire is made to the Lord shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, you shall eat no blood whatever, wherever of fowl or of animal in any of your dwelling. Whoever eats any blood, that person shall be cut off from his people. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel that he offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings to the Lord shall bring his offering to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offerings. He shall bring with his own hands the offerings by fire to the Lord. He shall bring the fat with the breast, that the breast may be waved as a wave offering before the Lord. The priest shall burn the fat on the altar, and the breast shall be for Aaron and his sons. And the right thigh you shall give to the priest as an offering from the sacrifice of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron who offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right thigh for a portion. For the breast that is waved and the thigh that is offered I have taken from the sons of Israel out of the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them to Aaron the priest and to his sons as a perpetual debt from the sons of Israel. This is the portion of Aaron and of his sons from the offerings made by the fire to the Lord, consecrated to them on the day they were presented to serve as priests of the Lord. The Lord commanded this to be given them by the sons of Israel on that day they were anointed. It is a perpetual debt throughout their generations. This is the law of burnt offering, of the cereal offering, of the sin offering, of the guilt offering, of the consecration, and the peace offerings which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai, on the day he commanded the sons of Israel to bring their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. The Lord said to Moses, take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and the bull of sin offering, and the 2 rams, and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble all the congregation at the door of the tent of meeting. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the congregation was assembled at the door of the tent meeting. And Moses said to the congregation, this is the thing which the Lord has commanded to be done. And Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. And he put on him the coat and girded him with the sash and clothed him with the robe and put the ephod upon him and girded him with the skillfully woven band of the ephod, binding it to him therewith. And he placed the breastpiece on him, and in the breastpiece he put the Urim and the Thummim, and he set the turban upon his head. And on the turban in front he set the gold plate, the holy crown, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was with it, and he consecrated them, and he sprinkled some of it on the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all its utensils, and the laver and its base, to consecrate them. And he poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head, and anointed him to consecrate him. And Moses brought Aaron's sons and clothed them with coats, and girded them with sashes, and bound caps on them, and as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he brought the bull of sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bull of the sin offering. And Moses killed it, and took the blood and with his finger put it on the horns of the altar round about, and purified the altar, and poured out the blood at the base of the altar, and consecrated it, to make atonement for it. And he took all the fat that was on the entrails, and the appendage of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and Moses burned them on the altar. But the bull, and its skin, and its flesh, and its dung, he burned with fire outside the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he presented the ram of the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and Moses killed it, and threw the blood upon the altar round about. And when the ram was cut into pieces, Moses burned the head, and the pieces, and the fat. And when the entrails and the legs were washed with water, Moses burned the whole ram on the altar, and as a burnt offering, a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he presented the other ram, the ram of ordination, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. And Moses killed it, and took some of its blood, and put it on the tip of Aaron's right ear, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And Aaron's sons were brought, and Moses put some of the blood on the tips of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the great toes of their right feet. And Moses threw the blood upon the altar round about. Then he took the fat, and the fat tail, and all the fat that was on the entrails, and the appendage of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and their right thigh, and out of the basket of unleavened bread which was before the Lord he took 1 unleavened cake, and 1 cake of bread with oil, and 1 wafer, and placed them on the fat and on the right thigh. And he put all these in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and waved them as a wave offering before the Lord. Then Moses took them from their hands, and burnt them on the altar, with the burnt offering as an ordination offering, a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. And Moses took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. It was Moses' portion of the ram of ordination, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took some of the anointing oil and of the blood which was on the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aaron and his garments, and also upon his sons and his sons' garments. So he consecrated Aaron and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moses said to Aaron and his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tent of meeting, and there eat it, and the bread that is in the basket of ordination offerings, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it. And what remains of the flesh and the bread you shall burn with fire, and you shall not go out from the door of the tent of meeting for 7 days, until the days of your ordination are complete, for it will take 7 days to ordain you. As has been done today, the Lord has commanded to be done to make atonement for you. At the door of the tent of meeting you shall remain day and night for 7 days, performing what the Lord has charged, lest you die, for so I commanded. And Aaron and his sons did all the things which the Lord commanded by Moses. On the 8th day Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel, and he said to Aaron, Take a bull calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, both without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. And say to the sons of Israel, Take a male goat for a sin offering, and a calf, and a lamb, both a year old without blemish, for a burnt offering, and an ox and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a cereal of offering mixed with oil, for today the Lord will appear to you. And they brought what Moses commanded before the tent of meeting, and all the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. And Moses said, This is the thing which the Lord commanded you to do, and the glory of the Lord will appear to you. Then Moses said to Aaron, Draw near to the altar and offer your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make atonement for yourself and for the people, and bring the offering of the people and make atonement for them as the Lord has commanded. So Aaron drew near to the altar and killed the calf of sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aaron presented the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood and put it on the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the base of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the appendage of the liver from the sin offering he burned upon the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. The flesh and the skin he burned with fire outside the camp. And he killed the burnt offering, and Aaron's sons delivered to him the blood, and he threw it on the altar round about. And they delivered the burnt offering to him piece by piece, and the head he burned upon the altar. And he washed the entrails and the legs, and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. Then he presented the people's offering, and took the goat of sin offering which was for the people, and killed it, and offering it for sin, like the first sin offering. And he presented the burnt offering, and offered it according to the ordinance. He presented the cereal offering, and filled his hand from it, and burnt it upon the altar, besides the burnt offering of the morning. He killed the ox also and the ram, the sacrifice of peace offerings for the people, and Aaron's sons delivered to him the blood which he threw upon the altar round about, and the fat of the ox and of the ram, the fat tail, and that which covers the tails, the entrails, and the kidneys, with the appendage of the liver, and they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burned the fat upon the altar. But the breasts and the right thigh Aaron waved for a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. Then Aaron lifted up his hands toward the people and blessed them, and he came down from offering the sin offering and the burnt offering and the peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tent of meeting, and when they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people, and fire came forth from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat upon the altar. When all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Now Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire in it, and laid incense on it, and offered unholy fire before the Lord, such as he had not commanded them. And the fire came forth from the presence of the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord has said. I will show myself holy among those who are near me, and before all the people I will be glorified." And Aaron held his peace. And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, "Draw near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp." So they drew near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said to Aaron and Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, "Do not let the hair of your heads hang loose, and do not rend your clothes, lest you die, and lest wrath come upon all the congregation. But your brethren, the whole house of Israel, may bewail the burning which the Lord has kindled. And do not go out from the door of the tent of meeting, lest you die, for anointing oil of the Lord is upon you." And they did according to the word of Moses. The Lord spoke to Aaron, saying, "Drink no wine, no strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. You are to distinguish between the holy and the common, and between the unclean and the clean. And you are to teach the sons of Israel all the statutes which the Lord has spoken to them by Moses." And Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar, his sons who were left, "Take the cereal offering that remains of the offerings by the fire to the Lord, and eat it unleavened beside the altar, for it is most holy. You shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due and your son's due from the offerings by fire to the Lord. For so I am commanded. But the breast that is waved and the thigh that is offered you shall eat in any clean place. You and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are given as your due and your son's due from the sacrifices of the peace offerings of the sons of Israel. The thigh that is offered and the breast that is waved they shall bring with the offerings by fire of the fat, to wave for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be yours, and your sons with you as a debt forever, as the Lord has commanded." Now Moses diligently inquired about the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burned, and he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron who were left, saying, "Why have you not eaten the sin offering in the place of the sanctuary, since it is the thing most holy, and has been given to you, that you may bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord? Behold, its blood was not brought into the inner part of the sanctuary. You certainly ought to have eaten it in the sanctuary, as I commanded, And Aaron said to Moses, Behold, today they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and yet such things as these have befallen me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been acceptable in the sight of the Lord? And when Moses heard that, he was content. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Say to the sons of Israel, These are the living things which you may eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatever parts of the hoof and is cloven-footed and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Nevertheless, among those that chew the cud or part of the hoof, you shall not eat these. The camel, because it chews the cud, but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the rock badger, because it chews the cud, but does not part of the hoof, is unclean to you. And the hare, because it chews the cud, but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the swine, because it parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, but does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Of their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall not touch. They are unclean to you. These you may eat of all that are in the waters. Everything in the waters that has fins and scales, whether in the seas or in the rivers, you may eat. But anything in the seas or the rivers that has not fins and scales, of the swarming creatures in the water, and of the living creatures that are in the waters, is an abomination to you. They shall remain an abomination to you. Of their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall have in abomination. Everything in the waters that has not fins and scales is an abomination to you. And these you shall have an abomination among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination: the eagle, the vulture, the osprey, the kit, the falcon according to its kind, every raven according to its kind, the ostrich, the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk according to its kind, the owl, the cormorant, the ibis, the water hen, the pelican, the carrion vulture, the stork, the heron according to its kind, the hoopoe, and the bat. All winged insects that go upon all fours are an abomination to you. Yet among the winged insects that go on all fours you may eat those which have legs above their feet, with which to leap on the earth. Of them you may eat the locust according to its kind, the bald locust according to its kind, the cricket according to its kind, and the grasshopper according to its kind. But all other winged insects which have 4 feet are an abomination to you. And by these you shall become unclean. Whoever touches their carcasses shall be unclean until the evening, and whoever carries any part of their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Every animal which parts the hoof but is not cloven-footed, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Every one who touches them shall be unclean, and all that goes on their paws among the animals that go on all fours are unclean to you. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening, and he who carries their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean to you. And these are unclean to you among the swarming things that swarm upon the earth: the weasel, the mouse, the great lizard according to its kind, the gecko, the land crocodile, the lizard, kind of redundant there, the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that swarm. Whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until the evening. And anything upon which of any of them falls when they are dead shall be unclean, whether it is an article of wood or a garment of, or a skin or a sack, any vessel that is used for any purpose. It must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening. Then it shall be clean. And if any of them falls into any earthen vessel, all that is in it shall be unclean, and you shall break it. Any food in it which may be eaten, upon which water may come, shall be unclean. And all drink which may be drunk from every such vessel shall be unclean. And everything upon any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean. Whether oven or stove, it shall be broken into pieces. They are unclean and shall be unclean to you. Nevertheless, A spring or a cistern holding water shall be clean, but whatever touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass falls upon any seed for sowing that it may be sown, it is clean. But if water is put on the seed and any part of their carcass falls on it, it shall be unclean to you.
All right, Joey. It's 4 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
You made it.
Hour went by fast.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone give it up for Joey.
Joey.
Joey!
Oh.
You spun the wheel twice.
Yes, we did.
Spun the wheel twice.
You did.
This wheel right here.
I'm a little nervous for that.
All right, I'm right there.
You're right here?
Yeah.
Let's welcome Christian onto the scene. Great name.
Let's go.
All right.
Join up.
Yes,
The
sir.
chat's a little delayed, so if you interact, you'll just know that.
That's cool. I can see the chat. Very nice. All right, we're starting 39 here?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, oh, here's the camera. Hey, guys. Yo, thanks for being here, guys. Obviously, if you donate $35, you're contributing one Bible to local Catholic ministries. Very good cause. We appreciate all your contributions. And this here is the wheel of either reward or punishment. So, what is that, 50?
Yeah.
$50. If you donate a 50, then I spin the wheel, and I have to do whatever you guys, or whatever the wheel tells me to do. So, did I cover all the bases? Does that sound good on that?
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's get right into it. We're in Leviticus chapter 11. Quote, "And if any animal of which you may eat dies, he who touches his carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he who eats of its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. He also who carries the carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Every swarming thing that swarms upon the earth is an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatever goes on its belly and whatever goes on all fours, or whatever has many feet, all the swarming things that swarm upon the earth, you shall not eat, for they are an abomination. You shall not make yourselves abominable with any swarming things that swarms, and you shall not defile yourselves with them, lest you become unclean. For I am the Lord your God. Consecrate yourselves therefore and be holy, for I am holy. You shall not defile yourselves with any swarming thing that crawls upon the earth, for I am the Lord who brought you up of the land of Egypt, to be your God. You shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the law pertaining to the beast and bird, and every living creature that moves through the waters, and every creature that swarms upon the earth. To make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the living creature that may be eaten and the living creature that may not be eaten." All right, first chapter in the books. We are going on to Leviticus chapter 12, guys. Big deal. I can see the chat, but it's kind of delayed, so I'll take a look at... Oh, Bob. Bob works at Mug. Let's go. Sorry, I don't want to get too distracted, but Bob, nice. Let's go. Mug boys. All right, let's get into it. We got the purification of women. Chapter 12, Leviticus. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the sons of Israel, if a woman conceives and bears a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, as at the time of her menstruation she shall be unclean. And on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. Then she shall continue for 33 days in the blood of her purifying. She shall not touch any hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of your purifying are completed. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her menstruation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying for 46 days. And when the days of her purifying are completed, whether for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the door of the tent of meeting of a lamb a year old for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or turtle dove for a sin offering. And he shall offer it before the Lord, and make atonement for her. Then she shall be clean from the flow of her blood. This is the law for her who bears a child, either male or female. And if she cannot afford a lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, for one for a burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Moving on to chapter 13, Leviticus. Goes by fast. By the way, we're projected about 80 hours to complete the entire Bible, so stay tuned. We will be smacking that marker, hopefully hitting it in record time. Don't know who's done this before, but we're going to beat them, in theory. 13, skin diseases, Leviticus. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when a man has on the skin of his body a swelling or an eruption or a spot, and it turns into a leprous disease on the skin of his body, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or one of his sons the priest, and the priest shall examine the diseased spot on the skin of his body. And if the hair in the diseased spot has turned white, and the disease appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is a leprous disease. When the priest has examined him, he shall pronounce him unclean. But if the spot is white in the skin of his body, and appears no deeper than the skin, and the hair in it has not turned white, the priest shall shut up the diseased person for 7 days. And the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. And if in his eyes the disease is checked, and the disease has not spread in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. And the priest shall examine him again on the 7th day. If the diseased spot is dim, and the disease has not spread in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only an eruption, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the eruption spreads in the skin, after he has shown himself to the priest for his cleansing, he shall appear again before the priest, and the priest shall make an examination. If the eruption has spread in the skin, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, it is leprosy. When a man is afflicted with leprosy, he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall make an examination. And if there is a white swelling in the skin, which has turned the hair white, and there is a quick raw flesh in the swelling, it is a chronic leprosy in the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. He shall not shut him up. Pronounce him unclean. Oh, I keep going back to the previous line. It's fine text. And if the leprosy breaks out in the skin, so that the leprosy covers all the skin of the diseased person from head to foot, so far as the priest can see, then the priest shall not. Where do I keep getting lost? Shall make an examination. And if the leprosy has covered all his body, he shall pronounce him clean of the disease. It has all turned white, and he is clean. But when raw flesh appears on him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall examine the raw flesh and pronounce him unclean. Raw flesh is unclean, for it is leprosy. But if the raw flesh turns again and is changed to white, then he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall examine him. And if the disease has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce the diseased person clean. He is clean. And when there is in the skin of one's body a boil that is healed, and the place of the boil there comes a white swelling or reddish white spot, then it shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall make an examination. And if it appears deeper than the skin and his hair and has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is in the disease of leprosy, it has broken out of the boil. But if the priest examines it, and the hair on it is not white, and is not deeper than the skin, but is dim, then the priest shall shut him up for 7 days. And if it spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is diseased. But if the spot remains in one place and does not spread, it is the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or, when the body has burnt on its skin, and the raw flesh of the burn becomes a spot, reddish white or white, the priest shall examine it. And if the hair on the spot has turned white, and it appears deeper than the skin, then it is leprosy. It has broken out of the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous disease. But if the priest examines it, and the hair on the spot is not white, and is no deeper than the skin, but is dim, the priest shall shut him up for 7 days. And the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. If it is spreading in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous disease. But if the spot remains in one place, and does not spread on the skin, but is dim, it is swelling from the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the scar of the burn. When a man or woman has a disease on the head or beard, the priest shall examine the disease, and if it appears deeper than the skin, and the hair in it is yellow and thin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an itch, the leprosy of the head or the beard. And if the priest examines the itching disease, and it appears no deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair on it, then the priest shall shut up the person with the itching disease for 7 days. And on the 7th day the priest shall examine the disease. And if the itch has not spread, and there is no yellow hair, and the itch appears to be no deeper than the skin, then he shall shave himself, but the itch shall not shave. And the priest shall shut up the person with the itching disease for 7 days more. And on the 7th day the priest shall examine the itch. And if the itch has not spread in the skin, and it appears to be no deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. He shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the itch spreads in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall examine him, and the itch has spread. If the itch has spread to the skin, the priest need not seek for the yellow hair; he is unclean. But if in his eyes the itch is checked, and the black hair has grown in it, the itch is healed; he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Okay, I'm gonna mark this, but I need a water break. 29 viewers. All right. When a man or woman has spots on the skin or body, white spots, the priest shall make an examination. And if the spots on the skin of the body are of a dull white, it is tetter that has broken out of the skin; he is clean. If a man's hair has fallen from his head, he is bald, but he is clean. If a man's hair has fallen from his forehead and his temples, he has baldness of the forehead, but he is clean. But if there is on the bald head or bald forehead a reddish white disease spot, it is a leprosy breaking out on his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall examine him, and if the disease swelling is reddish white on his bald head or in his bald forehead, like the appearance of leprosy on the skin of the body, he is a leprous man; he is unclean. The priest must pronounce him unclean; his disease is on his head. The leper who has the disease shall wear torn clothes, and let his hair of his head hang loose. And he shall cover his upper lip and cry, "Unclean, unclean." He shall remain unclean as long as he has this disease. He is unclean; he shall dwell alone in the habitation outside the camp. When there is a leprous disease in a garment, whether a woolen or linen garment, in warp or woof of skin or wool, in the skin or in anything made of skin, the disease shows greenish or reddish on the garment, whether in warp or wool or in skin or in anything made of the skin. It is a leprous disease, and shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall examine the disease, and shut up that which has the disease for 7 days. And then he shall examine the disease on the 7th day. If the disease has spread to the garment in warp or woof or in the skin, whatever be the use of the skin, the disease is a malignant leprosy; he is unclean. And he shall burn the garment, whether diseased in warp or woof, woolen or linen, or anything of the skin, for it is a magnificent leprosy. He shall be burned in the fire. It shall be burned in the fire, not he. Sorry. Big difference. And if the priest examines, and the disease has not spread in the garment, in warp or woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing in which in the disease he shall shut it up for 7 days more. And the priest shall examine the diseased thing after it has been washed. And if the diseased spot has not changed color through the disease has not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in fire, whether the leprous spot is on the back or on the front. But if the disease examines, and the disease is dim after it is washed, he shall tear the spot out of the garment or the skin or the warp or woof. Then it appears again on the garment, in warp or woof, or anything of the skin. It is spreading; you shall burn with fire that in it which has the disease. But the garment, warp or woof, or anything of the skin from which the disease departs when you have washed it, then be washed a second time and be clean. This for the law of a leprous disease, and a garment of wool or linen, either in warp or woof, or anything of skin, to decide whether it is clean or unclean. And that was Leviticus chapter 13. We're moving on to Leviticus chapter 14. The dry mouth catches up to you. Take a look at the chat. We got Justin, Aiden, Miles, Taylor. What's up? Keely. Yo, thanks for joining, guys. Chat, shout out. Am I timed? Oh, word. Guys, thanks for joining. Keep in mind, we do have donations available for, if you haven't heard my spiel at the beginning of my stream, $35 will contribute one Bible to local ministries local Catholic ministries. $50 donation, I spin this wheel for a either punishment or reward. Okay, moving into Leviticus 14. What? Oh, $350 donated means restart the current book. I'm not gonna say don't do that, but like, if you did, it wouldn't be a terrible thing. All right. 14, Leviticus. The Lord said to Moses, "This shall be the law of the leper for the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out of the camp, and the priest shall make an examination. Then if the leper's disease is healed in the leper, the priest shall command them to take for him who has to be cleansed 2 living clean birds and cedar wood and scarlet stuff and hyssop. And the priest shall command them to kill one of the birds in the earthen vessel over the running water. He shall take the living bird with cedar wood and the scarlet stuff and the hyssop, and dimmen them in the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times upon him who is to be cleaned of leprosy. Then he shall go pronounce him clean, and he shall let the living bird go in the open field. And who is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all of his hair, and bathe himself in water, and he shall be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, but shall dwell outside his tent 7 days. And on the 7th day he shall shave his hair off his head. He shall shave off his beard and his eyebrows, all his hair. Then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe his body in water, and he shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 male lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe lamb, a year old, without blemish, and a cereal offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who cleanses him shall set the man who is to be cleansed, and these things before the Lord, at the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall take 1 of the male lambs and offer for a guilt offering, along with a log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And he shall kill the lamb in the place where they kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place. For the guilt offering, like the sin offering, belongs to the priest. It is most holy. The priest shall take some of the blood and the guilt offering, and the priest shall put on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and the great toe of his right foot. Then the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand, and dip his right finger in the oil and in his left hand, and sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. And some of the oil that remains in his hand the priest shall put in the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and the great toe of his right foot upon the blood of the guilt offering, and the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand shall be put on the head of him who is to be cleansed. And the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord. The priest shall offer a sin offering to make atonement for him who is to be cleansed for his uncleanliness. Afterward he shall kill the burnt offering, and the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the cereal offering to the altar. Thus the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean. But if he is poor and cannot afford so much, then he shall take 1 male limb for a guilt offering to be waved, to make atonement for him, and 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with oil for a cereal offering, and a log of oil. Also 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, such as he can afford. The one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. On the 8th day he shall bring them for his cleansing to the priest, to the door of the tent of the meeting, before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of the guilt offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And he shall kill the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest shall take some blood of the guilt offering, and put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and the thumb of his right hand, and the great toe of his right foot, in the place where the blood of the guilt offering was put. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put on the head of him who is to be cleansed, to make atonement for him before the Lord. And he shall offer the turtle doves or young pigeons, such as he can afford, 1 for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, along with cereal offering. And the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for him who is being cleansed. This is the law for him in whom is a leprous, for whom is a leprous disease, who cannot afford the offerings for his cleansing. All right. Take a look at the chat. Moving on a little bit. Raz with the comments. Thank you, chat. Cleansing of leprous houses. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when you come into the land of Canaan, which I give you for a possession, and I put a leprous disease in a house in the land of your possession, and he who owns the house shall come and tell the priest, there seems to be some sort of disease in my house, and then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest goes to examine the disease, lest all that in the house be declared unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house, and he shall examine the disease. And if the disease is in the walls of the house, with greenish or reddish spots, and if it appears to be deeper than the surface, then the priest shall go up the house 7 days, and the priest shall come again on the 7th day, and look. And if the disease has spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take out the stones in which has the disease, and thrown them into an unclean place outside the city. And he shall cause the inside of the house to be scraped round about, and the plaster that they scrape off they shall pour into an unclean place outside the city. Then they shall take other stones and put them in place of those stones.
All right, Christian, we're gonna have to pause.
All right. Oh God.
$50 donation.
We got a 50
from Embark K9. I don't know who that is.
Wow! Thank you for the 50, Embark K9.
I don't know who that is.
$50, big donation.
But we're gonna be spinning the wheel. So let's see
oh man! All right.
Punishment and reward.
First time spinning the wheel. Thank you guys for the donations. It means a lot. Let's see. Let's spin the wheel. I thought it was gonna spin faster than that.
You gotta spin in the chair 10 times.
Oh, it's already small enough
You're
text.
About to get dizzy.
All right, I'm gonna take it easy.
Yeah,
I'm a little big
we'll
for
move this stuff.
I gotta move everything.
Here, we'll move this.
25 concurrent viewers. Thank you guys. Watching me spin around in my chair.
Alright, if you move back, you should be good.
I gotta make sure I'm left off in the right spot. I gotta remember where it was. Okay. Alright, guys. Spun the wheel of punishment. I suppose it could be worse.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'll just move this all the way here. There we go. That's
Let's
one.
Let's go.
2. This is gonna be a dizzy read. 3. 4.
Okay.
5. 6. 7. Oh, this is gonna be bad. 8. 9. 10.
Hey. Great job, Christian. Let's
Yo.
go.
Good job.
Trooper.
You can take it.
That's actually so trippy, actually.
You're gonna like throw up.
No, I'm good. I'm
We
good.
didn't
Just
test
like
these before we added these to the wheel. So
it's okay.
They're just...
You're still spinning.
I'm still spinning on the stream. That's sick. We're a little bit delayed. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the 50. That's awesome. We got some comments. Por qué, señor?
I don't know Spanish, but you know.
And then
Raz, don't worry. We're good out here. All right, let's trudge on. We're still in Leviticus 14:43. If the disease breaks out again in the house after he has taken out the stones and scraped the house and plastered it, then the priest shall go and look. And if the disease has spread in the house, it is a malignant leprosy in the house. It is unclean. And he shall break down the house, its stones and timber, and all the plaster of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city to an unclean place. Moreover, he who enters the house while it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And he who lies down in the house shall wash his clothes, and he who eats in the house shall wash his clothes. This is tough. I'm still dizzy.
Oh, it's Logan's dog walking business that donated.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Logan.
Thank you, Logan and fam.
Sponsor.
Appreciate that. Big 50. Big 50 for the stream. Thank you, guys. More Bibles. We need all the Bibles. Thank you, guys, once again. But if the priest comes and makes an examination, and the disease has not spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, for the disease is healed. And for the cleansing of the house he shall take 2 small birds, with the cedar wood and scarlet stuff and hyssop, and shall kill one of the birds in an earthen vessel over the running water, and shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet stuff along with the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the bird that was killed and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. Thus he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet stuff. Then he shall let the living bird go out of the city into the open field, so he shall make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the law for any leprous disease, for any itch, for leprosy in a garment or in a house, and for a swelling or an eruption of a spot, to show when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the law for leprosy. All right, this completes Leviticus chapter 14. We're moving on to, you guessed it, Leviticus chapter 15. Let's go. Thank you, chat. And Bart K9, once again, thank you. God bless you, Logan. All right.
Is it so hard to read it?
It's getting better now. It's getting easier. All right. Leviticus 15. 31 viewers. All right, let's go, chat. 15. Concerning men's bodily discharges. Don't laugh. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, say to the sons of Israel, when any man has a discharge from his body, his discharge is unclean. And this is the law of the uncleanliness for a discharge. Whether his body runs with his discharge or his body is stopped from discharge, it is uncleanliness in him. Every bed on which he who has the discharge lies shall be unclean, and everything on which he sits shall be unclean. And anyone who touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches the body of him who has the discharge shall wash his clothes and bathe him in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he who has the discharge spits on one who is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And any saddle on which he who has the discharge rides shall be unclean. And whoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he who carries such a thing shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Anyone whom he that has the discharge touches without having rinsed his hands in water shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the earthen vessel which he who has the discharge touches shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he who has the discharge is cleaned of his discharge, then he shall count for himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes. And he shall bathe in his body in running water, and he shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord to the door of the tent of the meeting, and give them to the priest. And the priest shall offer them, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement before him, for the Lord, for his discharge. And if a man has an emission of semen, he shall bathe his whole body in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin on which the semen comes shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. If a man lies with a woman and has an emission of semen, both of them shall bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. Concerning women's bodily discharges, when a woman has a discharge of blood, which is in her regular discharge from her body, she shall be in her impurity for 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything upon which she lies during the impurity shall be unclean. Everything also upon which she sits shall be unclean. And whoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches anything upon which she sits shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Whether it is the bed or anything upon which she sits, when he touches it shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lies with her, and her impurity is on him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and every bed on which he lies shall be unclean. If a woman has a discharge of blood for many days, not at the time of her impurity, or if she has a discharge beyond the time of her impurity, all the days of the discharge she shall continue in uncleanliness. As in the days of her impurity, she shall be unclean. Every bed on which she lies, all the days of her discharge, shall be to her as the bed of her impurity, and everything on which she sits shall be unclean, as the uncleanliness of her impurity, and whoever touches these things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she is cleansed of her discharge, she shall count for herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and bring them to the priest, to the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall offer one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her before the Lord for her unclean discharge. The law concerning discharges. Thus you shall keep the son of Israel separate from their uncleanness, lest they die in their uncleanness by defiling my tabernacle that is in their midst. This is the law for him who has a discharge, and for him who has an emission of semen becoming unclean thereby. Also for her who is sick with impurity, that is, for anyone, male or female, who has a discharge, and for the man who lies with a woman who is unclean. All right, this concludes Leviticus chapter 15. Let's check the chat. Yo, Logan, no problem, man. Worth it for the Bibles, man. Thank you for the donation. We appreciate that. Happy Holy Hour. We aren't permitted to attend non-Catholic weddings, only receptions. I'm assuming that's regarding something that happened in the chat. But also Happy Holy Day. Feast of the Assumption, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go.
Go to Mass. Where are we? Leviticus chapter 16. The Day of Atonement. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they draw near before the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses, Tell Aaron your brother not to come at all times into the holy place within the veil, before the mercy seat which is upon the ark, lest he die. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. But thus shall Aaron come into the holy place with a young bull for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and shall have the linen breeches on his body, be girded with the linen sash, and wear the linen turban. These are the holy garments. He shall bathe his body in water, and then put them on. He shall take from the congregation of the sons of Israel 2 male goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aaron shall offer the bull as a sin offering for himself, and shall make atonement for himself and for his house. Then he shall take the 2 goats, and set them before the Lord at the door of the tent of a meeting. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, and 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aaron shall present the goat on which the lot fell for the Lord, and offer it as a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell for Azazel shall be presented alive before the Lord, and make atonement over it, and it may be sent away into the wilderness to Azazel. Aaron shall present the bull as a sin offering for himself, and shall make atonement for himself and for his house. He shall kill the bull as a sin offering for himself, and he shall take a censer full of coals of fire from the altar before the Lord, that 2 handfuls of sweet incense beaten small, and he shall bring it within the veil, and put the incense on fire before the Lord, and that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat which is upon the covenant, lest he die. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it with his finger on the front of the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat he shall sprinkle the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people, and bring its blood within the veil, and do with its blood as he did with the blood of the bull, sprinkling it upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. Thus he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness that the sons of Israel, and because of their transgressions and all their sins. And so he shall do for the tent of meeting, which abides with them in the midst of their uncleanness. There shall be no man in the tent of meeting when he enters to make atonement for the holy place, until he comes out and has made atonement for himself and for his house of the assembly of Israel. Then he shall go out to the altar, which is before the Lord, and make atonement for it, and shall take some of the blood of the bull and of the blood of the goat, and put it on the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanliness of the sons of Israel. Take a water break. All right. And when he has made an end of atoning for the holy place, and the tent of meeting, and the altar, he shall present the live goat, and Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the sons of Israel, and put all their transgressions, all their sins, and he shall put them upon the head of the goat, and send him away into the wilderness by hand of the man who is in readiness. The goat shall bear all the iniquities upon him to a solitary land, and he shall let the goat go in the wilderness. Then Aaron shall come to the tent of meeting, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall bathe his body in water in a holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering he shall burn upon the altar. And he who lets the goat go to Azazel, which shall wash his hands, he may come into the camp. And for the bull of the sin offering, and for the goat of the sin offering, whose blood was brought in it to make the atonement of the holy place, shall be carried forth outside the camp. Their skin and their flesh, and their dung shall be burned with fire. And he who burns them shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterward he may come into the camp. And it shall be a statute to you forever, that the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict yourselves, and shall do no work, either the native or the stranger who sojourns among you. For on this day shall atonement be made for you, to cleanse you from all your sins. You shall be clean before the Lord. It is a Sabbath of solemn to rest to you, and you shall afflict yourselves. It is a statute forever. And the priest who is anointed and consecrated as a priest for his father's place shall make atonement. Wearing the holy linen garments, he shall make atonement for the sanctuary, and shall make atonement for the tent of meeting, and for the altar. And he shall make atonement for the priest and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be everlasting statute for you, that atonement may be made for the sons of Israel once in the year because of all their sins. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. Megan, welcome to the chat. Happy birthday, David Capello. It's a big day indeed. Moving on to Leviticus chapter 17. 21 viewers. Awesome. All right. The slaughter of animals. And the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron and his sons, and to all the sons of Israel, this is the thing which the Lord has commanded. If any man of the house of Israel kills an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or kills it outside the camp, and does not bring it to the door of the tent or meeting, to offer it as a gift to the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood guilt shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. This is to the end that the sons of Israel may bring their sacrifices which they slay upon the open field, that they may bring them to the Lord, to the priest at the door of the tent of a meeting, and say to them as sacrifices of peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of the Lord at the pleasing odor at the door of the tent of the meeting, and burn the fat for a pleasing odor to the Lord. So they shall no more slay their sacrifices for satyrs, after whom they play the harlot. This shall be a statute for whoever to them throughout their generations. And you shall say to them, any man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among them, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not bring it to the door of the tent of meeting, to sacrifice it to the people, or to the Lord, that the man shall be cut off from his people. Eating the blood forbidden. If any man of the house of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn among themselves eats blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood, and will cut him off among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes atonement, by reason of the life. Therefore I have said to the sons of Israel, no person among you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger who sojourns among you eat blood. Any man also of the sons of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among themselves, who takes in hunting any beast or bird that may be eaten, shall pour out his blood and cover it with dust. For the life of every creature is the blood of it. Therefore I have said to the sons of Israel, you shall not eat the blood of any creature, for the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And every person that eats what dies of itself, or what is torn by beasts, whether he is native or a sojourner, shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean. But if he does not wash them or bathe his flesh, he shall bear his iniquity. All right. Austin, great to see you in here, man. Gotta have a cigar soon, brother. Thank you for joining. 25 viewers. Awesome. Let's go, guys. Reminder to the chat. Where's the sign? $35 donated means one Bible for local Catholic ministries. It's a very good cause. $350 donated means I restart the current book. We get to hear all about leprosy and atonements again. That's awesome. And $50 means a spin of the punishment wheel / reward wheel, which I've already done. I had to spin 10 times and fight through reading, which was totally worth it for the Bibles. But thank you everyone for your support. We are going to continue on. We are in Leviticus chapter 18 now. And this is not quite yet the laws concerning sexual relations preceding that. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do as they do in the land of Egypt, where you dwell. And if you shall not do as they do in the land of Canaan, to whom I am bringing to you, you shall not walk in their statutes. You shall do my ordinances and keep my statutes and walk in them. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my ordinances, by doing which a man shall live. I am the Lord. All right, laws concerning sexual relations. Got some gifs in the chat. Very nice. Got some emotes. Those chats going crazy right now. Thank you, guys. Laws concerning sexual relations. None of you shall approach anyone near of kin to him to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or born abroad. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter, or of your daughter's daughter, for the nakedness of your own is your own nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, begotten by your father, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother, that is, you shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. She is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and of her daughter, and you shall not take the son's daughter or any daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are your near kinswoman. It is wickedness. And you shall not take a woman as a rival wife to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is yet alive. Water break. Oh yeah, that's good. You shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she is in her menstrual uncleanliness. And you shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's wife and defile yourself with her. You shall not give any of your children to devote them by fire to Molech, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And you shall not lie with any beast and defile yourself with it. Neither shall any woman give herself to a beast to lie with it. It is perversion. You shall not defile yourselves by any of these things. By for all these the nations I am casting out before you defiled themselves, and the land became defiled, so that I punished its iniquity, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you shall keep my statutes and my ordinances, and do none of these abominations, either the native or the stranger who sojourns among you. For all these abominations the men of the land did, who were before you, so that the land became defiled. Lest the land vomit you out when you defile it, as it vomited out the nation that was before you. For whoever shall do any of these abominations, the persons that do them shall be cut off from among their people. So keep my charge never to practice any of these abominable customs which you were practiced before you, and never to defile yourselves by them. I am the Lord your God. That was Leviticus chapter 18. We are moving on to Leviticus chapter 19. We have 32 concurrent viewers. Thank you, everyone. To anyone joining, thank you for the support. Moving on to Leviticus chapter 19. Ritual and moral holiness. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the congregation of the sons of Israel, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Every one of you shall revere his mother and his father. You shall keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Do not turn to idols or make for yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. When you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, or on the next day, and anything left over until the third day shall be burned with fire. If it is eaten at all on the third day, it is an abomination and will not be accepted. And everyone who eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned a holy thing of the Lord, and that the person shall be cut off from his people. When you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap your fields to its very border. Neither shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest, and you shall not strip your vineyard bare. Neither shall you gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and for the sojourner. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal, nor deal falsely, nor lie to one another. And you shall not swear by my name falsely, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired servant shall not remain with you all night until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind, but you shall fear your God. I am the Lord. You shall do no injustice in judgment. You shall not be partial to the poor or defer to the great. But your righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. But in your righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a slanderer among your people, and you shall not stand forth against the life of your neighbor. I am the Lord. You shall not hate your brother in your heart, but you shall reason with your neighbor, lest you bear sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance or bear any grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your cattle breed with different kind. You shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor shall there come upon you a garment of cloth made two kinds of stuff. If a man lies carnally with a woman who is a slave, betrothed to another man and not yet ransomed or given her freedom, an iniquity shall be held. Do we have another dono?
We did.
Oh, let's go.
We just passed 1,000 total.
Wow.
Corey Zach, thank you, brother.
Corey Adams, Zach, thank you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We are spinning the wheel because that was 50.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to spin it a little bit faster this time so I can actually get a good spin on
Excited,
it.
dude.
All right. All right, guys, let's do this. All right, we got Chick-fil-A gift card.
You get a Chick-fil-A gift card.
Yo, let's go.
One free meal.
God's Chicken, let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you.
You'll
Thank you
get
for the
that
donation.
after you're done with your hour.
Very nice. That's amazing. Wow. So I got a punishment and a reward. So we're even Steven today. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thanks for the donation. It makes a huge difference. It's going towards a great cause. Anybody who's tapping in now, we are raising money for Bibles to go to local Catholic ministries. So thank you. Your donations mean so much, and thank you for the Chick-fil-A gift card. What? Oh, okay. Wow. Clock's coming down, guys. I got 10 minutes left. All right. Where have we left off? You shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind. You shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor shall there come upon you a garment of cloth made of two kinds of stuff. If a man lies carnally with a woman who is a slave, betrothed to another man, and not yet ransomed or given her freedom, an iniquity shall be held. They shall not be put to death because she was not free, but he shall bring a guilt offering for himself to the Lord, to the door of the tent of meeting, a ram for a guilt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before the Lord for his son which he has committed. And the sin which he has committed shall be forgiven. When you come into the land and plant the kinds of trees for God, when you shall count their fruit as forbidden, 3 years it shall be forbidden to you, it must not be eaten. And for the 4th year all the fruit shall be holy, and an offering of praise to the Lord. But the 5th year you may eat of their fruit, that they may yield more richly for you. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat any flesh with the blood in it. You shall not practice augury or witchcraft. You shall not round off the hair on your temples or mar the edges of your beard. You shall not make any cuttings of your flesh on account of the dead, or tattoo any marks upon you. I am the Lord. Do not profane your daughter by making her a harlot, lest the hand fall into harlotry and land become full of wickedness. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence in my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not turn to mediums or wizards. Do not seek them out to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You shall rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of an old man, and you shall fear your God. I am the Lord. When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. The stranger who sojourns with you shall be to you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no wrong in judgment, in measures of length or weight or quantity. You shall have just balances, just weights, just an ephah, and just hin. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and you shall observe all my statutes and my ordinances, and do them. I am the Lord. All right, guys, that was Leviticus chapter 19. Moving on to chapter 20. Quick water break. 32 viewers. Thank you all for the donations as well. We are moving on to Leviticus 20, penalties for violations. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, any man of the sons of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, who gives any of his children to Molech, shall be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. I myself will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given one of his children to Molech, defiling my sanctuary and profaning my holy name. And if the people of the land do at all hide their eyes from that man when he gives one of his children to Molech, and do not put him to death, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will not cut them off from any among their people, and all who follow him in praying the harlot after Molech. If a person turns to mediums and wizards, playing the harlot after them, I will set my face against that person, and will cut them off from among his people. Consecrate yourselves therefore, and be holy, for I am the Lord your God. Keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord who sanctify you. For everyone who curses his father or his mother shall be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood is upon him. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and his adulteress shall be put to death. The man who lies with his father's wife has uncovered the father's nakedness. Both of them shall be put to death. Their blood is upon them. If a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall be put to death. If they've committed incest, their blood is upon them. If a man lies with a male as a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They be put to death. Their blood is upon them. If a man takes a wife, and her mother also, it is wickedness. They shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there may be no wickedness among you. If a man lies with a beast, he shall be put to death, and you shall kill the beast. If a woman approaches any beast and lies with it, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall be put to death. Their blood is upon them. If a man takes his sister, daughter, or his father or daughter of his mother, and sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a shameful thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of the children of the people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. If a man lies with a woman having her sickness and uncovers her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood. Both of them shall be cut off from among their people. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or of your father's sister, or for that is to make naked near one's near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. If a man lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. If a man takes his brother's wife, it is impurity. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. You shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my ordinances, do with them, that the land where I am bringing to you to dwell may not vomit you out, and you shall walk in the customs of the nation which I am casting out before you. You shall not walk in the customs of the nation which I am casting out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said to you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who have separated you from the peoples. You shall therefore make a distinction between the clean beast and the unclean, and between the unclean bird and the clean. You shall not make yourselves abominable by beast or by bird, or by anything with which the ground teems. And I have set apart you, the holy unclean. You shall be holy to me, for I the Lord am holy, and have separated you from the peoples that you should be mine. A man or a woman who is a medium or wizard shall be put to death. They shall be stoned with stones, or their blood shall be upon them. And this concludes Leviticus 20. Moving into Leviticus 21. Got some chats. Greetings from southern Germany. God bless you in the name of Jesus. God bless you. Thank you for, wow, international viewers. That's incredible. Thank you for the support. We're worldwide, chat. Genesis is first book, Revelation is last book in the end. God created heaven and earth, all creatures living, divide waters above from below, under, firmament. Facts. So fire. All right, we are getting into Leviticus. Actually, should I start?
I think. I guess. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll jump in. All right, guys. That's it for me. Thank you for all the support. We have a new reader coming in. And thanks for the punishment as well as the reward, guys. That was a lot of fun. And thanks again. We shall continue in a few minutes here with Leviticus chapter 21.
Here we go. Welcome to Leviticus to study/sleep/chill 2. We're on 21. My gosh.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the Leviticus speed run.
We got the transfer going on right now. Michael, how do you feel? 4 hours. Well, Nick's taking a slot. But
We're going to finish the entire Old Testament in the next 4 hours. Oh. Our internet's being weird. It's fine.
Is it still streaming?
Nothing slows down.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Hooray! All right, we're back. All right, let's ride. Leviticus 21. Here we go. The holiness of priests. And the Lord said to Moses, Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, that none of them shall defile himself for the dead among his people, except for his nearest of kin, his mother, his father, his son, his daughter, his brother, or his virgin sister, who is near to him because she had no husband. For her he may defile himself. He shall not defile himself as a husband among his people, and so profane himself. They shall not make tonsures upon their heads, nor shave off the edges of their beards, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they offer the offerings by the fire of the Lord. The bread of their God, therefore, they shall be holy. They shall not marry a harlot or a woman who has been defiled, neither shall they marry a woman divorced from her husband, for the priest is holy to his God. You shall consecrate him, for he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, and for I, the Lord, who sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. The priest who is chief among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil is poured, and who has been consecrated to wear the garments, shall not let the hair of his head hang loose, nor tear his clothes. He shall not go to any dead body, nor defile himself, even for his father or for his mother. Neither shall he go out to the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God. For the consecration of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am the Lord. And he shall take a wife in her virginity, a widow, or one divorced, or a woman who has been defiled, or harlot. These he shall not marry, but he shall take to wife a virgin of his own people, that he may not profane his children among his people, for I am the Lord who sanctify him. And the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, none of your descendants throughout their generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the bread of his God. For no one who has a blemish shall draw near, a man blind or lame, or one who has mutilated face or a limb too long, or a man who has injured foot or an injured hand, or a hunchback or a dwarf, or a man who had a defect in his sight, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles. No man has the descendants of Aaron, the priest, who has a blemish, that shall come near to offer the Lord's offerings by fire, since he has a blemish. He shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. He may eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy of the holy things. But he shall not come near the veil or approach the altar, because he has a blemish, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord who sanctify them. So Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all the sons of Israel. 22! Can I sing copyrighted songs? I'm feeling 22. The use of holy things. And the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron and his sons to keep away from the holy things of the sons of Israel, which they dedicate to me, so that they may not profane my holy name. I am the Lord. Say to them, if any one of all your descendants throughout your generations approaches the holy things, which the sons of Israel dedicate to the Lord, while he has an uncleanness, the person shall be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. None of the line of Aaron, who is a leper or suffers a discharge, may eat of the holy things until he is clean. Whoever touches anything that is unclean throughout contact with a dead man or man who has had an emission of semen, and whoever touches a creeping thing by which he may be made unclean, or a man from whom he may take uncleanness. Whatever his uncleanness may be, the person who touches any such shall be unclean until the evening, and shall not eat of the holy things unless he has bathed his body in water. When the sun is down, he shall be clean, and afterward he may eat of the holy things, because such are his food. That which defies itself or is torn by beasts he shall not eat, defiling himself by it. I am the Lord. They shall therefore keep my charge, lest they bear sin for it, and die thereby when they profane it. I am the Lord who sanctify them. An outsider shall not eat of a holy thing. A sojourner of a priest or a hired servant shall not eat of a holy thing, but if a priest buys a slave as his property for money, the slave may eat of it, and those that are born in his house may eat of his food. If a priest's daughter is married to an outsider, she shall not eat of the offering of the holy things. But if a priest's daughter is a widow or divorced and has no child, and returns to her father's house, as in her youth, she may eat of her father's food, yet no outsider shall eat of it. And if a man eats of a holy thing unwittingly, he shall add the fifth of its value to it, and give the holy thing to the priest. The priest shall not profane and the holy things of the sons of Israel, which they offer to the Lord, and so cause them to bear iniquity and guilt by eating their holy things, for I am the Lord who sanctify them. This is just literally the terms of service of the Bible, pretty much, I feel. Acceptable offerings, my favorite. And the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron and his sons and all the people of Israel. Oh, also thank you in the chat. Appreciate the support. When any one of the house of Israel or of the sojourners in Israel presents his offerings, whether in payment of a vow or as a freewill offering, which is offered to the Lord as a burnt offering to be accepted to you, shall offer a male without blemish. Of the bulls or the sheep or the goats, you shall not offer anything that has a blemish, for it will not be acceptable for you. And when any one of those offers a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, to fulfill a vow or as a freewill offering from the herd or from the flock, to be accepted it must be perfect. There shall be no blemish in it. Animals blind or disabled or mutilated or having a discharge or an itch or scabs, you shall not offer to the Lord or make them an offering by fire upon the altar to the Lord. A bull or a lamb which has a part too long or too short, you may present for a freewill offering, but for a votive offering it cannot be accepted. Any animal which has its testicles bruised or crushed or torn or cut, you shall not offer to the Lord or sacrifice within your land. Neither shall you offer as the bread of your God any such animals gotten from a foreigner, since there is a blemish in them. Because of their mutilation, they will not be accepted for you. And the Lord said to Moses, when a bull or sheep or goat is born, it shall remain 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th day on it shall be acceptable as an offering by fire to the Lord. And whether the mother is a cow or an ewe, you shall not kill both her and her young in 1 day. And when you sacrifice a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Lord, you shall sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten on the same day. You shall leave none of it until morning, and I am the Lord. So you shall keep my commandments and do them, I am the Lord. And you shall not profane my name, but I will be hallowed among the sons of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctify you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord. You got all that, Molly? Yeah. Okay. Thank God. Number 23, the Jordan number. No, wrong number, right? I'm not. Am I thinking of LeBron James? Wrong guy. I'm not a basketball fan.
That's crazy because I don't actually know who. 23.
It's definitely the James number, which is good.
Yeah, it's Jordan. It's Jordan.
The Sabbath. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, the appointed feasts of the Lord, which you shall proclaim as holy convocations. My appointed feasts are these. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You shall do no work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwellings. Someone in the chat let me know if 23 is the LeBron James number or the Jordan number. Help me out here. These are the appointed feasts of the Lord, the holy convocations, which you shall proclaim at the time appointed for them. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month in the evening, is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of the unleavened bread to the Lord. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, but you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord 7 days. And on the 7th day is a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. The offering of the first fruits. And the Lord said to Moses, my boy, say to the sons of Israel, when you come into the land which I give you and reap its harvests, you shall bring the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest, and he shall wave a sheaf before the Lord, that you may find acceptance on the day after the Sabbath. The priest shall wave it. And on the day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb a year old without blemish as a burnt offering to the Lord. And the cereal offering with it shall be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, to be offered by fire to the Lord, a pleasing odor. And the drink offering with it shall be of wine, 1/4 of hin. And you shall eat neither bread nor grain, parched or fresh, until the same day, until you have brought the offering of your God. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
All right, Michael.
What I do?
Because Michael is reading for so long, we are adding new punishments for him. One is going to be taking a lemon juice shot, and one is going to be taking a shot of white wine vinegar.
Wait.
And what are we taking off of here? I'll decide.
Might as well take off the happy things.
Wait for start cooking. It's just all punishments and no rewards.
3-minute stretch? No.
How long are you going for?
I could use a stretch actually. Was that a punishment or was that a reward?
That was a reward.
Okay, well, could I stretch my chair like this?
I'll be adding on to these, so $50, and he's gonna have to do possibly these new punishments.
Should I keep going while you're doing?
Yeah, you can do it.
All right.
How long are you reading for?
4 hours.
4 hours?
Well, apparently, our boy Yeebies Nick D'Alessandro might come by and help out.
I'll leave you for a little bit.
But
If I'm still here, I could jump into.
we're at least finishing Leviticus. We're speeding.
Yeah, let's go.
The Feast of Weeks, and you shall count from the day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 full weeks shall they be, counting 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath. Then you shall present a cereal offering of new grain to the Lord. You shall bring from your dwellings 2 loaves of bread to be waved, made of 2/10 of an ephah. If I'm not saying any of these words right, I'm sorry.
What is that word?
We're just speeding.
It's like, I don't know,
You shall bring your dwelling 2 loaves of bread to be waved, made of 2/10 of ephah, and they shall be of fine flour. They shall be baked with leaven, as first fruits of the Lord. You shall present with the bread 7 lambs, a year old without blemish, and 1 young bull and 2 rams. They shall be a burnt offering to the Lord, with their cereal offering and their drink offerings, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. You shall offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 male lambs a year old as a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits as a wave offering before the Lord with the 2 lambs, and shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. And you shall make proclamation on the same day. You shall hold a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. It is a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap your field of its very border, nor shall you gather the gleanings after your harvest. You shall leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am the Lord your God. The Feast of the Trumpets! And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, you shall observe a day of solemn rest, a memorial proclaimed with blasts of trumpets, a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, and you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. The day of atonement. Then the Lord said to Moses, on the 10th day of the 7th month of this day of atonement, it shall be for you a time of holy convocation, and you shall afflict yourselves and present an offering by fire to the Lord, and you shall do no work on this same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonement for you before your Lord your God. For whoever is not afflicted on this same day shall be cut off from his people, and whoever does any work on this same day, that person I will destroy from among his people. You shall do no work. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be to you a Sabbath of solemn rest. You shall afflict yourselves on the 9th day of the month, beginning at evening. From evening to evening shall you keep your Sabbath. The Feast of Booths. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, on the 15th day of the 7th month, and for 7 days is the Feast of the Booths. To the Lord, on the 1st day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no work. 7 days you shall present offerings by fire to the Lord. On the 8th day you shall hold a holy convocation and present an offering by fire to the Lord. It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no laborious work. These are the appointed feasts of the Lord, which you shall proclaim as times of a holy convocation for presenting to the Lord offerings by fire, burnt offerings and cereal offerings, sacrifices and drink offerings, each on its proper day, besides the Sabbath of the Lord, and besides your gifts, and besides all your votive offerings, and besides all your freewill offerings, which you give to the Lord. On the 15th day in the 7th month, when you have gathered in the produce of the land, you shall keep the feast of the Lord 7 days. On the 1st day shall be a solemn rest, and on the 8th day shall be a solemn rest. You shall take on the 1st day the fruit of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and boughs of leafy trees, and willows of the brook. You shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. I looked up and lost my place. Oh my gosh. Panic, panic, panic. You shall keep it as a feast to the Lord 7 days in the year. It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You shall keep it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths for 7 days. All that are native in Israel shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the sons of Israel dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Thus Moses declared the sons of Israel the appointed feasts of the Lord. Wow, this is interesting. You're right, Upstream.
We're getting hearts too.
I just love instructions. Number 24! The old Kobe number. Any other notable 24s?
Thank you, hearts.
Yeah, thanks for the heart. Make sure to subscribe and donate. I think it's up here. QR code over here. The lamp! Aladdin. The Lord said to Moses, command the sons of Israel to bring you pure oil from beaten olives for the lamp, that a light may be kept burning continually. Outside the veil of the covenant, in the tent of a meeting, Aaron shall keep it in order from evening to morning before the Lord continually. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. He shall keep the lamps in order upon the lampstand of pure gold before the Lord continually. The bread for the tabernacle, and you shall take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes of it, and 2/10 of an ephah shall be in each cake. You shall set them in 2 rows, 6 in a row upon the table of pure gold. And you shall put pure frankincense in each row, that it may be with the bread and a memorial portion to be offered to fire by the Lord. Every Sabbath day Aaron shall set in order before the Lord continually on behalf of the sons of Israel as a covenant forever. And it shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in a holy place, since it is for him a most holy portion of the offerings by fire to the Lord, a perpetual debt. Blasphemy and its punishment. Now an Israelite, a woman's son, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the sons of Israel. And the Israelite's woman's son and a man of Israel quarreled in the camp. And the Israelite's woman's son blasphemed the name and cursed. And they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelomith, and the daughter of Debri, of the tribe of Dan. See, how do we have like Shelomith and then we have just Dan? And they put him in custody till the will of the Lord should be declared to them. And the Lord said to Moses, bring out of the camp him who cursed, and let all who heard him lay their hands upon his head. Let all the congregation stone him. And say to the sons of Israel, whoever curses his God shall bear his sin. He who blasphemes in the name of the Lord shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him, the sojourner as well as the native. When he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. He who kills a man shall be put to death. He who kills a beast shall make it good life for life. When a man causes a disfigurement in his neighbor, he has done it shall be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. He has disfigured a man, he shall be disfigured. He who kills a beast shall make it good. He who kills a man shall be put to death. Ye shall have one law for the sojourner and for the native, and I am your Lord your God. So Moses spoke to the sons of Israel, and they brought him to the cursed out camp and stoned him with stones. Thus the sons of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses. I was being sarcastic. I just think the idea of live streaming the Bible. Like, this is awesome. Yeah! I appreciate that, Upstream. This was really put together by Christian and David, but we're all here to help. It's super fun. It's super awesome. We raised over $1,000 for charity. If anyone's just joining, feel free to donate to the QR code. All proceeds go to study Bibles for local Catholic ministries. John, Pearl bringing the energy. Heck yeah, my guy. Thanks for hopping on. 25! You guys know what's funnier than 24? 25. The sabbatical year, the Lord said to Moses on Mount Sinai. Say to the sons of Israel, when you come into the land which I give you, the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard, and gather in its fruits. But in the 7th year there shall be Sabbath, solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard. What grows of itself in your harvest you shall not reap, and the grapes of a year of solemn rest for the land. The Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, for yourself and for your male and female slaves, and for your hired servant, and the sojourner who lives with you. For your cattle also, and for the beasts that are in your land, and all its yield shall be for food. The year of Jubilee. And you shall count 7 weeks of years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time of the 7 weeks of years shall be to you 49 years. Then you shall send abroad a loud trumpet on the 10th day of the 7th month, and on the day of atonement you shall send abroad the trumpet throughout the land. And you shall hallow the 50th year. And you proclaim liberty throughout the land to all of its inhabitants. And it shall be a jubilee for you. Year of Jubilee. We're in that right now. When each of you shall return to his property, and each of you shall return to his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be to you. And in you shall neither sow, nor reap, nor grows of itself, nor gather the grapes for the undressed vines, for it is a jubilee. It shall be holy to you. You shall eat what it yields out of the field. In this year of Jubilee, each of you shall return to his property. And if you sell to your neighbor, or buy from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, you shall buy from your neighbor, and according to the number of years for crops, you shall sell to you. If the years are many, you shall increase the price. If the years are few, you shall diminish the price. It is the number of crops that he is selling to you. You shall not wrong one another, but you shall fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. Therefore you shall do my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and perform them. So you will dwell in the land securely. The land will yield its fruit, and you will eat your fill, and dwell in it securely. And if you say, what shall we eat in the 7th year, if we may not sow or gather in our crop? I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, so that it will bring forth fruit for 3 years. When you sow in the 8th year, you will be eating old produce until the 9th year. When its produce comes in, you shall eat the old. The land shall not be sold in perpetuity. For the land is mine. You are the strangers and sojourners with me, and in all the country you possess you shall grant a redemption of the land. If your brother becomes poor and sells part of his property, then his next of kin shall come and redeem what his brother has sold. If a man has no one to redeem it, then himself becomes prosperous and finds sufficient means to redeem it. Let him reckon the years since he sold it, and pay back the overpayment to the man of whom he sold it. Then he shall return to his property. But if he has not sufficient means to get it back for himself, then what he sold shall remain in the hand of him who bought it until the year of Jubilee. In Jubilee it shall be released, and he shall return to his property. If a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, he may redeem it within a whole year after its sale. For a full year he shall have the right of redemption. If it is not redeemed within a full year, then the house that it is walled city shall be made sure in perpetuity to him who brought it throughout his generations. It shall not be released in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages which have no wall around them shall be reckoned with the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and that they shall be released in the Jubilee. Listen, it's a lot of big words to read very fast. We got to catch up here. Chapstick for speed. Nevertheless, the cities of the Levites, the house and the cities in their possessions, the Levites may redeem at any time. If one of the Levites does not exercise his right of redemption, then the house that was sold in the city of their possession shall be released in the Jubilee. For the houses in the cities of the Levites are in the possession among the sons of Israel. But the fields of common land belonging to other cities may not be sold, for it is a perpetual possession. And if your brother becomes poor and cannot maintain himself with you, you shall maintain him as a stranger and a sojourner, that he shall live with you. Take no interest from him or increase, but fear your God, that your brother may live beside you. You shall not lend him your money at interest, nor give him food for profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. And if your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. He shall be with you as a hired servant and as a sojourner. He shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee, and you shall go out from you. Oh, they're leaving. My audience is here. No, Tim and Miley. I'm gonna be stuck in this basement alone. Who's gonna listen to all these rules about the year of Jubilee? It's fine. I got Bubba 1 and MD. Hey, that's nice of you. I'll take voice suggestions for donations. Francesco, thanks for the 99.99 euros. Thanks for tuning in. And if your brother becomes poor and cannot maintain himself with you, you shall maintain him as a stranger and a sojourner, and he shall live with you. Take no interest from him or increase, but fear your God, that your brother may live beside you. You shall not lend him your money at interest, nor give him your food for profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt and give you the land of Canaan, and be your God. If your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. He shall be... Thanks for doing this. Oh, thanks for the $2 upstream. He shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then he shall go out from you, and he and his children with him, and go back in his own family, and return of the possession of his fathers, for they are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall not rule over him with harshness, but shall fear for your God. As for your male and female slaves, with whom you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are round about you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you, and their families that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath, what a word, them to your sons after you, to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brethren, the sons of Israel, you should not rule over one another with harshness. If a stranger or sojourner with you becomes rich, and your brother beside him becomes poor, and sells himself to the stranger or sojourner with you, or to a member of the stranger's family, then after he is sold, he may be redeemed. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle, or his cousin may redeem him, or near a kinsman belonging to his family may redeem him. Or if he grows rich, he may redeem himself. He shall reckon with him who bought him from the year which he sold himself to him until the year of Jubilee. The price of his release shall be according to the number of years. That time he was with his owner shall be rated as the time of a hired servant. If there are still many years, according to them, he shall refund out of the price paid for him for the price of his redemption. If there remain but a few years until the year of Jubilee, he shall make a reckoning with him. According to the years of service due to him, he shall refund the money for his redemption. As a servant hired year by year shall he be with him. He shall not rule with harshness over him for your sight. If he is not redeemed by those means, he shall be released in the year of Jubilee, he and his children with him. For to me the sons of Israel are servants, and they are my servants whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Number 26. Now would probably be a horrible time to remind the stream that if we get a $350 individual donation, I have to start this all over again. So maybe just save this until we get to like numbers if you're going to do that. It's obviously very appreciated. Anything for charity helps. It means a lot. I just don't want to start Leviticus again. Oh my gosh. 26, the Barclay number. Rewards for obedience. You shall make for yourselves no idols and erect no graven image of a pillar. And you shall not set up a figured stone in your land to bow down to them. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and... I looked up for a bit. And observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit, and your threshing shall last to the time of vintage, and the vintage shall last to the time for sowing. And you shall eat your bread to the full and dwell in your land securely, and I will give peace in the land. You shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. I will remove evil beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. And you shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. And I will have regard for you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you. And you will confirm my covenant with you. And you shall eat old store long kept, and you shall clear out the old to make way for the new. I will make my abode among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you forth out the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. I have broken the bars of your yoke, and made you walk erect. Punishment for disobedience. But if you will not listen to me, and you will not do all these commandments, if you spurn my statutes, if your soul abhors my ordinances, so that you will not do all my commandments, but break my covenant, I will do this to you. I will appoint you sudden terror, consumption, and fever that waste the eyes, that cause life to pine away. And you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemy shall eat it. I will set my face against you, and you shall be struck down before your enemies. Those who hate you shall rule over you, and you shall flee when none pursues you. And in spite of this, you will not listen to me. Then I will chastise you again sevenfold for your sins, and I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heavens like iron, your earth like brass. By the way, oh my gosh, I'm only 24 minutes in, and we've read more than 6 chapters now. My gosh. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield its increase, and the trees of the land shall not yield the fruit. Then if you walk contrary to me, I will not listen to me. And will not listen to me, I will bring more plagues upon you, sevenfold as many as your sins, and I will let loose the wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, so that your way shall become desolate. And if by this discipline you are not turned to me, but walk contrary to me, then I also will walk contrary to you, and I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall execute vengeance for the covenant. If you gather within your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. When I break your staff of bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and shall deliver your bread again by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. And if in spite of this you will not listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you in fury, and chastise you myself sevenfold for your sins. You shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and cast your dead bodies upon the dead bodies of your idols, and my soul will abhor you. And I will lay your cities waste, and will make your sanctuaries desolate, and I will not smell your pleasing odors, and I will devastate the land, so that your enemies will settle in it, shall be astonished by it. And I will scatter you among the nations. I will unsheath your sword after you, and your land shall be a desolation. Your cities shall be a waste. Then the land shall enjoy its Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate, while you are in your enemy's land. Then the land shall rest and enjoy its Sabbaths. As long as it lies desolate, it shall have rest, the rest which it had not your Sabbaths when you dwelt upon it. And as for those of you that are left, I will send faintness into the hearts in the lands of their enemies. The sound of a driven leaf shall put them into flight, and they shall flee as one flees from the sword. And they shall fall when none pursues. They shall stumble over one another, as if to escape the sword, though none pursues. And you shall have no power to stand before your enemies. And you shall perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And those of you that are left shall pine away in your enemies' lands because of their iniquities. They also, because of the iniquities of their fathers, they shall pine away like them. But if they confess their iniquity, and in the iniquity of their fathers, in their treachery which they committed against me, and also in walking contrary to me, so that I walked contrary to them, and brought them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised heart is humbled, and they make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob. And I will remember my covenant with Isaac, and my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. But the land shall be left by them, and enjoy its Sabbaths while it lies desolate without them. And they shall make amends for their iniquity, because they spurned my ordinances, and their soul abhorred my statutes. Yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not spurn them, neither will I abhor them, so as to destroy them utterly and break my covenant with them. For I am the Lord their God. But I will, for their sake, remember the covenant with their forefathers, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God. I am the Lord. These are the statutes and ordinances and laws, which the Lord made between him and the sons of Israel on Mount Sinai by Moses. AC just turned on. That's super nice. Number 27. Flipping around Leviticus. The best book in the Bible forever. Vote of offerings. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, when a man makes a special vow of persons to the Lord at your valuation, then your valuation of a male from 20 years old up to 60 years old shall be 50 shekels of silver, according to the shekel from the sanctuary. Give me 1 second. I gotta sip. Refuel. We move. If the person is a female, your valuation shall be 30 shekels. If the old person from 5 years old up to 20 years old, your valuation shall be for a male 20 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. If the person is from a month old up to 5 years old, your valuation shall be for a male 5 shekels of silver, and for a female, your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if the person is 60 years old and upward, then your valuation for a male shall be 15 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. And if a man is too poor to pay for your valuation, then he shall bring the person before the priest, and the priest shall value him, according to the ability of him who vowed, the priest shall value him. If it is an animal such as men offer as an offering of the Lord to the Lord, all of such that any man gives to the Lord is holy. He shall not substitute anything for it or exchange it, a good for a bad, or bad for a good. And if he makes any exchange of beast for beast, then both it and that for which it is exchanged shall be holy. And if it is an unclean animal such as is not offered as an offering to the Lord, then the man shall bring the animal before the priest, and the priest shall value it as either good or bad. As you, the priest, value it, so it shall be. But if he wishes to redeem it, he shall add a fifth to the valuation. When a man dedicates his house to be holy to the Lord, the priest shall value it as either good or bad, and the priest values it, so it shall stand. And if he who dedicates it wishes to redeem his house, he shall add a fifth of the valuation in money to it, and it shall be his. If a man dedicates to the Lord part of the land which is his by inheritance, then your valuation shall be according to the seed for it, and a sowing of a homer of barley shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he dedicates his field from the year of Jubilee, it shall stand at your full valuation. But if he dedicates his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall compute the money value for it according to the years that remain until the year of Jubilee, and a deduction shall be made from your valuation. And if he who dedicates the field wishes to redeem it, he shall add a fifth of the valuation in money to it, and it shall remain his. But if he does not wish to redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it is released from the Jubilee, shall be holy to the Lord, as a field that has been devoted. The priest shall be in possession of it. If he dedicates to the Lord a field which he has bought, which is not part of his possession by inheritance, then the priest shall compute the valuation for it up to the year of Jubilee. And the man shall give the amount of the valuation on the day as a holy thing to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee, the field shall return to him from whom it was brought, to whom the land belongs as a possession by inheritance. Every valuation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall make a shekel. But a firstling of animals, which as a firstling belonging to the Lord, no man may dedicate, whether ox or sheep, is the Lord's. And if it is unclean animal, then he shall buy it back at your valuation, and add a fifth to it. Or if it is not redeemed, it shall be sold at your valuation. But no devoted thing a man devotes to the Lord of anything that he has, whether of man or beast, or of his inherited field, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No one devoted who is to be utterly destroyed from among men shall be ransomed. He shall be put to death. All the tithe of the land, whether of the seed or of the land or of the fruit of the trees, is the Lord's. It is holy to the Lord. If a man wishes to redeem any of his tithe, he shall add a fifth to it. And all the tithe of herds and flocks, every 10th animal of all that pass under the herdsman's staff, shall be holy to the Lord. A man shall not inquire whether it is good or bad, neither shall he exchange it. And if he exchanges it, then both it and that for which it is exchanged shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. These are the commandments which the Lord commanded Moses for the sons of Israel on Mount Sinai. Is that it?
Did you finish Leviticus?
Is that Leviticus? Introduction to Numbers! Yeah! We did it! Leviticus is done.
Good job. How you feeling?
That's a lot of instructions. You might know more of this. You would know more than me about this. Are these... So is there... For the people that don't know, like, is there a reason why we don't have, like, clean and unclean animals necessarily anymore? This would be your wisdom more than mine.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the Old Testament rituals, in Old Testament laws, they were given because of continued sin of the Israelites. Originally, the only laws they had were the Ten Commandments. But because they kept breaking the laws, God had to keep giving them more and more rules, basically guidelines so that they didn't sin. But it's like, yeah, there's nothing objectively wrong about boiling a sheep or like having like cheese on a hamburger, right? But boiling like a sheep in its mother's milk, that was a pagan ritual that the Israelites fell into, and it led to idolatry. So God put these barriers on them. But that's why we don't have to follow those anymore, because they're not, Anyways, that's a tweak that we don't really have time because we got to keep reading.
We got to keep moving. Got that, O'Neill, Ryan? Thank you for this Bible session. May God bless you more. Bless you as well, Ryan. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Make sure you donate.
Good job,
Remember.
Bro. Yeah, donate. Some people donated directly to the stream, which is nice.
Nice.
But GoFundMe for the Bibles.
6,000. Oh, also remember to subscribe. Let's hit 7,000 by the end of the session.
Where did Leviticus go?
Oh, it's behind this.
Oh, sweet. I'm gonna hang it up.
I see what you're doing. Hooray! Now on to numbers. Math. Do we know how many books are in numbers?
How many chapters?
How
I
many
do not
chapters?
know.
I mean,
You check real quick.
it's fine. We're just gunning it. All right, we're not gunning it. We're here to enjoy it.
We're here for the ride.
We're here for the.
I would love to see Michael do a lemon shot. So we're waiting for that $50 donation.
I'm getting through numbers on Leviticus,
Great.
and this is how I'm thanked.
This is how I'm thanked with the lemon shot.
Oh my gosh. All right, if we get 14 more subscribers, I will do it automatically. How about that?
Oh, okay. Once we hit 6,900, Michael's doing a lemon shot either way.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Mid reading. I'll keep reading it while taking the shot. All right, should I just go on with numbers then?
Send it, dude. Are you feeling good? Do you need a break?
No, I'm good.
All
Oh,
right.
we can do this all day.
Water? All right.
I got it. The first census of Israel. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, and on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take a census of all the congregation of the sons of Israel, by families, by fathers' houses, according to the number of names, every male, head by head, from 20 years old and upward, all in Israel, who are able to go forth to war. You and Aaron shall number them, company by company, and there shall be with you a man from each tribe, each man being the head of the house of his fathers. And these are from names of the men who shall attend you. From Reuben, Elizur, to the son of Shadur. From Simeon, Shelemel, the son of Zurishaddai. From Judah, Nashon, the son of Amin Adab. From Ishaiah, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. From Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Helon. From the sons of Joseph. From the Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Amihud. And from Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Perdzur. From Benjamin, Abdidan, and the son of Gideoni. From Dan, Aiezer, the son of Amnishjaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, the son of Ochran. From Gad, Ephiaphith, the son of Deuel. From Naphtali, Ariah, the son of Enam. These are the ones chosen from the congregation, the leaders of the ancestral tribes, and the heads of the clans of Israel. If that's your real name and I botched it, I'm super sorry. Moses and Aaron took these men who have been named, and on the first day of the second month, they assembled the whole congregation together, who registered themselves by families, by fathers' houses, according to the number of names from 20 years ago, and upward, head by head, as the Lord commanded Moses. So he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. The people of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, head by head, every male from 20 years old and upward, all were able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Reuben was 46,500. Of the people of Simeon, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, those of them that were numbered according to the number of names, and by head every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Simeon was 59,300. Of the people of Gad, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Gad was 45,650. Of the people of Judah, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Judah was 74,600. Of the people of Ishar, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number off the tribe of Ishar was 54,400. Of the people of Zebulun, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Zebulun was 57,400. Of the people of Joseph, namely of the people of Ephraim, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, was according to the number of names, from 20-year-old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Ephraim was 40,500. Of the people of the Manasseh, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Manasseh was 32,200. Of the people of Benjamin, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Benjamin was 35,400. Of the people of Dan, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Dan was 62,700. Of the people of Asher, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Asher was 41,500. Of the people of Naphtali, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war. The number of the tribe of Naphtali was 53,400. These are those who were numbered, whom Moses and Aaron numbered with the help of the leaders of Israel, 12 men, each representing his father's house. So the whole number of the sons of Israel by their father's houses, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go forth to war in Israel, their whole number was 630,550. But the Levites were not numbered by their ancestral tribe along with them. For the Lord said to Moses, only the tribe of Levi you shall not number, and you shall not take a census of them among the sons of Israel, but appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the covenant, and over all its furnishings, and all over that belongs to it. They are able to carry the tabernacle and all its furnishings, and they shall tend it. They shall encamp around the tabernacle. When the tabernacle is set out, the Levites shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And if anyone else comes near, he shall be put to death. The sons of Israel shall pitch their tents by their companies. Every man shall by his own camp, and every man by his own standard. But the Levites shall encamp around the tabernacle of the covenant, that there may be no wrath upon the congregation of the sons of Israel. Then the Levites shall keep charge of the tabernacle of the covenant. And thus did the sons of Israel. They did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. Number 1. I have to see the chat moved. Peace. Muhammad in the various world religion scriptures. Dr. Zakir Naik. Full lecture. Okay. Thanks for hopping on. The chat's like over here, and it's super small now, so I'm trying to read it as best I can. Number 2! The order of encampment and marching. That's my favorite too. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, the sons of Israel shall encamp... Oh, did we hit the subs count yet? Remember, we hit 12 more subs. I have to do a lemon spoon full. It's not going to be fun. The sons of Israel shall encamp by each his own standard, which the ensigns of their fathers' houses, they shall encamp facing the tent of meeting on every side. Those who encamp on the east side toward the sunrise shall be of the standard of the camp of Judah by their companies. The leader of the people of Judah being Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, and his host be as numbered being 74,600. Those who encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Ishar, the leader of the people of Ishar being Nathaniel, and the son of Zoar. His host as numbered being 54,400. And the tribe of Zebulun, the leader of his people of Zebulun being Eliab, the son of Helon. His host as numbered being 57,400. The whole number of the camp of Judah by their companies is 186,400. They shall set out first on the march. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben by their companies. The leader of the people of Reuben being Elizur, the son of Shedeur, and his host as numbered being 46,500. And those to encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Simeon. The leader of the people of Simeon being Shalumiel, the son of Zurishadai. Do my best here. His host as numbered being 59,300. And the tribe of Gad, the leader of people, and Gad being Elisaph, and the son of Reuel. His host as numbered being 45,650. The whole 5,650, the whole number of the camp of Reuben by their companies is 151,450. And they shall set out second. Then the tent of the meeting shall set out, with the camp of the Levites in the midst of these camps, as they encamp, so they shall set out, each in position, standard by standard. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, and by their companies, the leader of the people of Ephraim being Elishama, the son of Ammihud, his host numbered being 40,500. Next to him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, the leader of the people of Manasseh being Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. His host as numbered being 32,200. The tribe of Benjamin, the leader of the people of Benjamin being Abidan, the son of Gideoni. His host as numbered being 35,400. The whole number of the camp of Ephraim by their companies is 108,100. They shall set out a third on the march. On the north side shall be the standard of the camp of Dan by their companies, the leader of the people of Dan being Ezair, the son of Ammishaddai, his host numbered being 62,700. And those to encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Asher, the leader of the people of Asher being Pagiel, the son of Okran, his host as numbered being 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, the leader of the people of Naphtali being Ira, the son of Enan, his host as being numbered being 53,400. The whole number of the camp of Dan is 157,600. They shall set out last standard by standard. These are the sons of Israel as numbered by their fathers' houses. All in the camps who were numbered by their companies were 603,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded to Moses. Thus did the sons of Israel, according to all that the Lord commanded to Moses, so they encamped by their standards, so they'd set out, everyone his family, according to his father's house. Everyone got that? Those are the numbers. Speaking of numbers, number 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moses at the time when the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, anointed priests, who he ordained to minister in the priest's office. But Nabdal and Ahibu died before the Lord when they offered the unholy fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. So Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests in the lifetime of Aaron, their father. Duties of the Levites. And the Lord said to Moses, bring the tribe of the Levi near, and set them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister to him. They shall perform duties for him and for the whole congregation before the tent of the meeting. As they minister at the tabernacle, they shall have charge of all the furnishings of the tent of meeting. They attended the duties of the sons of Israel as they minister at the tabernacle. And you shall give the Levites to Aaron and his sons, and they are wholly given to him from among the sons of Israel. And you shall appoint Aaron and his sons as they shall attend to their priesthood. But if anyone else comes near, he shall be put to death. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, I have taken the Levites from among the sons of Israel, instead of every firstborn that opens the womb among the sons of Israel. The Levites shall be mine, for all the firstborn are mine. And on the day that I slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated for my own all the firstborn in Israel, both of man and of beast. They shall be mine. I am the Lord. Pearl, says Logan. Logan, what's good? 10 away. 10 more. And I have to drink a lemon. And the Lord said to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, the number of sons of Levi by fathers' houses and by families, every male from a month old and upward, you shall number. So Moses numbered them according to the word of the Lord, as he was commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by the families, Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath by their families, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. And the sons of Merari by their families, Mali and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites by their fathers' houses. Of Gershon were the family of Libnites and the family of the Shimeites. These were the families of the Gershonites. Their number, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, was 7,500. The families of the Gershonites were to encamp behind the tabernacle from the west, with Eliasaph, the son of Lael, as the head of the father's house on the Gershonites. And the charge of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting was to be the tabernacle, the tent with its covering, the screen for the door of the tent of the meeting, the hangings of the court, the screen for the door of the court, which is around the tabernacle and the altar, and its cords, all the service pertaining to those. Of Kohath were the families of the Amorites, the family of the Izharites, and the family of the Hebronites, and the family of Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward. There were 8,600 attending the duties of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath were to encamp on the south side of the tabernacle, with Elizaphan, the son of Uzziel, and the head of the father's house of the families of the Kohathites, and their charge was to be the ark, the table, the lampstand, the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary, with which the priest minister, and the screen, all the service pertaining to these. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, and the priest who was to be chief over the leaders of the Levites, and to have oversight of those who had charge of the sanctuary. Of Merari, with the family of the Malites, and the family of the Mushites, and the family of the Merari. Their number, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, was 6,200. And the head of the father's house was of the families of Merari was Zuriel, the son of Abihail. They were to encamp on the north side of the tabernacle. And the appointed charge of the sons of Merari was to be the frames of the tabernacle, the bars, the pillars, the bases, and all their accessories. All of the service pertaining to these. Also the pillars of the court round about, with their bases and pegs and cords. And those to encamp before the tabernacle on the east, before the tent of meeting toward the sunrise, where Moses and Aaron and his sons, having charge of the rites within their sanctuary, whatever had to be done for the sons of Israel, and anyone else who came near was to be put to death. All who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the commandment of the Lord by families, all males from a month old and upward, were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, "Number all the firstborn males of the sons of Israel from a month old and upward, taking their number by names. And you shall take Levites for me. I am the Lord, instead of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the sons of Israel." So Moses numbered all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded him, and all the firstborn males according to the number of names. From a month old and upward were numbered as 22,273. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle, and the Levites shall be mine. I am the Lord, and for the redemption of the 273 of the firstborn and the sons of Israel, over and above the number of the male Levites, you shall take 5 shekels apiece, reckoning by the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel of 20 gerahs you shall take them, and give the money by which the excess number of them is redeemed to Aaron and his sons." So Moses took the redemption money from those who were over and above those redeemed by the Levites. From the firstborn of the sons of Israel he took the money, and 1,365 shekels, reckoned by the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Just flipping it, we're going. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Take a census of the sons of the Kohath from among the sons of Levi, by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, all who can enter the service and do the work in the tent of the meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kohath in the tent of the meeting, the most holy things. When the camp is set out, Aaron and his sons shall go in and take down the veil of the screen to cover the ark of the covenant with it. Then they shall be put on it the covering of a goatskin, and spread over that a cloth of blue, and shall put in its poles. And over the table of the bread of the presence they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put upon it the plates, the dishes for incense, the bowls, and the flagons for the drink offering." And in the chat, way too fast for me, says Robert. All right, I'm going to slow down. I'm trying to get through it. It's numbers. Still need 10 more subs. The bowls and the flagons for the drink offering, the continual bread also shall be on it. They shall spread over them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with the covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take a cloth of blue, and cover the lampstand for the light, with its lamps, its snuffers, its trays, and all the vessels for oil with which it is supplied. And they shall put it with all its utensils in a covering of goatskin, and put it upon the carrying frame. And over the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with a covering of goatskin, and they shall put in its poles. And they shall take all the vessels of the service which are used in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of goatskin, and put them on the carrying frame. And they shall take away from the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth over it. And they shall put it all the utensils of the altar which are used for the service there, the fire pans, the forks, the shovels, and all the basins, all the utensils of the altar. And they shall spread upon it a covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles. And when Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary and all the furnishings of the sanctuary, as the camp sets out, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to carry these. But they must not touch the holy things, lest they die. These are the things of the tent of meeting which the sons of Kohath are to carry. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, and the priest shall have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrant incense, the continual cereal offering, and the anointing oil, with the oversight of all the tabernacle and all that is in it, of the sanctuary and its vessels. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Let not the tribe of the families and the Kohathite be destroyed from among the Levites, but deal thus with them, that they may live and not die when they come near to the most holy things. Aaron and his sons shall go in and appoint them each to his task and to his burden. But they shall not go to look upon the holy things even for a moment, lest they die." The Lord said to Moses, "Take a census of the sons of Gershon also, by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old. You shall number them, all who can enter for service, and do the work in the tent of the meeting. This is the service of the families of the Gershonites in serving and bearing burdens. They shall carry the curtain of the tabernacle and the tent of meeting with its covering, and the covering of goatskin that is on top of it, and the screen for the door of the tent of meeting, and the hangings of the court, and the screen for the entrance of the gate of the court, which is around the tabernacle and the altar, and their cords, and all the equipment for their service. They shall do all that needs to be done with regard to them. All the service of the sons of the Gershonites shall be at the command of Aaron and his sons, in all that they are to carry, in all that they have to do. You shall assign to their charge all that they are to carry. This is the service of the families of the sons of the Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and their work is to be under the oversight of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them by their families and their fathers' houses. From 30 years old up to 50 years old, you shall number them, every one that can enter the service to do the work of the tent of meeting. And this is what they are charged to carry. As the whole of their service in the tent of meeting, the frames of the tabernacle with its bars, pillars, and bases, and the pillars of the court round about with their bases, pegs, and cords, with all their equipment and all their accessories. And you shall assign by name the objects which they are required to carry. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, the whole of their service in the tent of meeting, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron and the leaders of the congregation numbered the sons of Kohathites by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone that could enter the service, for work in the tent of meeting. And their number by families was 2,750. This was the number of the families of all the Kohathites, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. The number of the sons of Gershon, by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone that could enter the service for work in the tent of meeting. Their number by their families and their fathers' houses was 2,630. This was the number of the families of the sons of Gershon, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord. The number of the families of the sons of Merari, by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, every one that could enter the service for work in the tent of meeting. Their number by families was 3,200. These are those who were numbered by the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. All those who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the leaders of Israel numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone that could enter the work of service and the work of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting. Those who were numbered of them were 8,580. According to the commandment of the Lord through Moses, they were appointed, each to his task of serving or carrying. Thus they were numbered by him, as the Lord commanded Moses. If anything, too slow. All right, we need a poll. How fast do you want? Give me a words per minute that I should be going. Because I'm about to read at a good pace the unclean persons. The Lord said to him, sub count, 9 more. 9 more. Thanks for hopping in. If you're just hopping in, by the way, donate up here with this QR code. It goes to a GoFundMe. $35 donations provides one Bible for local Catholic charities. $350 donation in a single blow, and I have to do numbers all over again. So if you guys really want to hear the census again, feel free to donate. Anything's appreciated. Unclean persons. The Lord said to Moses, command the sons of Israel that they put out of the camp every leper, and everyone having a discharge, and everyone that is unclean through contract with the dead. You shall put both out male and female, putting them outside the camp, that they may not defile their camp in the midst of which I dwell. And the sons of Israel did so, and drove them outside the camp. And the Lord said to Moses, the sons of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, when a man or woman commits any of the sins that men commit by breaking faith with the Lord, and that person is guilty, he shall confess his sin which he has committed. He shall make full restitution for his wrong, adding a fifth to it, and giving it to him to whom he did the wrong. But if the man has no kinsman to whom restitution may be made for the wrong, the restitution for wrong shall go to the Lord for the priest, in addition to the ram of atonement, with which atonement is made for him. And every offering, all the holy things of the sons of Israel, which they bring to the priest, shall be his. And every man's holy thing shall be his. Whatever any man gives to the priest shall be his. You hear my voice leaving now? Only 2 more hours of this. Talia. Sorry, I'm trying to read your name. Talia Tuggy. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for hopping on. I hope you enjoy my voice slowly going away while reading numbers. If you're watching, anyone on our squad, I don't need a break. We're going to keep going. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the sons of Israel, if any man's wife goes astray and acts unfaithfully against him, if a man lies with her carnally, it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and she is undetected, though she has defiled herself, and there are no witnesses against her, since she has not taken in the act. And if the spirit of jealousy comes upon him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if the spirit of jealousy comes upon him, and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and bring the offering required of her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley meal, and he shall pour no oil upon it, and put no frankincense on it, for it is a cereal offering of jealousy, a cereal offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance." That was one sentence. "And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take the holy water in an earthen vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and unbind the hair of the woman's head, and place in her hands the cereal offering of remembrance, which is the cereal offering of jealousy. And in the hand of the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, if you have not turned aside to uncleanness, while you were under your husband's authority, be free from this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray, though you are under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has lain with you, then let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse, and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among your people. When the Lord makes your thigh fall away, and your body swell, may this water that brings the curse pass into your bowels, and make your body swell, and your thigh fall away. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen. Then the priest shall write these curses in a book, and wash them off into the water of bitterness. And he shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse. And the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain. And the priest shall take the cereal offering of jealousy out of the woman's hand, and shall weave the cereal offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the cereal offering as its memorial portion, and bring it upon the altar. And afterward shall make the woman drink the water. And when he has made her drink the water, then, if she has defiled herself, and has acted unfaithfully against her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her, and cause bitter pain. And her body shall swell, and her thigh shall fall away, and the woman shall become an execration among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be free, and shall conceive children. This is the law in cases of jealousy, when a wife, though under her husband's authority, goes astray and defiles herself. Or when the spirit of jealousy comes upon a man, and he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set a woman before the Lord, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law. The man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. Number 6. Quick water. I can't see if we got any donations. 6 more! And the Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, when either a man or a woman makes a special vow, the vow of a Nazarite, to separate himself to the Lord, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar made from wine or strong drink, and shall not drink any juice of grapes, or eat grapes fried or fresh or dried. All these days of his separation he shall eat nothing that is produced by the grapevine, not even the seeds or the skins. Y'all can see that, right? 6. All the days of his vow of separation, no razor shall come upon his head until the time it is completed for which he separates himself to the Lord. He shall be holy. He shall let the locks of hair of his head grow long. All the days that he separates himself to the Lord, he shall not go near a dead body, neither for his father, nor for his mother, nor for brother or sister. If they die, shall he make himself unclean, because his separation to God is upon his head. All the days of his separation he is holy to the Lord. And if any man dies very suddenly beside him, and he defiles his consecrated head, then he shall shave his head on the day of his cleansing. On the 7th day he shall shave it. On the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves and 2 young pigeons to the priest to the door of the tent of meeting, and the priest shall offer one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and make atonement for him, because he sinned by reason of the dead body. And he shall consecrate his head that same day, and separate himself to the Lord for the days of his separation, and bring a male lamb a year old for guilt offering. But the former time shall be void, because his separation was defiled. And this is the law for the Nazarite. When the time of his separation has been completed, he shall be brought to the door of the tent of meeting. and he shall offer his gift to the Lord, 1 male lamb a year old without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb a year old without blemish as a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish as a peace offering, and a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of the fine flour mixed with oil, and their cereal offering and their drink offering. And the priest shall present them before the Lord and offer his sin offering and his burnt offering. He shall offer the ram as a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord, with the basket of unleavened bread. The priest shall offer also its cereal offering and its drink offering. And the Nazarite shall shave his consecrated head at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair from his consecrated head and put it on the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall take the shoulder of the ram when it is boiled, to 1 unleavened cake out of the basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazarite, after he has shaven the hair of his consecration. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. They are a holy portion for the priest, together with the breast that is waved and the thigh that is offered. And after that the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law for the Nazarite who takes a vow. His offering to the Lord shall be according to his vow as a Nazarite. Apart from what else he can afford in accordance with the vow of which he takes, so shall he do according to the law for a separation as a Nazarite. It's currently midnight for me. All right. Well, thanks for hopping by, Cactus. This is just a reminder. This is a reading of Numbers that you could study / sleep / chill to. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to Aaron and his sons, thus you shall bless the sons of Israel. You shall say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lifts up his countenance upon you and shall give you peace. So shall they put my name upon the sons of Israel, and I will bless them." Number 7. Thanks for tuning in if you're hopping in now. On the day when Moses had finished setting up the tabernacle, he had anointed and consecrated it with all its furnishings, and had anointed and consecrated the altar with all its utensils. The leaders of Israel, heads of their fathers' houses, and the leaders of the tribes, who were over those who were numbered, offered and brought their offerings before the Lord, 6 covered wagons and 12 oxen, a wagon for every 2 of the leaders, and for each one of an ox they offered them before the tabernacle. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Accept these from them, that they may be used in doing the service of the tent of meeting. Give them to the Levites, so each man according to his service." So, I'm getting hiccups now. I'm losing speed. So Moses took the wagons and the oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gershon, according to their service, and 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave to the sons of Merari, according to their service, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron and the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because they were charged with the care of the holy things which he had to be carried on the shoulder. And the leaders, "People! There's people here. I'm not alone." And the leaders offered offerings for the dedication of the altar on the day it was anointed, and the leaders offered their offering before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, "They shall offer their offerings, 1 leader each day, for the dedication of the altar." He who offered his offerings the first day was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, the tribe of Judah. Oh, great. Now you're getting this shot of me botching all the names. And his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, and 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb for a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs for a 1-year-old. Wait. Oh, I botched it! No! And this was the offering to Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. On the 2nd day of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, the leader of Ishar, made an offering. He offered for his offering 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. On the 3rd day, Eliab, the son of Helon, the leader of the men of Zebulun, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the 4th day, Eliezer, the son of Shador, the leader of the men of Reuben, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels. Oh my gosh, I just opened a 1 full page. There's not even cliff notes. 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliezer, the son of Shador. Rare footage of Roman Catholics reading the Bible.
Shador.
Yeah.
Hey, watch our most recent
Shador.
video. Watch the most recent video that we just posted. We read the Bible.
Yeah. Check it out. If you're making this another video, you can hit this little eye up here, and it'll link the other video, maybe. On the 5th day... No, I read that already. Did I? Yeah. The 5th day, Shelumiel, yeah, I'm making sure, the son of Zuriel Shaddai, the leader of men of Simeon, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. You know, like in Tears of the Kingdom, where the cutscenes are like all the same, and you can't skip them, but they're just slightly different. This is the exact same thing. On the 6th day of Elishasaph, the son of Duel, the leader of men of Gad, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of a sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish for 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, 1 for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Duel. You got this, Pearl Grind through. Hey, Yeebies, thank you. For real, keep it up, though. I got you. This one's for you, Anglo-Irish Anglican. On the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Amihud, the leader of men of Ephraim, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Amihud. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur, the leader of men of the Manasseh, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb, male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. On the 9th day of Abidan, the son of Gideoni, the leader of the men of Benjamin, his offering was 1 silver plate. Benjamin, that was one of your trivia questions. Spoiler. It was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day, Azer, the son of Aminashadai, the leader of the men of the Dan, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to a shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering. 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering for Ahizir, the son of Amishadai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Okran, the leader of men of Asher, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mixed with the oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and, you guessed it, 5 male lambs a year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Okran. On the 12th day of Ahirah, the son of Enan, the leader of the men of Naphtali, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of a sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, say it in the chat with me, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahira, the son of Enan. Chloe in the house! This is the 12 days of Christmas, but Old Testament. True DBs. just a reminder, $350 donation. I gotta do this again. We gotta talk about the rams and the goats again. But please donate. Anything helps. This was the dedication offering from the altar on the day when it was anointed, from the leaders of Israel. 12 silver plates, 12 silver basins, 12 golden dishes, each silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and each basin 70. All the silver of the vessels 2,400 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The 12 golden dishes, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the dishes being 120 shekels. All the cattle for the burnt offering, 12 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs a year old, with their cereal offering, and 12 male goats for a sin offering, and all the cattle for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 24 bulls, the rams 60, the male goats 60, the male lambs a year old 60. This was the dedication offering for the altar after it was anointed. And when Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he heard the voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat that was upon the ark of the covenant, from between the 2 cherubim, and it spoke to him. Split, speedrun splits. 8. Now the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, when you set up the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the lampstand. And Aaron did so. He set up its lamps to give light in front of the lampstand, and the Lord commanded Moses. And this was the workmanship of the lampstand, hammered work of gold from its base to its flowers. And it was hammered work, according to the pattern which the Lord had shown Moses. So he made the lampstand. Now we have, we are 6 away. 6 more subs, and I have to do a lemon shot. So, Chloe, when I was trying to join, I accidentally created a YouTube channel. Dang, bro. New influencer. Well, make a new channel and subscribe. And the Lord said to Moses, take the Levites from among the sons of Israel and cleanse them. And thus you shall do to them. To cleanse them, sprinkle the water of expiation upon them, and let them go with a razor all over their body, and wash their clothes and cleanse themselves. Then let them take a young bull and its cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, and you shall take another young bull for a sin offering. And you shall present the Levites before the tent of meeting, and assemble the whole congregation of the sons of Israel. When you present the Levites before the Lord, the sons of Israel shall lay their hands upon the Levites, and Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord as a wave offering from the sons of Israel, that it may be theirs to do the service of the Lord. Then the Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bulls, and you shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering to the Lord, to make atonement for the Levites. And you shall cause the Levites to attend Aaron and his sons, and shall offer them as a wave offering to the Lord. Thus you shall separate the Levites from among the sons of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that the Levites shall go into do service at the tent of meeting, when you have cleansed them and offered them as a wave offering, for they are wholly given to me from among the sons of Israel. Instead of all that opened the womb, the firstborn of all the sons of Israel, I have taken them for myself. For all the firstborn among the sons of Israel are mine, both of man and of beast. On the day that I slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated myself for them. I consecrated them for myself, I have taken the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and I have given the Levites a gift to Aaron and his sons from among the sons of Israel, to do the service for the sons of Israel at the tent of meeting, to make atonement for the sons of Israel, that there may be no plague among the sons of Israel in case the sons of Israel should come near the sanctuary. Thus did Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the sons of Israel to the Levites, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites. The son of Israel did to them. And the Levites purified themselves from sin, and washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as a wave offering before the Lord. Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. And after the Levites went in to do their service in the tent of meeting in attendance upon Aaron and his sons, the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So they did to them. Me. Oh, that makes more sense. 100 hours as a team at Liberty. Haha. Liberty, he can go 100 hours. Not me alone. But I could if I wanted to. Upon Aaron and his sons, as the Lord has commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So they did to them. And the Lord said to Moses, this is what pertains to the Levites. From 25 years old and upward they shall go in to perform the work in the service of the tent of meeting. And from the age of 50 years they shall withdraw from the work of the service and serve no more, but minister to their brethren in the tent of meeting to keep the charge, and they shall do no service. Thus shall you do to the Levites in assigning their duties. Dom and Chelsea Bettino's on cleanup crew. All right, well, you got to clean up the rest of Numbers if you get here. And the Old Testament. How we doing on subs? 6 more. 6 more. And I have to do lemon shot. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the 2nd year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, let the sons of Israel keep the Passover and its appointed time. On the 14th day of this month, in the evening, you shall keep it at its appointed time. According to all its statutes and its ordinances, you shall keep it. So Moses told the sons of Israel that they should keep the Passover, and they kept the Passover in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, in the evening, and in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So the sons of Israel did. And there were certain men who were unclean throughout touching the dead body of the man, so that they can keep the Passover, so they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and Aaron on that day, and those men said to him, we are unclean through touching the dead body of a man. Why are we kept from offering the Lord's offering as its appointed time among the sons of Israel? And Moses said to them, wait, that I may hear what the Lord will command concerning you. I have a lot of respect for audiobook narrators. This is crazy. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, if any man of you or of your descendants is unclean through touching a dead body, or is afar off on a journey, he shall still keep the Passover to the Lord. In the 2nd month of the 14th day, in the evening they shall keep it. They shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break a bone of it. According to all the statute for the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man who is clean and is not on a journey, yet refrains from keeping the Passover, that person shall be cut off from his people. Because he did not offer the Lord's offering at its appointed time, that man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger sojourns among you, and will keep the Passover to the Lord, according to the statute of the Passover, and according to its ordinance, so he shall do. You shall have one statute for both for the sojourner and for the native. On the day that the tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the tent of the covenant. At the evening it was over the tabernacle, like the appearance of fire until morning. So it was continually. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. Sounds like you got a while to hang out, Dexter. Yeah. Feel free to hang out, Dexter. This is Numbers to sleep /study/chill too.
You know you have 27 more chapters left of Numbers.
I was just going to ask the chat how much more we have.
36 chapters.
36 chapters of just numbers and census. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to finish this. On the day that the tabernacle was set up. Wait, we did this, did we? We did this. At the command of the Lord, the sons of Israel set out, and at the command of the Lord they encamped. As long as the cloud rested over the tabernacle, they remained in camp. Even when the cloud continued over the tabernacle many days, the sons of Israel kept the charge of the Lord, and did not set out. Sometimes the cloud was a few days over the tabernacle. According to the command of the Lord, they remained in camp. Then according to the command of the Lord, they set out. And sometimes the cloud remained from evening until morning. When the cloud was taken up in the morning, they set out. Or if it continued for a day and a night, when the cloud was taken up, they set out. Whether it was 2 days or a month or a longer time, that the cloud continued over the tabernacle, abiding there. The sons of Israel remained in camp and did not set out, but when it was taken up, they set out. At the command of the Lord, they encamped. At the command of the Lord, they set out. They kept the charge of the Lord, and at the command of the Lord by Moses. Number 10. Yeah, if you guys want me to read faster, hit 1 in the chat. If you want me to slow down, hit 2. The Lord said to Moses, "Make 2 silver trumpets of hammered work. You shall make them. You shall use them for summoning the congregation." 1.5, that doesn't count. "And for breaking camp. And when both are blown, all the congregation shall gather themselves to you at the entrance of the tent of meeting. But if they blow only one, then the leaders, the heads of the tribes of Israel, shall gather themselves to you. When you blow an alarm, the camps that are on the east side shall set out. And when you blow an alarm the second time, the camps that are on the south side shall set out. An alarm is to be blown whenever they are set out. But when the assembly is to be gathered together, you shall blow, but you shall not sound the alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow the trumpets. The trumpets shall be to you for a perpetual statute throughout your generations. And when you go to war in your land against the adversary who oppress you, then you shall sound an alarm with the trumpets, that you may be remembered before the Lord your God, and you shall be saved from your enemies. On the day of your gladness also, and at your appointed feasts, and at the beginnings of your months, you shall blow the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings. They shall serve you for remembrance before your God. I am the Lord your God. In the second year, in the second month, on the 20th day of the month, the cloud was taken up over from the tabernacle of the covenant, and the sons of Israel set out by stages from the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud settled down in the wilderness of Paran. They set out for the first time at the commandment of the Lord by Moses. The standard of the camp of the men of Judah set out by their companies, and over their host was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, and over the host of the tribe. And the men of Issachar was Nethaniel, the son of Zuar. Again, apologies if this is your name or you know someone named this. I apologize for botching it. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helon. And when the tabernacle was taken down, the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari, who carried the tabernacle, set out. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set out by their companies. And over their host, while Eliezer, the son of Shadur. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Simeon was Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of men was Gad, was Elizaph, the son of Duel. Then the Kohathites set out carrying the holy things, and the tabernacle was set up before their arrival. And the standard of the camp of the men of Ephraim set out by their companies, and over their host was Elishama, the son of Amihud. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Manasseh was Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Benjamin was Abidan, the son of Gideoni. Then the standard of the camp of the men of Dan, acting as a rear guard of all the camps, set out by their companies, and over their host was Ahizir, the son of Ammishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Asher was Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Naphtali was Ahira, the son of Enan. This was the order of march of the sons of Israel according to their hosts when they set out. And Moses said to Hobab, the son of Ruel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, "We are setting out for the place in which the Lord said, 'I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will do you good, for the Lord has promised good to Israel.' But he said to him, 'I will not go. I will depart to my own land and to my kindred.' And he said, 'Do not leave us, I beg you, for you know how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you will serve as eyes for us. And if you go with us, whatever good the Lord will do to us, the same will we do to you.' So they set out from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them 3 days' journey, to seek out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was over them by day, whenever they set out from the camp. And whenever the ark set out, Moses said, 'Arise, O Lord, and let your enemies be scattered, and let them who hate you flee before you.' And when it rested, he said, 'Return, O Lord, to the 10,000 thousands of Israel.'" Number 11! 181. And the people complained in the hearing of the Lord about their misfortunes. And when the Lord heard it, his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Lord burned among them, and consumed some outlying parts of the camp. Then the people cried to Moses, and Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire abated. So the name of the place was called Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burned among them. Now the rabble that was among them had a strong craving, and the people of Israel who also wept again and said, "Oh, that we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Egypt for nothing, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our strength is dried up, and there is nothing at all but this manna to look at." Now the manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance like that of gum resin. The people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills or beat it in mortars, and boiled it in pots, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was like the taste of cakes baked with oil. When the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell with it. Moses heard the people weeping throughout their families, every man at the door of his tent, and the anger of the Lord blazed hotly. Moses was displeased. Moses said to the Lord, "Why have you dealt ill with your servant? And why have I not found favor in your sight, that you lay the burden of all this people upon me? Did I conceive all this people? Did I bring forth them, that you should carry to me? Or that you should say to me, carry them in your bosom, as a nurse carries the sucking child, to the land which you swore to give their fathers? Where am I to get meat to give to all these people? For they weep before me and say, give us meat, that we may eat. I am not able to carry all this people alone. The burden is too heavy for me. If you will deal thus with me, kill me at once, if I find favor in your sight, that I may not see my wretchedness." And the Lord said to Moses, "Gather for me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting, and let them take their stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there. And I will take some of the Spirit which is upon you, and put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear it yourself alone. And say to the people, consecrate yourselves for tomorrow. You shall eat meat. For you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall not eat 1 day, or 2 days, or 5 days, or 10 days, or 20 days, but a whole month, until it comes out at your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you. Because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why did we come forth out of Egypt? But Moses said, the people among whom I am number 600,000 on foot, and you have said, I will give them meat, that they may eat a whole month. Shall flocks or herds be slaughtered for them to satisfy them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to satisfy them? And the Lord said to Moses, is the Lord's hand shortened? Now you shall see whether my word will come true for you or not. So Moses went out and told the people of the words of the Lord, and he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people, and placed them round about the tent. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke to him, and took some of the Spirit that was upon him, and put it upon the 70 elders. And when the Spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, but they did so no more. Now 2 men remained in the camp, one named Eldad, and the other named Medad, and the Spirit rested upon them. They were among those registered, but they had not gone out to the tent, and so they prophesied in the camp. And a young man ran and told Moses, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, one of his chosen men, said, my lord Moses, forbid them. But Moses said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Would that all the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his Spirit upon them? And Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. And there went forth a wind from the Lord, and it brought quails from the sea, and let them fall beside the camp, about a day's journey on this side, and a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and about 2 cubits above the face of the earth. And the people rose all that day and all night. What's up? What happened?
How are we feeling, Pearl?
Oh, did it hit 7?
No,
Over 6:30?
Megan Walsh asks, how are we feeling?
I feel great. I'm reading about the quails.
There's quails.
It's kind of tiny. I can't see the font from here. Pearl is the best reader. Andrew, my guy. What's that say below? Dexter. I have just under an hour to hang around. That's okay. You're here for the quails. Let them cook. True. Wait, I'm not done with the quails yet. And the people rose all that day, and all night, and all the next day, and gathered the quails. He who gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp. While the meat was yet between their teeth, before it was consumed, the anger of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord struck the people with a very great plague. Therefore, the name of the place was called Kibroth Hattaavah, because from there they buried the people who had the craving. From Kibroth Hattaavah, the people journeyed to Hazeroth, and they remained at Hazeroth. Number 12! The Tom Brady number. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because... Oh, by the way, if you're just showing up now, 5 more subs and I have to do a lemon shot. Also, QR code, donate $35. The dono goes, it's a Bible for local charities. $350 donation, and I have to start numbers again if you really want to hear me talk about numbers. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because the of a Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, "Has the Lord indeed spoken only through Moses? How has he not spoken through us also?" And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek, more than all men that were on the face of the earth. And suddenly the Lord said to Moses, to Aaron and Miriam, "Come out, you three, to the tent of meeting." And the three of them came out. And the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud and stood at the door of the tent and called Aaron and Miriam. They both came forward, and he said, "Hear my words. Is there a prophet among you? I, the Lord, make myself known to him in a vision. I speak with him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. He is entrusted with all my house. With him I speak mouth to mouth, clearly and not in dark speech. And he beholds the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And when the cloud removed from over the tent, behold, Miriam was leprous, as white as snow. And Aaron turned towards Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said to Moses, "O my Lord, do not punish us, because we have done foolishly and have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb." Kind of rhymes. And Moses cried to the Lord, "Heal her, O God, I beg you." But the Lord said to Moses, "If her father had been spit in her face, should she not be shamed 7 days? Let her be shut up outside the camp 7 days, and after that she may be brought in again." So Miriam was shut up outside the camp 7 days, and the people did not set out on the march till Miriam was brought in again. After that the people set out from Hazeroth and encamped in the wilderness of Paran. We move, boys. 5 more subs. The Lord said to Moses, "Send the men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I give to the sons of Israel. From each tribe of their fathers shall you send a man, every one a leader among them." So Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran, according to the command of the Lord, all of them men who were heads to the sons of Israel. And these were their names. More names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shammah, the son of Zakur. From the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Horai. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. From the tribe of Ishar, Igal, the son of Joseph. From the tribe of Ephraim, Hosea, the son of Nun. From the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu. From the tribe of Zebulun, Gediel, the son of Sodi. From the tribe of Joseph, that is from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Susi. From the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gemali. From the tribe of Asher, Sethur, the son of Michael. From the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi, the son of Vophshi. From the tribe of Gad, Guel, the son of Malchi. These were the names of the men whom Moses had to spy out the land. And Moses called Hosea, the son of the nun Joshua. Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, "Go up to the Negeb yonder, and go up into the hill country, and to see what the land is, and whether the people who dwell in it are strong or weak, whether they are few or many, and whether the land that they dwell in is good or bad, and whether the cities that they dwell in are camps or strongholds, and whether the land is rich or poor, and whether the wood is in it or not. Be of good courage, and bring some of the fruit of the land." Now the time of was the season of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob, near the entrance of Hamath. They went up to the Negeb and came to Hebron, and Ahian, Sheshai, and Talmah, the descendants of Anak, were there. Oh my goodness. We're still going. Hebron was built in 7 years before its zone in Egypt. And they came to the valley of Eshul and cut down from there a branch with a single cluster of grapes, and they carried it on a pole between two of them. They brought also some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the valley of Eshul. Eshkol. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. Because of the cluster which the men of Israel cut down from there. At the end of 40 days, they returned from spying out the land, and they came to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation of the sons of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. They brought back word to them and all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him, "We came to the land of which you sent us. It flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. Yet the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the Negev, the Hittites, and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea along with the Jordan." But Caleb quieted the people before Moses. and said, "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it." Then the men who had gone up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are." So they brought to the sons of Israel an evil report of the land, which they had spied out, saying, "The land through which we have gone to spy it out is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim. We seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them." 14. There's definitely like enough vocal trackings of me if someone wanted to use this data for like a bot just to make like a deep fake voice of me. That'd be brutal. Then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night. All the sons of Israel murmured. I should probably check the chat. Yeah, a bunch of lip stuff. Yeah, I'm in Numbers. If you can't tell, I'm in Numbers right now. So, here's the book chapter. It's coming up next, and I don't know if you can see. It's kind of in the upper left of your screens. All the books we've done so far. I don't know where it went. Oh no! I can't see the sub count. But if we hit a couple more subs, if we hit 6,900, I will do a lemon shot. So feel free to subscribe if you haven't. Also, donate. QR code to the GoFundMe. All proceeds go to charity. Then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night. And all the sons of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron. And the whole congregation said to them, "Would that we have died in the land of Egypt, or that we had died in this wilderness. Why does the Lord bring us into this land, to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will become a prey. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt?" And they said to one another, "Let us choose a captain and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the sons of Israel. And Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, and the son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had spied out the land, tore their clothes, and said to all the congregation of the sons of Israel, "The land which we passed through to spy it out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land which flows with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against the Lord, and do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them." But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. Then the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the sons of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people despise me? And how long will they not believe in me? In spite of all the signs which I have wrought among them, I will strike them with the pestilence and disinherit them. I will make you a nation greater and mightier than they." But Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear of it, for you brought up this people in your might from among them. And they will..."
Pearl, you're going to have to pause. You got a $70 donation.
Yay! That's 2 Bibles.
Jim Devine. So you're going to have to spin that wheel.
Jim, you're making me spin.
Thanks, Mr. Devine. Appreciate you. Family friend.
Oven mitts.
Oven mitts. All right, we're getting the oven mitts.
It's not gonna help.
It's gonna hurt.
Oh no!
You have to read the oven mitts. Just be careful with the pages.
I'm gonna try. I gotta still go quick. Where was I? And Moses raised his hands like this. Then the Egyptians will hear of it, for you brought up this people in your might from among them. And they will tell the inhabitants of this land, "They have heard that you, O Lord, are in the midst of this people. For you, O Lord, are seen face to face, and your cloud stands over them, and you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and in a pillar of fire by night." Imagine if I was like a real preacher like this. "Now, if you kill this people as one man, then the nations who have heard your fame will say, 'Because the Lord was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore to give to them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness.'" Come here, Gene. Come here. "And now, I beg you, let the power of the Lord be great, as you have promised, saying, 'The Lord is slow to anger, abounding in mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression. For he will by no means clear the guilty.'" Do I have to wear these the whole time? How long do I have to wear them for?
10 minutes.
Oh, is anyone timing?
I'll let you know.
All
I'll
right,
bring it up to
Alright, bet. I'll be back after my ZDE live stream. Great stream so far, folks. I'm glad. Love this. Love everyone in the chat. Remember to subscribe. Where was I? I was shouting about stuff. But But he will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of fathers upon children, and upon the children upon the fourth generation. Pardon the iniquity of his people. I beg you, according to the greatness of your mercy, and according as you have forgiven this people from Egypt even until now. Then the Lord said, I have pardoned, according to your word. But truly, as I live, and as all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord, none of the men who have seen my glory and my wilderness and my signs, which I wrought in Egypt and in the wilderness, and yet have put me to the proof these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, shall see the land which I swore to give their fathers. But none of those who despised me shall see it, but my servant Caleb, because he has a different spirit and has followed me fully, I will bring into the land into which he went, and his descendants shall possess it. Now, since Amalekites and the Canaanites dwell in the valleys, turn tomorrow and set out for the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, How long shall this wicked congregation murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the sons of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say to them, As I live, says the Lord, what you have done in my hearing I will do to you. Your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, of all your numbered from 20 years old and upward, who have murmured against me. Not one shall come into the land where I swore that I would make you dwell, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. Oh gosh. What the flip? This is slowing things down immensely. Oh, wait. No, I don't have it. Okay, nope. Your Bible's getting creased. Aha! I got it. Bang. See, the worst part about these gloves is that they're green, and someone could definitely, like, green screen something right here. Have fun. Go nuts with that. And Joshua, the son of Nun, but your little ones, who you said would become a prey, I will bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall be shepherds in the wilderness 40 years, and shall suffer for your faithlessness, until the last of your dead bodies lies in the wilderness. According to the number of the days in which you spied out the land, 40 days for every day a year, you shall bear your iniquity 40 years, and you shall know my displeasure. I, the Lord, have spoken. Surely this will I do to all this wicked congregation that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall come to a full end, and there they shall die. Imagine if you're getting yelled at by the Lord, and he just got oven mitts on. He's just like, you shall suffer. And the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, and who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up an evil report against the land, the men who brought up an evil report of the Lord, died by plague before the Lord. But Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, remained alive, of those men who went to spy out the land. And Moses told these words to all the sons of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose early in the morning and went up to see the heights of the hill country, saying, See, we are here. We will go up to the place which the Lord has promised, for we have sinned. But Moses said, Why now are you transgressing the command of the Lord? For that will not succeed. Do not go up, lest you be struck down before your enemies. For the Lord is coming not among you. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned back from following the Lord. The Lord will not be with you. But they presumed to go up to the heights of the hill country, although neither the ark of the covenant of the Lord nor Moses departed out of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who dwelt in that hill country came down and defeated them and pursued them even to Hormah. Bill Bailey says, through the archaeology, I've uncovered a Jewish graveyard at Sinai. Fascinating. Remember to subscribe, donate, and I'm going to try to flip this first try with my oven mitts. Oh! Oven mitts can't slow me down. We move. The Lord said to Moses, Say to the sons of Israel, when you come into the land you are to inhabit, which I will give you, and you offer to the Lord from the herd of from the flock of an offering by fire, or a burnt offering, or a sacrifice, to fulfill a vow, or as a freewill offering at your appointed feasts, to make a pleasing odor to the Lord. Then he who brings his offering shall offer to the Lord a cereal offering of 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with 1/4 of hin of oil, and wine for the drink offering, 1/4 of a hin. You shall prepare with the burnt offering, or for the sacrifice, for each lamb, or for a ram. You shall prepare for a cereal offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with a third of hin oil. And for the drink offering, you shall offer a third of a hin of wine with a pleasing odor to the Lord. And when you prepare a bull for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or for peace offerings to the Lord, then you shall offer with the bull a cereal offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with half a hin of oil. And you shall offer for the drink offering half a hin of wine, as an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. Thus it shall be done for each bull or ram, or for each of the male lambs or the kids, according to the number that you prepare. So shall you do with everyone according to their number. All who are native shall do these things in this way, in an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. And then if the stranger is sojourning with you, or anyone among you throughout your generations, and he wishes to offer an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord, he shall do as you do. For the assembly there shall be one statute for you, and for the stranger who sojourns with you, a perpetual statute throughout your generations. As you are, so shall the sojourner before the Lord. One law and one ordinance shall be for you, and for the stranger who sojourns within you. The Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, loving all of the readers. Thank you for sharing the word. Thank you, Dan. That's 30 pounds of flour and a bottle of wine. Yeah. Lord said to Moses, say to the sons of Israel, when you come into the land which I bring you, and when you eat all the food of the land, you shall present an offering to the Lord. Of the first of your course meal, you shall present a cake as an offering from the threshing floor. So shall you present it. Of the first of your course meal, you shall give it to the Lord an offering throughout your generations. But if you err and do not observe all these commandments, which the Lord has spoken to Moses, all the Lord has commanded you by Moses from the day that the Lord gave commandment, and onward throughout your generations, then if it was done unwittingly without the knowledge of the congregation, all of the congregation shall offer one young bull for a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord, with its cereal offering and its drink offering according to the ordinance, and one male goat for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for all the congregation of the sons of Israel, and they shall be forgiven, because it was an error, and they have brought their offering, an offering by fire, to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their error. And all the congregation of the sons of Israel shall be forgiven, and the stranger who sojourns among them, because the whole population was involved in the error. If one person sins unwittingly, he shall offer a female goat, a year old, for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for the person who commits an error. When he sins unwittingly, you make atonement for him, and he shall be forgiven. You shall have one law for him who does anything unwittingly, for him who is native among the sons of Israel, and for the stranger who sojourns among them. But the person who does anything with a high hand, whether he is native or a sojourner, reviles the Lord, and that person shall be cut off among his people, because he has despised the word of the Lord, and he has broken his commandment. This person shall be utterly cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. That was me. I subbed. Who's that? Creme de la creme. Did you sub? Thanks for the sub. I saw we were 4 away, but it went away. We needed only a few more. If we hit 6,900, I will do a lemon shot. So that's the promise. While the sons of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. They put him in custody because it had not been made plain what should be done to him. And the Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death with stones, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the sons of Israel and bid them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put upon the tassel of each corner a cord of blue. It shall be to you a tassel to look upon, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, to do them, not to follow after your own heart and with your own eyes, which you are inclined to go after wantonly. What does wantonly mean?
I have no idea. Wantingly?
So you shall remember and wanton. It's spelled wantonly, not wantingly. So you shall remember and do all my commandments. By the way, chat, I can't read.
By the way,
who put me in charge of this for 3 hours. To remember and do all my commandments, and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. I don't know if it's been 10 minutes, but I'm still going to try.
Does this keep turning off?
Yeah. Oh, I got a good roll. Yo! Oh, number 16. I gotta flip it. Flip it. Oh no, this one's harder. This is not a good roll. If I cut him right here, maybe. Oh! I'm him! I don't need... These mitts are great. They're comfy. It's like a pillow. Now Korah, the son of Izar. Oh, anyone new in the chat? If you're new, thanks for hopping in. We're reading the whole Bible and streaming nonstop. We're on Numbers, chapter 16 right now. You can donate to this QR code in the top here. All the proceeds go to local Catholic charities. We're currently at, what are we at? Over $1,000 of our $7,000 goal. So please donate. $35 donated gets one Bible for charity. $350 in one dono, and I have to start the book of Numbers all over again. And I also need to do a punishment, I think. So anyway, we move. Now Korah, the son of Izar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan, and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelith, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with the number of the sons of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation, chosen from the assembly, well-known men, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, "You have gone too far, for all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord?" When Moses heard it, he fell on his face, and he said to Korah and all his company, "In the morning the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him. Him whom he will choose, he will cause to come near to him. Do this. Take censers, Korah and all his company. Put fire in them, and put incense upon them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi." And Moses said to Korah, "Hear now, your sons of Levi." How many subs now? 3 more to go. You gotta give me 3 more. Find him. You can make accounts. I don't care. Find a way to do it. For the lemon shot. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face, and he said to Korah and all his company, "In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him. Him whom he will choose, he will cause to come near to him. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. Put fire in them, and put incense upon them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You've gone too far, sons of Levi." And Moses said to Korah, "Hear now, your sons of Levi. It is too small a thing for you that God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do service in the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them. And that he has brought you near him and all your brethren, the sons of Levi, with you. And would you seek the priesthood also? Therefore it is against the Lord that you and all your company have gathered together. What is Aaron that you murmur against him?" And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and they said, "We will not come up. It is a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land flowing with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also make yourself a prince over us. Moreover, you have not brought us into the land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up." And Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, "Do not respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them. I have not harmed one of them." And Moses said to Korah, "Be present, you and all your company, before the Lord, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and let every one of you take his censer, and put incense upon it, and every one of you bring before the Lord his censer." They put the fire in them, and laid incense upon them. And they stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. Then Korah assembled the congregation against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the glory of the Lord appeared in all the congregation. All right, I think I'm done. I'm going to leave these mitts right here. They're actually making my hands super sticky and sweaty. And the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, "Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces and said, "O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin? And will you be angry with all the congregation?" And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the congregation, get away from about the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Then Moses rose and went to Dathan and Abiram. And the elders of Israel followed him, and he said to the congregation, "Depart, I beg you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be swept away with all their sins." So they got away from out the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tents, together with their wives, their sons, and their little ones. And Moses said, "Hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, and that it has not been on my own accord. if these men die in the common death of all men, or if they are visiting by the fate of all men, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opens with its mouth, and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord. And as he finished speaking all these words, the ground under them split asunder, and the earth opened its mouth, swallowed them up with their households, and the men that belonged to Korah and all their goods. So they all that belonged to them went down alive to Sheol, and the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. And all Israel that were round about them fled in their cry, for they said, Lest the earth swallow us up. And fire came forth from the Lord and consumed 250 men offering incense. Then the Lord said, are you ready to make this transition?
We ready.
The Lord said to Moses, Tell Eleazar the son of Aaron, the priest, to take up the censers out of the blaze. Yebes is about to take over. Here it comes. Then to scatter the fire far and wide, for they are holy. The censers of these men who have sinned at the cost of their lives, so let them be made into hammered plates as a covering for the altar, as they offered them.
It's not 7 yet. It's exactly 7.
I was trying to time it. I was trying to time me reading this. Thus they shall be assigned to the sons of Israel. So Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers, which those who were burned had offered,
and they were hammered out as a covering for the altar. Hello, everyone.
So natural.
It's Nick, your favorite. Let's do this. Slow down. Slow down. We got a whole day, a whole Bible ahead of us. This is Numbers.
This is Numbers.
The most important part. And you're about to find why. Here we go. Oh boy, wait, we're here. They were hammered out as a covering for the altar, to be a reminder to the sons of Israel, so that no one who is not a priest, who is not of the descendants of Aaron, should draw near to burn incense before the Lord, lest he become as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to Eleazar through Moses. This is going to be fun, doing all these names. I was also just yelling at a baby, so Christian's baby, actually. All right. But the next day, all the congregation of the sons of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, You have killed the people of the Lord. And when the congregation had assembled against Moses and against Aaron, they turned toward the tent of meeting. And behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting. And the Lord said to Moses, Get away from the midst of this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell on their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, Take your censer and put their fire therein from off the altar, and lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation, and make atonement for them. For wrath has gone forth from the Lord, the plague has begun. So Aaron took it, as Moses said, and ran into the midst of the assembly. And behold, the plague had already begun among the people. And he put on the incense and made atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. Now those who died by the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the affair of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting when the plague was stopped. Chapter 17. Okay. The Lord said to Moses, Speak to the sons of Israel and get from them rods, one for each father's house. From all their leaders according to their fathers' houses, 12 rods, write each man's name upon his rod, and write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi. For there shall be one rod for the head of each father's house. Then you shall deposit them in the tent of meeting, that before the covenant, where I meet with you. And the rod of the man whom I choose shall sprout. Thus I will make to cease from me murmurings of the sons of Israel, which they murmur against you. Moses spoke to the sons of Israel, and all their leaders gave him rods, one for each leader, according to their fathers' houses. 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron was among their rods. Where is he in the Bible right now? We are at number 17. So my goal, I'm here from 7 to 8. I'm giving Pearl a little break. My goal is to finish Numbers. So let's see if we could do this. And Moses, I want to make sure I don't skip anything, so I might overlap if I look up. The rod of Aaron was amongst their rods. And Moses deposited the rods before the Lord in the tent of the covenant. And the next day, Moses went into the tent of the covenant, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi had sprouted and put forth buds, and produced blossoms, and it bore ripe almonds. Then Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord to all the sons of Israel, and they looked, and each man took his rod. And the Lord said to Moses, "Put back the rod of Aaron before the covenant, to be kept as a sign for the rebels, that you may make an end of their murmurings against me, lest they die." Thus did Moses, as the Lord commanded him, so he did. And the sons of Israel said to Moses, "Behold, we perish. We are undone. We are all undone. Every one who comes near to the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Are we all to perish?" 18. So the Lord said to Aaron, "You and your sons and your father's house, with you shall bear iniquity in connection with the sanctuary. And you and your sons, with you shall bear iniquity in connection with your priesthood. And with you bring your brethren also, the tribe of Israel." Wait, did I read that right? Okay. "The tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may join you and minister to you, while you and your sons with you are before the tent of the covenant. They shall attend you and attend to all duties of the tent, but shall not come near to the vessels or the sanctuary or to the altar, lest they and you die. They shall join you and attend to the tent of meeting for all service, all the service of the tent, and no one shall come near you. And you shall attend to the duties of the sanctuary and the duties of the altar, that there be wrath no more upon the sons of Israel. And behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the sons of Israel. They are a gift to you, given to the Lord, to do the service of the tent, of meeting. And you are your sons. With you shall attend to your priesthood for all that concerns the altar and that is within the veil, and you shall serve. I give your priesthood as a gift, and anyone who comes near shall be put to death." 2 more subs. Let's go. Am I doing this lemon shot? I don't know. I could.
I promised it.
We could both do it.
We could both do it.
I'll do it with you. I'm on the clock. I took your shift. This would have been you. We got 2 more.
We got 2 more subs, right?
We got 2 more. We're 2 away. 2 more subs, and we're doing lemon shots, gang. All right.
I love the shirt.
Sounds good. Lemon shots. Pearl, it's a sign. It's a lemon shirt. It's a sign. All right, here we go. Then the Lord said to Aaron, "And behold, I have given you whatever is kept of the offerings made to me, all the consecrated things of the sons of Israel. I have given them to you as a portion, and to your sons as a perpetual debt. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire. Every offering of theirs, every cereal offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every guilt offering of theirs, which they render to me, shall be most holy to you and your sons. In a most holy place shall you eat of it. Every male may eat of it. It is holy to you. This also is yours, the offering of their gift, all the wave offerings of the sons of Israel. I have given them to you, and to your sons and daughters with you, as a perpetual debt. Every one who is clean in your house may eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the grain, the first fruits of what they give to the Lord, I give to you. The first ripe fruits of all that is in their land, which they bring to the Lord, shall be yours. Every one who is clean in your house may eat of it. Every devoted thing in Israel shall be yours." 1 more subscriber, by the way. "Everything that opens the womb of all flesh, whether man or beast, which they offer to the Lord, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts you shall redeem. And their redemption price at a month old you shall redeem. You shall fix at 5 shekels in silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat as an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord." 6,900! Oh!
We have to do it.
All right.
Thanks for joining me.
Is it how much of it? Is it a spoonful? Is that a shot to you?
I don't know. I thought it was spoons.
Is it spoons?
But they're big spoons.
Get a real shot glass.
Do you have any?
Yo, thanks MD. Let's go. Hold on.
Lemon shot will be coming soon.
Oh, okay, they're gonna work on this. I'll keep going. "But their flesh shall be yours, as the breast that is waved as the right thigh are yours. All the holy offerings which the sons of Israel present to the Lord I give to you, and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual debt. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord for you, and for your offspring with you." And the Lord said to Aaron, "You shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion and your inheritance among the sons of Israel. Yeah, let's go. Thanks, MD. Lemon shirt. Among the sons of Israel. To the Levites, I have given every tithe in Israel for an inheritance in return for their service, which they serve, their service in the tent of the meeting. And henceforth the sons of Israel shall not come near the tent of meeting, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tent of meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations, and among the sons of Israel they shall have no inheritance for the tithe of the sons of Israel, which they present as an offering to the Lord. I have given to the Levites for an inheritance. Therefore I have said of them that they shall have no inheritance among the sons of Israel. Are we good? We rolling?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so since we got 6,900 subscribers, Pearl and Nick both agreed to do shots of lemon juice. Thank you for the
Here we
support. And thank you for donating to charity.
For charity.
For charity.
You know, I'm
This
gonna
is for charity.
Here. I'm gonna keep reading, and I'm gonna do it and just keep going.
All right,
like
but we're gonna
without
move the Bible out for a second because I don't want there to be.
I'm back.
Listen, I'm gonna face this way, but I'm gonna read this.
Is this a good amount right here?
I don't know how much is a good amount. I've never done a lemon juice shot.
Maybe a little
All right.
more.
And the Lord said to Moses, "Moreover, you shall say to the Levites, when you take for..." Are you doing this too?
Yeah.
You're standing here.
I promised. I made a promise to the Catholic community.
Yes, let's
hold on.
go.
I'm
All
trying
right.
to read. I'm
We're
trying to
gonna
do
move
this
this
without you. I'm trying to do this
Okay,
without
you're gonna
breaking
put it
the
right
sweat.
back as soon as it's done.
Yeah, all right.
All right, yeah,
and the
yeah,
Lord
yeah.
said to
Just don't
Moses,
spill on it.
"Moreover, you shall say to the Levites, when you take from the sons of Israel the tithe which I have given you for them is your inheritance, and you shall present an offering from it to the Lord, a tithe of the tithe. And your offering shall be reckoned to you as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress, so shall you also present an offering to the Lord from all your tithes, which you receive from the sons of Israel. And from it you shall give the Lord's offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all gifts to you, you shall present every offering due to the Lord, from all the best of them, giving the hallowed part of them from them. Therefore you shall say to them, when you have offered from it the best of it, the rest shall be reckoned to the Levites as produce of the threshing floor." Anyone in chat know what a threshing floor is? It sounds grotesque. "And as produce of the winepress. And you may eat it in any place, you and your households, for it is your reward in return for your service in the tent of meeting, and you shall bear no sin by reason of it. When you have offered the best of it, and you shall not profane holy things of the sons of Israel, lest you die." Chapter 19. I gotta get on my grind. We're 11 minutes in. All right, we are finishing Numbers. I will finish this. I will finish Numbers. That's my goal. I housed that lemon shot. You saw that. All right. Quick water set. Let's do this. "Now the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, this the statute of the law which the Lord has commanded. Tell the sons of Israel to bring you a red heifer. Is it heifer like the cow? Red heifer without defect, in which there is no blemish, and upon which a yoke has never come. And you shall give her to Eleazar the priest, and she shall be taken outside the camp and slaughtered before him. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of her blood with his finger and sprinkle some of her blood toward the front of the tent of meeting 7 times. And the heifer shall be burned in his sight. Her skin, her flesh, her blood, with all her dung shall be burned. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet stuff, and cast them into the midst of burning of the heifer. The priest shall wash his clothes and bathe in his body in water. And afterwards he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until evening. He who burns the heifer shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his body in water, and shall be unclean until evening. And a man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and deposit them outside the camp in a clean place. And they shall be kept for the congregation of the sons of Israel, for the water, for impurity, for the removal of sin. And he who gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. And this shall be to the sons of Israel, and to the stranger who sojourns among them, a perpetual statute. Lock in, Nick, for the love of... I'm locking in, okay? He who touches, this is laws concerning dead, by the way. He who touches the dead body of any person shall be unclean for 7 days. He shall cleanse himself with water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and so be clean. But if he does not cleanse himself on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, he will not become clean. Whoever touches a dead person, the body of any man who has died, and does not cleanse himself, defiles the tabernacle of the Lord, and that person shall be cut off from Israel, because the water for impurity has not thrown upon him. He shall be unclean, his uncleanness still upon him. This is the law when a man dies in a tent. Everyone who comes into the tent and everyone who is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which has no cover fastened up upon it is unclean. Whoever in the open field touches one who is slain with a sword, or a dead body, or a bone of man, or a grave, shall be unclean for 7 days. For the unclean, they shall take some ashes of the burnt sin offering, and running water shall be added in a vessel. Then a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the furnishings, and upon the persons who were there, and upon him who touched the bone, or the slain, or the dead, or the grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Thus, on the 7th day he shall cleanse him, and he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and at evening he shall be clean. Borrowed my free will and took full advantage. What did I do? Because for between each ad lib, I'm so here for it though. What do you mean? I just have to, I'm trying to read chat. If I just read straight, then it'd be... Listen, this is a multimedia event, okay? I'm going to keep going. You're the ones distracting me, okay? That's what I'm saying. But the man who is unclean and does not cleanse himself, that person shall be cut off from the midst of the assembly, since he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord, because the water for impurity has not been thrown upon him. He is unclean, and it shall be a perpetual statute for them. He who sprinkles the water for impurity shall wash his clothes, and he who touches the water for impurity shall be unclean until evening. And whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and in any who touches it shall be unclean until evening. Chapter 20. And the sons of Israel, the whole congregation, came into the wilderness of Zin in the 1st month, and the people stayed in Kadesh, and Miriam died there and was buried there. Not Miriam, my goat! What the heck? Now there was no water for congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and Aaron. And people contended with Moses and said, would that we had died when our brethren died before the Lord. Why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into this wilderness? And why should we die here, both we and our cattle? And why have you made us come up out of Egypt to bring us to this evil place? It is no place for grain or figs or vines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink. Then Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the door of the tent of meeting, and fell on their faces, and the glory of the Lord appeared to them. And the Lord said to Moses, take the rod, and assemble the congregation, you and Aaron, your brother, and tell the rock before their eyes to yield its water. So you shall bring water out of the rock for them. So you shall give drink to the congregation and their cattle. And Moses took the rod from before the Lord and commanded him, and Moses, as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said to them, hear now, you rebels, shall we bring forth water for you out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hands and struck the rock with his rod twice, and water came forth abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their cattle. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, because you did not believe in me to sanctify me in the eyes of the sons of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. These are the waters of Meribah, where the sons of Israel contended with the Lord, and he showed himself holy among them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the adversity that has befallen us, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and we dwelt in Egypt for a long time, and the Egyptians dealt harshly with us and our fathers. And when we cried to the Lord, he heard our voice and sent an angel and brought us forth out of Egypt. And here we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your territory. Now let us pass through your land. We will not pass through field or vineyard, neither will we drink water from a well. We will go along the king's highway, but we will not turn aside to the right hand or to the left until we have passed through your territory. But Edom said to him, you shall not pass through, lest I come out with the sword against you. And the sons of Israel said to him, we will go up by the highway, and if we drink of your water, I and my cattle, then I will pay for it. Let me only pass through on foot, nothing more. But he said, "You shall not pass through." And Edom came out against them with many men and with a strong force. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his territory. So Israel turned them away from them. This is intense. I'm just reading what it says, dog. I don't know what you want from me. Oh no. Loki just got spoiled, guys. This next chapter is a doozy. Not chapter, this next verse section. And they journeyed from Kadesh. And the sons of Israel, the whole congregation, came to Mount Hor. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron at Mount Hor, on the border of the land of Edom, Aaron shall be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter the land which I have given to the sons of Israel, because you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up to Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered to his people, and shall die there. Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up Mount Hor, and in sight of the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain, and when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, all the house of Israel wept for Aaron 30 days. Aaron, the OG, started this journey with Moses. Him and Miriam, gone. We're just stuck with the main character here. When the Canaanites, the king Arad, who dwelt in Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by the way of Athraim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed give this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord listened to the voice of Israel and gave over the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities, so the name of the place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor they set out by way to the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom, and the people became impatient on the way. And the people spoke against God and against Moses, why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we loathe this worthless food. Then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many sons of Israel died. Where was I? And the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord, that he may take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and send it up as a sign, and everyone who is bitten when he sees it shall live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and sent it up as a sign, and if a serpent bit any man, he would look at the bronze serpent and live. And the sons of Israel set out and encamped in Oboth, and set out from Oboth and encamped in, Ayabraim, in the wilderness, which they set out and encamped in the valley of Zered. From there they set out and encamped on the other side of Arnon, which is the wilderness that extends from the boundary of the Amorites, for the Arnon is the boundary of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Whether it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, Waheb and Supah, and the valleys of the Arnon, and the slope of the valleys that extends to the seat of Ar, and leans to the border of Moab. And from there they continued to Beer, that is the well of which the Lord said to Moses, gather the people, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, spring up, O well, sing to it. The well which the princes dug, which the nobles of the people delved, which the scepter and with their slaves. And from the wilderness they went on to Matana, and from Matana to Nahiel, and from Nahiel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth to the valley lying in the region of Moab, by the top of Pisgah, which looks down upon the desert. It's a lot of places. This is a road trip and a half. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through your land. We will not turn aside into field or vineyard. We will not drink the water of a well. We will go by the king's highway until we have passed through your territory. But Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his territory. He gathered all his men together and went out against Israel to the wilderness, and came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel slew him with the edge of the sword, and took possession of his land from Arnon to Jabbok, as far as the Ammonites to Jazer was the boundary of the Ammonites. And Israel took all these cities, and Israel settled in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon, and in all its villages. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand as far as the Arnon. Therefore the ballad singers say, Come to Heshbon, let it be built, let the city of Sihon be established. For the fire went forth from Heshbon, flame from the city of Sihon. It devoured Ar of Moab, the lords of the heights of Arnon. Woe to you, O Moab! You are undone, O people of Chemosh! He made his sons fugitive and his daughters captives to an Amorite king, Sihon. So their prosperity perished from Heshbon as far as Dibon. We laid waste until fire spread to Medeba. Hakuna Matata indeed. Thus Israel dwelt in the land of Amorites, and Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they took into its villages and dispossessed the Amorites that were there. Then they turned and went up by way of to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against them, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to Moses, Do not fear him, for I have given him into your hand, and all his people and his land. You shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon. So they slew him, his sons, and all his people, until there was not one survivor left to him, and they possessed his land. Whew. All right. Chapter 22. We're getting there. We're going to finish this. I'm telling you. Then the sons of Israel set out and encamped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan at Jericho. And Balak, the sons of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was in great dread of the people, because they were many. Moab was overcome with fear of the sons of Israel. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, This horde will now lick up all that is round about us, as the ox licks up the grass on the field. So Balak, the son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at the time, sent messengers to Balaam, the son of Beor at Pethor, which is near the river in the land of Ammah, to call him, saying, Behold, a people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they are dwelling opposite me. Come now, curse this people for me, since they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them from the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the fees for divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and gave Balak's message and gave him Balak's message. And he said to them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring back word to you, as the Lord speaks to me. So the princess of Moab stayed with Balaam, and God came to Balaam and said, Who are these men with you? And Balaam said to God, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Behold, a people has come out against Egypt, and it covers the face of the earth. Now come curse them for me. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them, and you drive them all out. And God said to Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse these people, for they are blessed. So Balaam rose in the morning and said to the princess of Balak, Go to your own land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you. So the princes of Moab rose and went to Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. This is like high school drama. This is great. Once again, Balak sends princes, more in number and more honorable than they came to Balaam and said to him, Thus says Balak to the son of Zippor, Let nothing hinder you from coming to me. For I will surely do you great honor, and whatever you say to me, I will do. Come, curse these people for me. But Balaam answered and said to his servants of Balak, Though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of the Lord my God, to do less or more. Please now, tarry here this night also, that I may know that more the Lord will say to me. And God came to Balaam that night and said to him, If the men have come to call you, rise, go with them, but only what I bid you, that shall you do. This section is called Balaam, his donkey, and the angel. Sounds like the start of a bad joke. So Balaam rose in the morning and saddled his donkey and went with the princes of Moab, but God's anger was kindled because he went. And the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as his adversary. Now he was riding on the donkey, and his two servants with him. And the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the road and went into the field. And Balaam struck the donkey to turn into the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path between the vineyards, with a wall on either side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed against the wall and pressed Balaam's foot against the wall, so he struck her again. Then the angel of the Lord went ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no way to turn, either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she laid down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled. He struck the donkey with his staff. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you that you have struck me these 3 times?" And Balaam said to the donkey, "Because you have made a sport of me. I wish I had a sword in my hand, for then I would kill you." And the donkey said to Balaam, "Am I not your donkey, upon which you have ridden all your life to this day? Was I ever accustomed to do so to you?" And he said, "No." Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, with his drawn sword in his hand, and he bowed his head and fell on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I come forth to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the donkey saw me and turned aside before me these 3 times. If she had not turned aside from me, surely just now I would have slain you and let her live." Then Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, "I have sinned, for I did not know that you stood in the road against me. Now therefore, if it is evil in your sight, I will go back again." And the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but only the word which I bid you, that you shall speak." So Balaam went on with the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab, on the boundary formed by Arnon, at the extremity of the boundary. Also, Christian, can I just say, I did not know that there was a buddy cop movie between a talking donkey and a king in this. This is great.
This is good stuff.
This is awesome.
You learn things.
Yeah. What is this?
I'm pulling up the chat for you over here
Oh.
so you can see it bigger.
Okay, thanks. And Balak said to Balaam, "Did I not send to you to call you? Why did you not come to me? And am I not able to honor you?" Balaam said to Balak, "Behold, I have come to you. Have I now any power at all to speak anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that I speak?" Then Balaam went with Balak, and they came to, Kiriath Kuzoth. And Balak sacrificed oxen and sheep and sent to Balaam and to the princes who were with him. Nick, can you be an audiobook narrator? If they pay me enough. We are in chapter 23, gang. Wait, are we? I think this is 23. And the next day Balak took Balaam and brought him to Bamoth Baal. And from there he saw the nearest of the people. And Balaam said to Balak, Build for me here 7 altars, and provide for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam said, and Balak and Balaam offered to eat on each altar a bull and a ram. And Balaam said to Balak, "Stand beside your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to me. And whatever he shows me, I will tell you." And he went to a bare height, and God met Balaam. And Balaam said to him, "I have prepared the 7 altars, and I have offered upon each altar a bull and a ram." LeBron, that's me. And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, "Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak." And he returned to him, and behold, he and all the princes of Moab were standing beside his burnt offering. And Balaam took up his discourse and said, "From Aram Balak has brought me the king of Moab from the eastern mountains. Come, curse Jacob for me, and come, denounce Israel. How can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? For the top of the mountains I see him, from the hills I behold him. Behold, a people dwelling alone and not reckoning itself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die, the death of the righteous, and let my end be like this." And Balak said to Balaam, "What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have done nothing but bless them." And he answered, "Must I not take heed to speak what the Lord puts in my mouth?" And Balak said to him, "Come with me to another place from which you may see them. You shall see only the nearest of them, and shall not see them all. Then curse them for me." For the English. Them all. "Then curse them for me from there." And he took him to this field of Zophim, to the top of the Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, "Stand here beside your burnt offering, when I meet with the Lord yonder." And the Lord met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, "Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak." And he came to him, and behold, he was standing beside him, his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said to him, "What has the Lord spoken?" And Balaam took upon his discourse and said, "Rise, Balak, and hear. Hearken to me, O son of Zippor. God is not man, and he should not lie. And God is not man, that he should lie, or a son of man, that he should not repent. He said, and oh my gosh, can I please speak? Has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken? Will he not fulfill it? Behold, I received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot revoke it. He has not beheld misfortune in Jacob, nor has he seen trouble in Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and the shout of a king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt, and have as it were the horns of the wild ox. For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, what has God wrought? Behold, a people, as a lioness rises up, and as a lion it lifts itself. It does not lie down till it devours the prey, and drinks the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered Balak, did I not tell you all that the Lord says that I must do? And Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God so that you may curse them for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of the Peor that overlooks the desert. And Balaam said to Balak, build for me here 7 altars, and provide me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. This guy's persistent. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. When Balaam, 24. When Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go, as at other times, to look for omens, but set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted his eyes and saw Israel encamping tribe by tribe. And the Spirit of God came upon him, and he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam says, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eyes is open, the oracle of him who hears the words of God, who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down, but having his eyes uncovered. How fair are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel, like valleys that stretch afar, like gardens besides a river, like aloes the Lord has planted, like cedar trees besides the waters. Water shall flow from his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag. His kingdom shall be exalted. God brings him out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the horns of the wild ox. He shall eat up the nations, his adversaries, and shall break their bones into pieces, and pierce them through with his arrows. He lurked, he lay down like a lion, and like a lioness. Who will rouse him up? Blessed be everyone who blesses you, and cursed be everyone who curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them these 3 times. Therefore, now flee to your place. I said, I will certainly honor you, but the Lord has held you back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, did I not tell your messengers whom you sent me? If Balak should give me his house full of silver and gold, I would not be able to go beyond the word of the Lord, to do either good or bad of my own will. What the Lord speaks, that will I speak. And now behold, I am going to my people. Come, I will let you know what this people will do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of man whose eye is open, the oracle of him who hears the words of God and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down, but having his eyes uncovered. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star shall come forth out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall crush the forehead of Moab, and break down all the sons of Sheth. Edom shall be dispossessed. Seir also, his enemies, shall be dispossessed, while Israel does valiantly. By Jacob shall dominion be exercised, and the survivors of cities be destroyed. Then he looked on Amalek, and took up his discourse, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but in the end he shall come to destruction. And he looked on the Kenite, and took up his discourse, and said, enduring is your dwelling place, and your nest is set in the rock. Nevertheless Cain shall be wasted, and long shall Asher take you away captive. And he took up his discourse and said, alas, who shall live when God does this? But ships shall come from Kittim, and shall afflict Asher and Eber, and he also shall come to destruction. Then Balaam rose and went back to his place, and Balak also went his way. 25. We're on 25. You know what number's funnier than 24? 25. When Israel dwelt in Shittim, the people began to play the harlot with the daughters of Moab. These invited the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel yoked himself to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, take all the chiefs of the people and hang them in the sun before the Lord, that the fierce anger of the Lord may turn away from Israel. And Moses said to the judges of Israel, every one of you slay his men who has yoked themselves to Baal or Peor. And behold, one of the sons of Israel came and brought a Midianite woman to his family in the sight of Moses and in the sight of the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, while they were weeping at the door of the tent of meeting. Did I skip a page? No, this makes sense apparently. I don't know why they're crying. Oh, they're scared. That's why. Okay. When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar and son of Aaron, the priest saw it, he rose and left the congregation and took a spear in his hand and went after the man of Israel into the inner room and pierced both of them, the man of Israel and the woman, through her body. Thus the plague was stayed from the sons of Israel. Nevertheless, those that died by the plague were 24,000. And the Lord said to Moses, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, has turned back my wrath from the sons of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I did not consume the sons of Israel in my jealousy. Therefore say, behold, I give to him my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and to his descendants after him the covenant of a perpetual priesthood, because he was jealous for his God and made atonement for the sons of Israel. The name of the slain man of Israel, who was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, head of a father's house, belonging to the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, who was the head of the people of the father's house in Midian. And the Lord said to Moses, harass the Midianites and strike them, for they have harassed you with their wiles, and which they beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, in the daughter of Prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain on the day of plague and count of Peor. Chapter 26. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and to Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, take a census of all the congregation of the sons of Israel, from 20 years old and upward, by their fathers' houses, all in Israel, who are able to go forth to war. And Moses and Eleazar, the priest, spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, take a census of the people from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord commanded Moses. The sons of Israel, who came forth out of the land of the Egypt, were Reuben, that's me, the firstborn of Israel, the sons of Reuben, of Hanok, the family of Hanokites, of Palu, the family of Paluites, of Hezron, the family of Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of Carmenites. These are the families of the Reubenites, and their number was 43,733. And the sons of Palu, Eliab, the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. All right, we're in the numbers part. I was liking the whole donkey talking part. Oh my gosh, we got to grind. All right, get ready for some numbers, people. We're going to be quizzed on this afterwards. Lock in. Let's go. The sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These are the Dathan, Abiram, chosen from the congregation, who contended against Moses and Aaron in the company of Korah. Then they contended against the Lord, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah. Then when that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a warning, notwithstanding the sons of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to their families, of Nemuel, the family of the family of the Nemulites, of Jamit, the families of Jaminites and Jashin, the families of Jashinites and Zerah, the families of Zerites and Shahul, the family of the Shahulites. These are the families of Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to their families, of Zephon, the families of Zephonites, of Haggi, the families of Haggites, of Shuni, the families of Shunites, of Ozni, the families of Oznites and Eri, the families of Erites, of Era. There's a whole more page of this, by the way. The families of Eredites and Erli, the family of Erelites. These are the families of the sons of Gad, according to their number, 44,500. The sons of Judah were Er and Onan, and the Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to their families, were of Shelah, the families of Shelonites, and of Perez, the families of Perizzites, of Zerah, the families of Zerahites. And the sons of Perez were of Hezron, the families of Hezronites, Hamul, the families of Hamulites. These are the families of Judah, according to their number, 76,500. You guys missed a really interesting part. Now we're just back at the numbers-y thing.
Oh, we've been watching.
Oh, you were listening?
Yeah.
You heard the donkey talk to the
We
king?
heard the donkey.
Bro, goated. I didn't know that
We
happened.
didn't even watch the stream. We heard it from upstairs.
Oh, really? The sons of Issachar, according to their families. Of Tola, the family of Tolites. Of Puva, the families of Punites. Of Jashub, to the family of Jashubites. Of Shimron, the family of Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to their numbers, 64,300. The sons of Zebulun, according to their families, Sered, the families of Seredites. Of Elon, the families of Elonites, not Elonites, oh no. Of Jali, the family of Jalites. These are the families of Zebulunites, according to their numbers, 60,500. The sons of Joseph, according to the families, Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh, of Mashir, the families of Masherites, and Mashir, and was the father of Gilead, the families of Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead, of Lezer, the families of Lezerites. Helik, the families of Helikites, and Azriel, the families of Azrielites, and Shechem, the family of Shechemites, and Shemida, the family of Shemidaites, and of Hefer, the family of the Heferites. Now Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, had no sons, but daughters, and the names of daughters of Zelophehad and Mala, Noah, Hogla, Malka, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and their number 52,700. Thanks for the respect, giants, robots, and gods. God, let's go. These are the sons of Ephraim, according to their families of Shuthelah, and the family of the Shuthelaites of Becher, and the families of Becherites of Tahan, and the families of Tahanites. And these are the sons of Shuthelah of Iran, and the family of Iranites. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to the number 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph according to their families. The sons of Benjamin according to their families. Bela, the families of Beelites. Ashbel, the families of Ashbelites and Iriam. The family of Aramites and Shepupuim. The family of Shepupuimites of Huppim. The family of Huppumites. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman. And Ard, the family of Ardites. And Naaman, the family of Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin according to their families. And these number 45,600. These are the sons of Dan according to their families. Shuham and the family of Shuhamites. These are the families of Dan according to their families. All the families of Shuhamites according to their number were 64,400. The sons of Asher according to their families. Of Imnah and the families of Imites, and Ishvi, the family of Ishvites, and Beria, the family of the Berites, of the son of Beria. Of Haber, the family of the Hebrites. Of Malkel, the family of Malchi? Is that just Malachi? Malchites, I guess. Malchites, and the name of their daughter Asher was Sarah. These are the families of the sons of Asher according to the number, 53,400. Sons of Naphtali according to their families. Of Jaziel, the family of Jazielites. Of Guni, the family of Gunites. Of Jazer, the family of Jezerites. Of Shilem, the family of Shilemites. These were the families of Naphtali according to their families, and their number was 45,400. This was the number of sons of Israel, 601,730. The Lord said to Moses, we're out of the numbers part. Let's go. The Lord said to Moses, to these the land shall be divided for inheritance according to the number of names. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance. To a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. And every tribe shall be given its inheritance according to its numbers. But the land shall be divided by lot according to the names of the tribes of their fathers that they shall inherit. Their inheritance shall be divided according to the lot between the larger and the smaller. These are the Levites, and numbered according to their families. Oh, I guess we're back. Back on the ground. Here we go. Levites according to numbers of families. Gershon, the family of Gershonites. Of Kohath, the family of Kohathites. Of Merari, the family of Merarites. These are the families of Levi. The family of the Libanites. The families of Hebronites. The family of Malites. The family of Mushites. The family of Korites and Kohath. And the father of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Joshebed. The daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt, and she bore to Amram Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam, their sister. We got 2 subscribers with it? Nobody's using the Ignatius Catholic Study Bible? Heck yeah, and if you want to get more people the Ignatius Catholic Study Bible, make sure to donate $35 to make sure that a kid in the Buffalo area gets this goated Bible. as well as if you want me to go to the start of Numbers, which this would be a great one to do this on. If you donate $350, we'll have to go to the start of Numbers and start all over. And you get to hear all this again. Who doesn't want to hear about a talking donkey again? That sounds lit. Let's do it. Where was I? I don't want to skip anything because we said we're reading the whole Bible. So, and to Aaron, where do I remember? And to Kohath was father Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, daughter of Levi, who was born Levi in Egypt. And she bore to Amram Aaron, and to Moses and Miriam, their sister. And to Aaron were born Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died when they offered unholy fire before the Lord. And those numbered of them were 23,000, every male from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the sons of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the sons of Israel. These were those numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, whose numbered the sons of Israel in the plains of the Moab by Jordan at Jericho. But among these there was not a man of those numbered by Moses and Aaron the priest, who had numbered the sons of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord has said to them, they shall die in the wilderness. There was not left a man of them, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. I had to do what you're doing at the August... Wow, what a grind. All right, daughters of Zelophehad. Oh, chapter 27. I don't think I'm going to finish Numbers, but I'm going to do as good a chance as I can. They then drew near the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, son of Gilead, son of Meshur, son of Manasseh, from the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. The names of his daughters were Mala, Noah, name your daughter Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest and before the leaders of all the congregation at the door of the tent out of the meeting, and said, our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the company of those who gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died for his own sin. And he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be taken away from his family? Because he had no son? Give to us a possession among us, our father's brethren. Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord said to Moses, the daughters of Zelophehad are right. You shall give them possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall say to the sons of Israel, if a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his kinsman that is next to him on his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the sons of Israel a statute and ordinance, as the Lord has commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, go up into this mountain Abraham, and see this land which I have given to the sons of Israel. And when you people have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as your brother Aaron was gathered, because you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, during strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah and Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. Moses said to the Lord, let the Lord, the God of spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, who shall go out before them and come in before them, who shall lead them out and bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be as sheep which have no shepherd. And the Lord said to Moses, take Joshua, the son of Nun, a man whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand upon him. Cause him to stand before Eleazar the priest and all congregation, and you shall commission him in their sight. You shall invest him with some of your authority, and all the congregation of the sons of Israel may obey. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before the Lord, and his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the sons of Israel with him, the whole congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and caused him to stand before Eleazar the priest and the whole congregation, and he laid his hands upon him and commissioned him as the Lord directed through Moses. Chapter 28. The Lord said to Moses, command the sons of Israel and say to them, my offering, my food for my offerings, by fire, my pleasing odor, you shall take heed to offer me in its due season. And you shall say to them, this is the offering by fire which you shall offer to the Lord. 2 male lambs a year without blemish, day by day, as a continual offering. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer in the evening. Hi. Shall I keep going? Okay. Also a tenth of the ephah and of the fine flour for a cereal offering, mixed with a fourth of a hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained at Mount Sinai for a pleasing odor, an offering by the fire to the Lord. Its drink offering shall be a fourth of a hin for each lamb. In the holy place you shall pour out a drink offering of strong drink to the Lord. The other lamb you shall offer in the evening, like the cereal offering of the morning, and like its drink offering, you shall offer it as offering by a fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, 2 male lambs a year old, without blemish, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine, ephah of fine flour for a cereal offering, mixed with oil and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering and its drinking. At the beginning of your months, you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish, and also 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour and for a cereal offering mixed with oil for each bull, and 2/10 of fine flour for a cereal offering mixed with oil for 1 ram, and 1/10 of fine flour mixed with oil as a cereal offering for every lamb, for a burnt offering of pleasing odor, and an offering by fire to the Lord. Their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, a third of a hin for a ram, and a fourth of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering of each month throughout the months of the year, and also 1 male goat for a sin offering to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 14th day of the first month is the Lord's Passover, and on the 15th day the month is a feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and you shall do no laborious work, but offer an offering by fire, a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish. Also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah shall you offer for a bull, and 2/10 of a ram. 1/10 shall you offer for each of 7 lambs, and also 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. You shall offer these besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. And the same day you shall offer daily for 7 days the food of an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the continual burnt offerings and its drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. On the day of the first fruits, when you offer a cereal offering with new grain to the Lord, at your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation, and you shall do no laborious work, but over a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. Also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each bull, 2/10 for a ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, with a male goat to make atonement for you. Besides the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering, you shall offer to them and their drink offering. See that they are without blemish. 29. On the first day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation, and you shall do no laborious work. Woo! It is the day.
Grandma and Grandpa are watching.
Wait, really?
It's okay.
Oh, hi, Grandma and Grandpa.
No pressure. No pressure.
Oh my gosh. You can pick. Okay, here we go.
If you mispronounce one name, it's over.
It's over. Disowned.
It's so over. On the first day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, as I said. It is a day for you to blow the trumpets, and you shall offer a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord: 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish. Also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, with 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. Besides the burnt offering of the new moon and its cereal offering, and the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering, and their drink offering according to the ordinance for them, a pleasing odor, an offering by the fire of the Lord. On the 10th day of this 11th month, you shall have an holy convocation and afflict yourselves. You shall do no work. But you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing odor: 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. They shall be to you without blemish. And their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, and also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement and the continual burnt offerings and its cereal offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. And shall offer a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old. They shall be without blemish, and their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with an oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 of each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of the 14 lambs. Also, 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. Pearl, I'm on a roll here. I'm just going to keep going with this if you don't mind. All right. On the second day, 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old, without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by the number, according to the ordinance. And also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offerings and its cereal offerings and their drink offerings.
Hey.
Hold on. Okay, just making sure I'm not skipping anything, because it's kind of copy-paste here. Here we go.
All right, Nick. We're going to have to pause you there because somebody donated $50.
Let's go!
Charity! Martina Rebenek. I don't know how to pronounce that last name.
Yo, Martina, thank you. Spin. Sunglasses, give me sunglasses. No, so close. All right, it's all good. Wait, are you gonna have to adjust the camera?
Yes.
Right.
So Nick will do this.
I was so close to.
And then we'll move on. Then Anna and Michael are going to come on.
All right.
Oh. We have to tighten that.
Just the mic here.
Just getting my lemon shirt.
Yep. Do some squats.
All right, let me see. Camera, we probably have to raise up.
Yes, you do. I think so.
Nick's head just more.
The mic.
You could also just do a squat.
I could squat.
No, that's fine. How's this?
Yeah, squat.
Is there a kneeling? Can I just do 10 minutes kneeling?
10-minute squat.
10-minute kneel. It's close enough. Here we go. On the third day, 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with cereal offerings and drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by number according to the ordinance. Also, 1 male goat for a sin offering, because besides the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering and its drink offering. On the fourth day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with a cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by number according to the ordinance. Also, 1 male lamb goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the fifth day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, and a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number, according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for the sin offering, besides the continual burnt offerings, and its cereal offering and its drink offering. On the sixth day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, and a year old without blemish, with cereal offering and the drinks offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number, according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offerings. On the 7th day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number, according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for the sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th day, you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall do no laborious work. But you shall offer a burnt offering and offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, a year old without blemish, and the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering and its